This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste, white for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है कि सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए थे और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की,
बहुत बदला है, बहुत साफ हुआ है। गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदगी था वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
People are feeling that this area is their own area, and once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happens.
Currently standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And just 3 to 4 months back, the condition of this area was extremely pathetic, but with a little effort both by the local residents here as well as the NGO who's working with it, it has been successful to make this area not just clean but also to make every person in this area aware about the importance as well as the need to segregate waste here in Mumbai. This is Richa Sharma for Mirror Now here in Mumbai.
cosmic energy drives my heart. All living forms are self-generating expressions of this energy. Empowered by this force, they are self-propagating systems. They are evolving systems in their own right. Man, the most evolved manifestation of this energy on earth, touches all other life forms. From monocellular fungi, through plant life, microbes, insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and animal life. All life indeed is interdependent. Creation is the glorious expression of the Almighty Source. High Media touches creation in all these forms. With tender care, we assist regeneration. We assist identification. We assist sustenance of life through our biosciences research. For life is sacred. Life is to be revered. For life is precious. High Media scientists have evolved systems and products that answer the needs of global fellow researchers, their needs for their research into life sciences, our cell culture labs. Our molecular biology labs, microbiology labs, our dedicated production facilities enable world-class, leading-edge products with highest quality parameters. Our global technical support ensures that our customers get ample satisfaction in using the fruits of our cutting-edge research. Production facilities located in the pristine purity of Nashik Hills. Operate under strict ISO and WHO GMP protocols. These ultra-modern facilities are a feather in the cap of High Media. They are intimately geared to the user's needs. materials plant. Social awareness. Donating the high-tech, fully functional
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good afternoon, actually. Am I audible?
Yes, here it is almost 5 o'clock. So I say good evening. Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, madam, you are.
Singapore time almost it is 5 o'clock. So.
Sir, little your voice is not very clearly audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it is better. It is
Yeah,
better.
I increase the mic. So I can share.
All right, you would be starting.
Yeah.
It's working.
Good afternoon, madam. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, can we start?
Yes.
I think solicitor 220. So, I think let us start our session. Good afternoon, all of you. We are here for this session. Firstly, I will introduce the chairperson for this session. She is Dr. Archana Raj. She is a doctorate in reproductive immunology and molecular biology from the prestigious National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi. She has experience of working in diverse reputed research organizations like Quest Institute of Life Sciences, Nicholas Piramal Ltd, and Advanced Center for the Treatment, Research and Education in Cancer, etc. She has been working as a full-time faculty member in the Department of Biotechnology, University of Mumbai, since October 2008. She was instrumental in establishing the Antimicrobial Research Laboratory in the department and is the principal investigator of the laboratory. The laboratory was generously funded by several major research project grants from the various government agencies like DST, SERB, and etc. Currently, she is working on analyzing antimicrobial resistance associated with the food and environment at the molecular level of microbial population using conventional techniques as well as metagenomics. In the last few years, more than 35 MSc and MPhil students have been taken up this challenging area of research as their project or thesis topic under her. In November 2021, the FEAMR, the database generated from this work, was given copyright and has been published in international journals. This is the only database on AMR from non-clinical samples developed by any university or otherwise. Welcome, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this elaborate introduction.
Thank you very much. Now I hand over the session to you so you can continue.
Thank you, Dr. Alok. So I have the privilege to chair this session, session 3 of day 2 of the conference, which is being held in Auditorium 1. And it is again my privilege to introduce very eminent speakers in this session. I will start with the first speaker, Dr. D. Ramanathan. He is the founder and managing director of ACE International Private Limited, Singapore. Dr. Ramanathan is the, as I said, founder and managing director of ACE International. He has more than 20 years of experience in research and development, learning and development sectors, and business development sectors. His research comprises biomedical science and clinical research areas. He is associated with a number of renowned institutions, including Bharatidasan University, Indian Institute of Science, Changgung University, Taiwan, Academia Sinica, Taiwan, National University of Singapore and Sing Health, Singapore, Taipei Veterans General National, Yang Ming University, Taiwan. During his career, he has published books and peer-reviewed articles, as well as provided lead talks in seminars and work conferences. Further, he has acted as mentor for research projects and received several awards to his academic and research credits. Today, he would be sharing his views on smart, sustainable cities of the future. So the topic of his talk is Smart, Sustainable Cities of the Future, a very interesting topic, and we really look forward to your talk, Dr. Ramanathan. With this introduction, I would now request you to start with your talk. Thank you. Dr. Ramanathan.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Dr. Archana, for making a good session as well as introducing me. It's really great. I'm very happy and glad to join and with this wonderful session, sustainable cities for the future as my topic. I had the time to visit the University of Mumbai nearly a few decades ago, nearly 3 decades ago. But it is wonderful for me to connect again through the platform like this, the wonderful platform like the online session. Myself, Dr. B. Ramanathan, as I mentioned, I am the
Sir,
entrepreneur.
just I'm sorry, I'm just interrupting. I would request you if you can restrict the talk to 20 minutes so that we
Yes.
can have question answer sessions.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah.
be great. Thank you so much, and sorry again.
Thank you. Yes. So I would like to start with
to
my
intervene.
sharing screen. Can you see the slides?
No, not yet.
Yeah, Dr. Ramanathan, Partha here. We need to click on that share button at the bottom, the plus icon. You just click upon that. Okay, there one option will come, share screen. Just click upon that.
Yeah.
Then you have that entire screen. You click upon that.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Then say share. You have to. Please go
Now
ahead.
you can see, I think. Is it visible?
Yeah. It is
Yes,
visible
sir.
now.
Wonderful.
Is it on slide show mode? Dr.
Yeah.
Atul, can
The
you?
full screen. Full screen.
Full
Can
screen.
you see
Okay.
the changes of slides?
Yeah, we can see. Yeah.
Wonderful. Good evening, all. As per my topic of this session, sustainable cities of the future. Because now every country they wanted to progress, they wanted to have the wonderful lifestyle for the people, wonderful governance from the government activities, and then they wanted to establish the sustainable development in all sorts of view. As Dr. Archana just now mentioned, it is a kind of eye-catching topic, and as of now, it is very much required. The global goal sets for the sustainable development proposed by United Nations. There are 17 factors. Many people already endorse with that. I don't want to repeat again, but we are looking for the aspects. How do we able to use these 17 goal sets, which are going to make the sustainable development in all sorts of views as well as the activities. Smart city. What is the smart city means? Because it is providing the supporting element for all sorts of the capacity, capability, and then the environment, sustainability, all together it is putting up. Even industry formulation, security forces, retail services, societal integrations,
Rambha,
health. Yes,
você deve.
I hear some background noise. So can I proceed?
Yes, sure, sir. Sure.
Sir, please go
Yeah.
ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. The
Yes, sir.
healthcare sectors and the residential home, as well as other dwellings, energy sources, and mobility, that is the vehicle transportations and other transport elements. Sustainable smart city for all ages, because now we are having the generations of youngsters, working group, and senior citizens. How do we able to engage them? Because the sustainable smart city is going to provide the support for ecological sustainability where livable and viable, as well as the economic sustainability that is also equitable with the social sustainability, altogether putting the hands for the sustainable and smart city for all ages. Sustainable economic advancement, because when you are creating a city, it is not economically viable or economically scalable or economically progressive, then it could not be able to support for a long time, especially in the sustainable environment. So sustainable urban environment also a kind of portfolio. We have to think how do we able to create the innovations for the social applications. This is the model proposed by Hitachi. Green energy building, smart educational system, social responsibility, the commitments by the people, and the water engagement, because now everywhere the crisis for water is a very much big problem, and sustainable transportation, smart health system, e-governance, etc. Smart city, where do we able to talk about? There are 21st century's education must need to design in such a way, making altogether the inclusive societal formations, embracing the creativity, innovation products which are going to align together. Smart government, they are using different kind of infrastructures, especially the digital sources, providing the online supports to connect with the people. Even for this pandemic situation recently, and those, it is creating the way to progress in the online platform, both educations and other government activities, work from home kind of capacities, many more way. So when we are planning something, we have to think for the futuristic vision. That is the way we can able to sustain in a longer term. Smart environment, because now the huge crisis carbon emission, where the people they are thinking because of the industrial pollutions and other elements, they have to protect the mother earth. We have to think about the climate change kind of factors which have to be controlled. That is the way the carbon emission, green energy building, or urban planning, green urban planning, these are all the things are coming to play the role for smart city formations. And smart living capacity, the people who are living, they must need to feel safe and secure as well as healthy. Hygienic practices must need to ensure for them. Then only the smart economy can able to revolve. This is ITU that is helping the build smart cities. There are few elements, Internet of Things as of now, the Industrial Revolution 4.0, big data analysis, 5G spectrum, technical standards, spectrum allocations. These are all basic fundamental elements, in core elements for the smart city formation. So we have to think how do we able to create the city which are embedded with all these kind of components. That is the way only we can able to establish the smart city formations. Visual representation as per the proposal from UNICEF, Smart Sustainable Cities Framework, economy, environment, society all contributing, but the baseline is information and communication technology, the ICT value. Without this kind of quality, we cannot able to create the wonderful sustainable development in the smart city atmospheres. We have to think about how do we plug and play for the economic values, environmental values, societal values. All these things very important. Any plan we are preparing for the smart city formation, these components are very important. World Green Building Council, they are creating these sustainable development goals, especially for the green energy source embedded for the building formations. Here only from the 17 factors for global sustainable development goals, here they are choosing only few, 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17. These are all the main features which are giving the support for the green energy building support to develop in the smart cities. Intelligent assets, that is very very important. We are creating the assets with our lifetime period to manage and sustain, but when we are not having these intelligent assets, nobody will have that resale value or worth of living in that particular assets. So we have to think how do we able to leverage for some kind of energy sources, water usages, or any kind of tracking for the asset and other pollution control elements. These are all very, very important. Green IoT, Internet of Things for eco-friendly and sustainable smart city, that is also very, very important. Now, everywhere the sensors are playing the big role to control and able to manage the problems. This Internet of Things are making the future sustainable cities. We have to think about the green energy sources. How do we able to plug and play? That is wonderful for us to think, and we have to educate the people, create the cultural values to follow it. The next one is the energy conservation. That is another way. Many countries they are struggling how to manage the energy productions, energy utility, as well as the now recent thing is the bill, the energy bill. Everywhere it is the huge crisis rising up. So we have to think the alternative sources to reduce the energy, the money which are we are spending for creating the energy, as well as using the energy for our application. Without energy, nobody can function. So it's a very, very essential. We have to go and follow this energy pyramid, energy conservation kind of things, energy efficiency, renewable energy sources to create. And the energy conservation audit and procedures we have to follow in every places. That is the way we can able to create the wonderful atmospheres. We can use this kind of energy efficiency life cycle. That is also the main component for smart city development when we are planning. You can see one this case study, like simple thing. Earlier we used 60 watt traditional bulbs. Now we are changing into LED bulbs, which are very very low as an energy consumption thing and save more energy. You have to frequently make this life cycle practice, plan and prioritize your requirements, implementing and managing the good practices, measuring and verify whether it is sustainable for you to use it, or you have to improve the strategy to create the next level of improvement components. Energy efficiency funding. How do you able to make the people to understand and follow? Singapore, the National Environment Agency, they are creating the energy efficiency national partnership. They are engaging and participating together with the different stakeholders and the users. That way they are providing certain kind of funding sources, rewarding sources. They are getting embraced and they are getting used to follow that kind of things. The Economic Development Board is creating this kind of funding sources. The future of Singapore's energy story. Why do I mention again and again Singapore? Because Singapore already attained the state of smart nation environment. So whatever the components, whatever the practices, whatever the establishments, it is going to support for the smart city development in Asian region and other part of the world. And Singapore government is intended to create the way how to collaborate and how to support the other countries who can able to get the idea, knowledge, as well as technical sources or any kind of funding sources from Singapore. So this is the feature of Singapore's energy story. They have simulated model for the facilities, especially the shopping malls and other public utility places. And they are having their energy research institute established in Nanyang Technological University, where they are creating the smart research program and innovation product developments, which are very much supporting for the green energy kind of elements. They are creating the world's largest floating solar farms. That is the way they are creating more energy production through the solar panels which are floating on the waterway. These are all the ideas we can able to procure. Sustainable academic development, that is also another way we can use the three arms: the education, research, entrepreneurship. This is the way we can able to sustain the academic development for futuristic purpose and futuristic goal sets what we want to achieve in our society. Another one is the institute and industry partnership, where the universities are creating the knowledge workplaces and they are doing the research, producing some kind of IP rights, where the industries are coming to use the talents who are coming out from the university and taking up all these innovation, product development, coming out from the university, IP kind of products and other things. Social responsibility, corporate social responsibility also very important for industries. The same way, university is supporting the future workforces coming to serve for the societal needs. It is the time you have to think the way how to formulate the entrepreneurial university, because earlier just the knowledge source to workforce are enough and the experience holders are enough, but now we wanted to create the entrepreneurs from the educational institution. We have to establish some kind of startup ecosystem, enterprise development center, incubation place, and accelerating place, aggregating place. There they can able to learn how to become an entrepreneur, how to run their society, startup to become a SME or something. So this is the idea we have to follow, because World Economic Forum is insisting making the people to transform the normal university into entrepreneurial university. The global smart city that needs more knowledge center, and it is also going to become the kind of excellent potential place for smart sustainable city formations. We must need to think who are the partners providing the better sustainable development goal sets to achieve and providing the problem solving solutions. Industry, city formation, organization who are joining together and they are making their goal sets to achieve by the way of doing certain kind of common practices and the way to endorse for certain goal sets to achieve from the smart model city formations. Singapore education journey is very simple but very viable potential. They are having the preschool to university level, preschool, primary, secondary, post-secondary, junior college, diploma holders, and university penetration. It's very simple. They are following the Cambridge education. There are certain way the top 10 education systems for maths and science. Singapore also one of its kind. They're in top ranked as of now. So we have to think how do we educate the people who can able to become a world talent and competitive kind of person to be recruited by the MNC or any kind of government bodies. We have top colleges and universities in Singapore. I don't want to go very detail to explain all this, but many people already they are having this kind of experience. So Singapore is believing on creating the value, especially for the human resource development, and they are attracting world talents to come and put together their label here in Singapore projects or Singapore workforces. Industry 4.0, as I already mentioned, smart city, we cannot able to think without this Industry 4.0. Germany is making the crucial role to build the smart city atmospheres and developments for this region. Singapore also one of the partnering country with them. A smart nation journey is also having all these kind of components which are going to support the large scale development for smart city formations. Singapore Economic Development Board making these kind of things to develop Singapore's economy into the next level. Singapore's business are very user friendly and they are very much attractive in this region, and they are willing to formulate the Asia Silicon Valley in Singapore. That is the way they are endorsing for all sorts of formations in this country. And Singapore is the South Asia Silicon Valley. Already they have achieved the great things to attract many investors to come and launch their headquarters in Asia Pacific region here. Singapore's top rank multinational companies in 2021, they have all these world renowned companies who have already stationed in Singapore. Smart nation, there are many ideas, but it is constructing the one smart nation. I am just showing few slides which are very much important to think and able to hear about the Singapore story. If time finish, please let me know. I can wind up with that kind of things. Thank you. Asia willing to formulate nearly 26 smart cities, and Singapore is taking the primary role to support for their formations because Singapore already achieved many area and category of smart nation establishment. It is easy for them to procure the projects and establish the setup over there. And the feature of Singapore story have all these features, but solar power is the primary criteria for Singapore. They are planning to achieve the 30% of current energy production to bring out from the solar panels. That is the aim they are having in their mind, and they are formulating all these kind of solar panels installed in residential area, plain lands, water bodies, everywhere. This general polyclinic, where we can able to use earlier the traditional way, the documents and other thing. Now everything is digitalized. It is very quite compatible for the people to use the doctors, patients and other data. It is highly protected as well. And they are connecting to the world through the logistics supply chain. Singapore as a hub port for this region. They are planning to establish the mega port in Tuas area. This is the world's largest automated terminal. Why I wanted to mention the infrastructures and other developments, not only concentrating the inland portfolio, but also to connect to the other part of the world. That is also very much important. Singapore have their own airport facility. That is the number one airport for consecutive years getting the award. But this terminal will open up for the shipment as well as logistics supports. Singapore sets the standards for autonomous vehicle. They are making all these digital sources to collect the money from the vehicles wherever the ERP system is endorsing for them. And enterprise resource platform as well as customer resource management system, that is provided all sorts of things for the companies who wanted to procure these sources. Government is funding for them to procure the digitalized support. That is the way the modern thinking will be workable and viable for the company's side. Siemens, they are procuring this Microsoft Azure that is making the lively atmosphere through the digital connectivity. Singapore University of Technology Design, they are mainly focusing to generate the future workforce for them who can able to contribute the better living atmosphere through the green energy building and sustainable developments goal sets to achieve in the infrastructures kind of procurements and development. Plant factory, Singapore is very small island country, but they are planning to develop this kind of vertical plant factory. That is the way the high productions with the low value kind of economic value to develop all these kind of products. That is the way they are formulating their identical things to create the plant factory. And this is the rooftop vertical gardens available in several areas. They have started this recently, and they are scaling up for other areas as well. They are producing more green leaves and other materials which are going to consume by the locals. Integrated farm, the sustainable agriculture, that is also another element. Singapore is believing on that, especially food safety. They wanted to procure from these resources. And Semak Island, Singapore's waste management story is a big, attractive one, and they have created this waste deposited man-made island, first of its kind in the world. Semak Island, away nearly 30 sea miles away from the mainland, and they wanted to prepare this land for solar field in future. It's also not only supporting to eliminate the waste from the mainland, but also creating the value in the next level for energy productions. Singapore Center for 3D Printing, in futuristic value, many more elements are going to come through the 3D printing technology. And Nanyang Technology University having this Singapore Center for 3D Printing. They are putting up their joint venture with many institutions who are willing to do the R&D work as well as industrial formulations. New water plant, Singapore is very tiny island, but the population is getting all sorts of drinkable, potable water from the government. They are very expertise in this kind of technology to provide the good water source for the people to consume. And then logistics, Singapore MRT system is world renowned system, and they are providing 24/7 kind of the transportation for each and everyone. Energy Research Institute of Singapore, they have these kind of automated vehicles, unmanned vehicle in future going to come on the road. And now it is under trial in Nanyang Technological University. And Singapore engineers, they are willing to develop the ideas and supporting elements for smart model factory. That is also another element where the machine powers is overtaking with the manpower resources, and it is cost effective kind of portfolio and providing all sorts of support for the people how to establish a kind of world renowned industry in Singapore, especially the smart model ideas. There are many startups, and especially healthcare, they are getting more ideas, and many people they are coming to plug and play, especially the apps development, data sources, are these kind of small elements, the micro camera which are going inside the body to take the image and able to transform to the doctor. And future hospital are going to embed with a lot of automated equipments and machine sources. Singapore have a lot of these kind of clinical trial as well as research hospitals. So they are getting partnered with well-renowned healthcare companies, pipeline industries. Functional medicine, that is also holistic way of medical treatment and therapies are making the people to feel better. And Singapore is ideally creating this kind of holistic way of treatment and therapy methods, natural therapy or nutritional supports or any kind of non-allopathy kind of way. They wanted to integrate together. Personalized medicine, another way, because they wanted to go with the idea of translational medicine, bench to bed, bed to bench. The restructured hospitals are working together with the industries to create the value for better therapy methods. Ministry of Manpower is dedicating their time to create the value for current workforces and futuristic development for the competitive workforces. There are a lot of jobs, but especially they are concentrating for the PMET category. What is that? Professional, managerial, executive, and technical cadre. Non-PMET is very less value when compared to the PMET. Long-term, short-term jobs are more for them. A company who are willing to take the trainees or internship people, they are taking more from the PMET category kind of workforces. And that is the way we have to think for our nation. Workforce skills and development, WSK framework in Singapore is very competitive, viable, and the government is providing a lot of funds for them to encourage and take the training, especially this workforce development criteria. And these are all the valuable training they wanted to encourage the people to take: artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, biosensors, and so on. Top 10 20 skills in year 2025. These are all the values which are triggering us. How do we able to prepare ourselves to retain the value for futuristic workforce? So I appeal the audience, please think about that. If you are in the educational field or you are in the SME sector or corporate sector, please think about that and prepare yourself for retaining the values in coming years. Talent acquisition. Earlier, we used to recruit the people for the employment, but now we are looking for the people who are having these talents, task completing, competency, skill oriented talents. That is the way everywhere the demand is very high for the talents acquisition. Singapore is believing on workforce, the lifelong learning as per the Workforce Development Authority, the supporting arm of Ministry of Manpower. This is one institute in Paya Lebar, East region. There is another one in Jurong West region. And the infrastructure, everything is supporting the working adults can able to continue their training and development in many areas. Ministry of Manpower is supporting this continuing education and training for creating the wonderful human resource, very competitive when compared to other nations. We can see all these massive online open courseware, Udemy, Coursera, EDX, LinkedIn. These are all the things they support your needs for developing all your lifelong learning education. We have to think for the future of work, smart manner, that is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time based. It is very, very important. And also think about the smart workplace. It is also creating the value for the people where they are coming to work, either work from home or coming to the office or integrated manner. hybrid manner, they can able to do the jobs to finish on timeline. Work-life balance also another slogan raised up recently, because personal life and professional life must need to be getting balance. Otherwise, the social relationship or social bonding will not be endorsed. So wherever the job creation is going on, please consider this work-life balance to support for the employees who are feeling comfortable. Smart solutions for smart city, many more elements we have to think, and that is the way we have to create the lifestyles for the people, and the livable environment in the condition is ensuring. So we must need to have this in our mind. And the city of future, this is how the city is going to become a smart city. Plug and play with the technology endorsements or technology procurements or technology embracements. So we have to think for that kind of development in many areas, many areas. So these are all the
Dr.
essential things.
Ramanathan,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Final.
sorry to interrupt. I would
This is the
request you to kindly wind up. Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Final. Another one or two. So this is the 7 things for endorsing the smart city development for you to consider. Serving citizens with the business values as well as technological values in smart nation is the must one. So we yes International, we are supporting for the business excellence development for the smart city areas, and we are providing the capability development opportunity for the people who are able to develop their skills and capability kind of attitude. How do they able to serve and support for this kind of smart nation environment? Thank you for your patience to listen to me. Hope my delivery is giving some kind of support and thinking aspect for you. Thanks. Over to the chairperson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramanathan, for this very clear taking us through how smart cities should be developed in future. Due to the shortage of time, I think we will not be able to have question answer session. Those who are interested can connect with Dr. Ramanathan later on and have a discussion with him regarding the same. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Ramanathan, for your talk. Now
Thank
I
you.
would welcome the second speaker of our session, Dr. Surendra Singh Rathod, who is the principal of Father C. Roderick College of Engineering, Bandra, Mumbai. Dr. Surendra Singh Rathod received BE from Amravati University, ME from VJTI, Mumbai University, and PhD from IIT Roorkee. Presently he is with Sardar Patel Institute of Technology for last 17 years. He has 19 years of teaching experience. His special fields of interest include VLSI design, device modeling, and circuit stimulation. He is a recognized PhD guide of University of Mumbai for electronics engineering and electronics and telecommunication engineering. He has published more than 50 papers in various national and international conferences, as well as 23 papers in international journals of repute. Today, he would be presenting his talk on marine debris in Mumbai, challenges and solution. With this introduction, I welcome Dr. Surendra Rathod. Sir, please, the dice is for you to take over. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this welcome. Is my screen visible, ma'am? I shared. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is. Yes,
Oh,
it is visible. Yes.
okay. And madam, up to 3:15 time?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thanks. Thanks.
Sorry, sir, it's now 3. So 3, 15, 20. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Would be
So thank
happy
you,
if
madam,
you
for
can
the.
finish by 3:15 so we can have some question answer sessions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So hello, everyone. As ma'am introduced, I'm Professor Surendra Rathod. I'm principal at Father Consiglio Rodriguez College of Engineering. So the topic is marine debris in Mumbai, challenges and solutions. The accumulation of this macro and the micro debris uh, inside the oceans and across the coastlines all over the world, in Mumbai, but all over the world is a problem. The debris characteristics, accumulation and transports actually are creating a lot of some other issues. Marine debris is not just an aesthetic problem or the problem related to the tourists who are visiting the beaches, but it actually poses a serious threat to the marine organisms, ecosystems, human health, and navigational safety. Despite the increased international attention, the buildup of these materials along the Indian coastline and the coastal waters is poorly understood or at least poorly reported. Since the debris problem is global, curbing the issue in our coast is not a single step process. Nevertheless, assessment and monitoring of these debris along the beaches, coastal waters, and on the seabeds is crucial for understanding the dynamics of debris movement and its existence. So, yeah, as you are aware that there are SDGs. Out of these, if you focus on the 14th goal, it is life below water. The ocean provides the essential ecosystem services for the human populations, from global climate regulation to the local livelihood to the nutrition for a human being. Monitoring is the key to understand the ocean. How is the state of the ocean today? Is it like this? It looks very nice that everything is very happy below the water, but the reality is far away from this place. It's not like this. Now see this picture, the reality. There are so many marine debris, right? The United Nations Environment Program defines marine debris as any persistent solid material that's manufactured or processed and directly or indirectly, intentionally or unintentionally disposed of or abandoned into the marine environment. Marine debris is found in oceans and seas all over the world. The perpetual growth of the amount of solid waste thrown away and the extremely slow rate of degradation of most items are together increasing the quantity of marine debris. It is a multi-dimensional challenge that includes economic, environmental, human health, and the aesthetic problems. Excess marine debris is a result of human behavior. Land-based activities are the biggest source of marine waste. Waste from the land can end up in the ocean by many means, like littering of beaches, excess recreational use of coasts, dumping of lot of material or at the river banks, improper practices in the fishing industry, shipbreaking yards. There are so many sources of the debris. Just observe this particular slide, and as if it looks like a very beautiful uh, jellyfish, but is it? No, this is an exhibit at the Montemarine Laboratory that displays plastic bags in the ocean that looks similar to the jellyfish. And you'll be surprised to know there are so many billions of plastic bags you will find at Mumbai beaches inside the oceans. This is the scenario of the beaches. In India, the topic of this waste management is one that is almost completely ignored. It has never been on any political party's election agenda or manifesto since India's independence. An overwhelming percentage of waste that is generated in the normal course of land-based human activities eventually lands up in the oceans and finally comes to the beaches. This particular land-based human activities creating a lot of garbage is nothing but a marine litter, or you can also call it as a marine debris. See the kind of marine debris that are existing on Mumbai beaches. So marine litter is any persistent manufactured or processed solid material discarded, disposed of, or abandoned in the marine or at the coastal environment. That is what is a marine debris. Marine litter consists of the items which are used by the people and thrown away by the people. It might go into the river, but then finally it lands up at the ocean. Marine litter originates from many sources and causes a widespread spectrum of environmental, economic, safety, health, cultural impacts. The very slow rate of degradation is actually the problem with this kind of marine litters. Thousands of pieces of trash are estimated to be afloat on every square miles of the ocean. Deficiencies in the implementation and enforcement of existing international, regional, national regulations and the standards that could improve the situation, combined with the lack of awareness among the stakeholders and in general a public, or any major reasons why this marine litter is actually a problem. It is not a problem only in Mumbai, but it continues for the entire world. What about this particular picture? You'll be surprised to know that this problem has been multifolded in the pandemic period, COVID-19 period. So as the world struggled or grappled with this COVID-19 pandemic, the COVID-induced behavioral changes in greatly exaggerating the problems of the pollution, particularly inside the oceans. For instance, as of today, we can safely surmise that there are at least a billions of face masks in the ocean, most of which seems to be disposable. On a global scale, this number would be exponentially higher as the law in the several countries is not so strict about the face mask disposition. While some countries are trying to make reusable masks more widely available, most people continue to depend on the medical mask and latex gloves that needs to be disposed after a single use. In a disturbing number of cases, these discarded masks and gloves end up along with much else than the human being discards in the ocean. In fact, there have been several reports from the countries worldwide that record a surge in discarded single-use gloves and the surgical masks that have washed up onto the shores, on the beaches, and the coastlines around the world. Surgical masks are particularly problematic on two accounts. One is that they are the cheapest and the most easily available kind, and the other is that they are made of non-woven material, mostly polypropylene, which is the non-biodegradable and tends to break down into the microplastics when subjected over time. So what goes inside the oceans? Everything that you can imagine which human being throws away. Global primary plastic production is around 270 million tons per year. Out of that, most of the plastics goes inside the oceans. These are the main rivers of Mumbai. Mumbai has been graced by four important rivers. One is the Mithi River, another is Oshivara River, next is the Dahisar River, and another river is a Poisar River. Now, I need not tell you much about the actual position of these rivers. If you cross near the Bandra, you will come to know that whether Mithi is actually a river or not. That will be a question mark. All these rivers, once upon a time, used to be the lifeline of the Mumbai, but now they are virtually non-existent or have become just as sewage drains. Industrial waste, untreated waste, everything comes through these rivers. And where it goes inside the ocean. All small-scale industries, they discharge their waste and untreated sewage into these rivers. Our housing societies, they put their sewage into these rivers. Everything biologically alive or dead comes through these rivers inside the ocean. In fact, BMC is one of the richest municipal corporations in the country and also has a river rejuvenation plan. But somehow when you look at these rivers, you feel that as if this plan is existing only on the paper. BMC, nor the state government, seems to be too much serious about rejuvenating these rivers. They first need to clarify their ideas on the river rejuvenation. Secondly, the rivers in the Mumbai have been channelized by constructing concrete walls across them. You can see the concrete walls across all these rivers. And because of these concrete walls, these rivers became like a drainage channels. There is no system that is existing to report the health of these rivers. There is one report from Bombay professors that tells that Mumbai requires many more sewage treatment plants than the existing capacity. At least 30 to 35 sewage treatment plants are as of now required in a city of Mumbai. This is one of the biggest problem in Mumbai. There are so many festivals that come up, and one of the most popular festival is Ganesh festival, and which is going to come up at the end of this month. And see what happens at the end of the Ganesh festival. All kinds of idols, Ganesh idols, are lying, and nobody takes care of these idols. And There are many idols that will come on the seashore after they are immersed into the ocean. And this is the scenario after the Anant Chaturdashi that happens on the Mumbai beaches. So what do you find other than these idols onto the beaches? There are so many items you will find onto the beaches. You will find cigarette butts. You will find food wrappers, beverage bottles, bottle caps, straws, cups, plates, beverage cans, so many things which are made up of plastic. Everything that you can imagine made up of plastic have been thrown away by the people. It will land up in the ocean. So the cloths, fibers, metals, flowers, garlands, waste foods, plaster of Paris, POP kind of idols, all kinds of debris, food waste, including condoms, flowers, e-waste, masks, gloves, human-generated litter, industrial sewage, rubbers, all these kind of things finally will land up inside the ocean. If you study the microplastics that are present at the seashores of the oceans, and you will find that India has got the mean range quite large. So there are many studies published. I have picked up from one of the studies that India is having leading in case of microplastics or the marine debris. So what is the basic problem of these plastics? Basic problem is that they do not decompose easily. It takes many years. For example, if it's a fishing line, it takes almost 600 years. If it's a tin can, it takes 50 years. If it's a foam, it takes 50 years. So many years are required for the degradation of these plastics or the plastic bottles. Simple plastic bottles takes around 450 years for degradation. So this is the problem that is existing. There are so many challenges, right? So what is the effect of these debris onto the entire marine ecosystem? It's an ingestion of the marine debris. There's a damage to the marine inhabitants, entanglement of the marine species, including the seabirds, marine mammals, etc. It poses an hazards to the navigation activities that are carried out in the ocean. And there is a ghost fishing that happens. So what is ghost fishing? Like abundant fishing gear, which is called as the ghost gear, or the fisher nets, ghost nets. They kill so many mammals or the animals or the sea life when they are abundant and they are put inside the oceans. Around 650,000 marine animals and the birds every year are being killed by these ghost gears. It is nothing but a marine litter, you can say. So the conventional plastics are non-biodegradable and hence survive in the environment for hundreds of years. Marine species ingest or are entangled by the plastic debris, which causes severe injuries and deaths. So, for example, loggerhead sea turtles, often by the mistake, they are entangled inside the plastic bags. Or if it's a microplastic, they simply eat away those microplastic. They feel it is a food. For jellyfish, it feels as if it is a food, and it creates a problem for them. There are so many public health issues that have been reported because of these marine debris. So like human entanglement itself. There are people who are scuba divers, and when they go inside the sea, then they get entangled into these marine debris or the nets which have been thrown away by the fishermen. The navigational hazards, effects on the fishermen. Then the quality of life, as far as recreational activities are concerned, these are degraded because of these marine litters. Then the beaches are generally found to be tourist places, but the quality of life or their aesthetic value is going down because of the marine debris. So what is the solution? There are so many solutions that have been reported by the people. So marine litter, as I said, is existing on all kinds of beaches, not only in Mumbai. So our Prime Minister has announced so many policies as far as tackling of the plastic waste is concerned. In 2022, also those policies are existing. The Indian National Framework on Plastic Waste Management, moreover, aims at introducing the Extended Producer Responsibility, that is EPR programs. Those are also existing. But the problem is whether in reality those programs are being followed. So the main approach is these regulatory measures, which are about the EPR programs or ban on uses of the plastics or giving the economic incentives, needs to be strengthened. And there are so many examples worldwide available where they have become very powerful regulatory measures. Then there are few non-regulatory measures or voluntary measures like economic incentives. Then adequate infrastructure for the waste collection and the management needs to be created, like waste collection facilities, stormwater management systems, education and awareness, targeted campaigns in the schools, colleges, or at the public places needs to be carried out. I believe that the most important part in handling the marine debris is the citizen science or the behavioral science. We need to teach the people that they should take care of these debris and the plastics. So the finding the plastics is very easy on the landfills, but finding the plastics inside the ocean is difficult. So our engineers can actually design design the systems or the softwares which can find out the plastic patches in the coastal waters using some satellite data. Then improvements into this data can be carried out using all kinds of recent technologies, maybe AI, ML, and all those kind of techniques. So basically, one of the solution is the monitoring of this plastic material debris and kind of a modeling solution to identify the marine debris. Then another solution would be obviously the stringent rules and the regulations. There are 3 ways to reduce the bycatch of unwanted fish, just as an example. For example, there could be a net with the escape hatches, or LEDs can be used for the fishing nets, or some innovative kind of hooks which kills the marine life can be used for the fishing nets. There has to be a ban on at least on the 5 plastic items which are found to be a 50% of the ocean litter, like plastic bags, plastic bottles, food containers and cutleries, wrappers and the synthetic ropes. These are primarily found into the ocean litters. Then what can we learn from the world? There are so many leading examples into the world. Just few are the mentioned on the slide, like kelp farming in Maine in the USA. This is a very good example. So Atlantic sea farmers based in the US state of Maine are growing kelps to combat the climate change by mitigating its impact, feeding the world and sustaining the livelihood. Actually, kelp can absorb 20 times more CO2 per acre than forest, and around 11% of its biomass sinks into the deep ocean, where CO2 remains deeply inside the sea. Another example would be Vida Mangrove project to conserve the mangroves. It is very important to conserve the mangroves, and this is one of the leading example how to conserve the mangroves. Then other examples are growing seaweeds with Cascada seaweeds and indigenous communities in the Canada. Then there is a startup called Strides. One can refer to what they are actually doing in this domain. Then planting the corals using the coral restoration units. This is also one way of involving or breaking the corals into the tiny pieces and then cultivating the corals by the micro fragmentation is one more way. Then getting rid of the sea urchins. Then restoring the coral reefs with the charm. Use of the latest technologies. There is a startup called as Vipsia. They have shown that AI technology can be used for many purposes to reduce the marine litters. And use of blockchain technology, maybe in the supply chain management, can be done. So these are the few examples where, for example, blockchain technology can be used in this particular domain. So, like there's a concept which has been reported by the Yu Yong in his research paper. He talks about the plastic bank. So, plastic bank is a social kind of an enterprise which they have created along with an IBM. So, it's an IBM plastic bank. It's popularly known as. So, it's a blockchain platform to redefine the value of the plastic waste, interrupt the flow of the plastic to the ocean, and sell the social plastic as a new product in the market. So there is a complete business model that is available for the plastic bank. The plastic bank encourages the residents in developing the regions to collect the plastic waste and transport it to the local processing centers and use its specially developed mobile phone application as a trading platform to exchange the digital tokens. Digital tokens usually have 2 functions. They are pegged to the rupees, or you can say dollars, which can be exchanged for a cash in specialized non-profit stores. In addition to the cash exchanges, Plastic Bank encourages the citizens to use the tokens to exchange daily necessities into the branch, such as, for example, in terms of the plastic credits, one can purchase the groceries, cooking fuels, school tuitions, or health, or maybe an health insurance. From the collection point of view, the collected plastics will be transported to the processing centers and grounds into the piles. Once sold to the manufacturer, social plastics can be reused or repackaged into the new products to replace the virgin plastics. So this is a very fantastic approach. It is a proven approach across the world. And I think Mumbai also needs such kind of solutions. And complete AI kind of technologies or the blockchain kind of technologies can be used into this kind of a supply chain wherein everybody is going to benefit. Another very good example is one of the startup that is a West to Wear, which is also talking about some kind of a, you can say, bank, but it is a completely different concept. It produces the textiles from the recycled plastic bottles collected from the oceans. So this startup applies the blockchain technology to provide customers with the conclusive evidence in the journey of plastic waste from the ocean to the final clothing and accessories, and making sustainable value chain by recycling the plastics into the fabrics. And it's a completely transparent process because they are using the blockchain technology. Similar to the plastic bank, the business model also starts with the collection of the plastic waste. Marine plastics are not only collected from the coastal areas such as beaches and the ports by the collector, but also from the inside the oceans. By cooperating with the local governments and NGOs, this particular startup has contacted many fishermen to make up their daily wages or the daily income. The collected marine plastics are weighed and delivered to the collection centers, and the collectors are rewarded per kilogram or a bag of the form of a cash in terms of coupons. The weight and the packaged marine plastics are sent to the processing centers, which also provides income to the people involved. So this is one of the models. There are so many models existing. For e-waste, for example, Dell company is a popular company, has come up with the similar kind of a model wherein they give the credits to the consumers who actually return the e-waste kind of material. So e-waste, rather than going into the ocean, is actually being recycled by the Dell. So there are so many solutions existing, which talks about the prevention or reduction of the generation of the waste that contributes to the marine litter, prevention or reduction of the litter into the marine environment, collection of the litter from the marine environment through the incentives, providing the incentives to the people. So provide incentives to the fishermen for the litter collection, maybe from the oceans, and the development of the environment-friendly designs in packages. For example, Japan has successfully executed this one. Then provision of adequate, low cost or free and easy to use collection facilities in the ports. At the Mumbai ports, we can do this easily. Incentivize the schemes to promote the proper disposal of discarded gears. Then the improvement in the waste management infrastructure, particularly at the tourist locations, maybe at the Juhu beach or other beaches, placing the suitable bins on the beaches so that the unusable things cannot be thrown inside the oceans. There's a need for greater producer responsibility and the more widespread application of the polluter. Then the marine litter cleanup programs can be executed. This extended producer responsibility is very important because producer is producing the products which may be a packaged products packaged into the plastics, and then these products, while designing, they are designed from the virgin material. They comes into the production, they go to the consumption, and finally it is a waste or it should be recycled. Now, whose responsibility is towards the recycling? It is the producer who should be made responsible. So extended producer responsibility talks about making a producer financially and logically responsible for the post-consumer stage of a product life cycle. And it's a very important model, and I believe that this needs to be implemented at least in a Mumbai. Then obviously we need to have a good marine debris law on the policies in India. Then there is a lot of data is not available if somebody wants to do a research into this domain. So scarcity of the India-specific data needs to be removed. We need to think creation of the data and making the database very strong if we want to overcome these issues. Then to address such kind of an intertwined complex issue. We also need a robust, multi-pronged structured approach. And finally, more grants and the projects which probably are similar to the circular economy solutions, preventing the marine litter in the ecosystem. So there are so many steps. It's not that government has not taken the steps. There are so many steps government is taking care of, but we need more concrete steps, particularly involvement of the people in making them aware that this is not good to put the plastic in the ocean. There is a national marine litter policy also that Ministry of Earth Sciences has given. They have evolved into this. So there are so many steps. Lastly, in 1 minute, I just want to talk about one of the foundation which is existing in Mumbai, like an Aprosha Foundation, where they are sensitizing the communities in cleaning the beaches, cleaning the mangroves, toilet cleanup programs like Sanjay Gandhi National Park cleanup programs, Mithi River cleanup programs, rejuvenating the Mithi River or the banks of the beaches, particularly Warsaw Beach, etc. And they are doing fantastic work. So to bring about the behavioral changes in the community is very, very important if we want to make the Mumbai beaches clean. So we need to move from the linear economy to the circular economy, reduce the plastic, refuse the plastic, bring the behavioral changes, and create the zero garbage communities in the Mumbai. That would be the best solution for our country or for the city. So recycle, reduce, recover, and the reuse is the mantra of this foundation also. And I believe we need to go ahead with this mantra. So just visit the beaches and see how the Mumbai beaches are, and you will find what is the meaning of marine litter. So this is a Warsaw Beach where cleanup programs goes on regularly, and after years of cleanup programs, one fine day we found out that the turtles have come back to the Mumbai's Warsaw beaches. So we need such kind of programs. So finally, in summary, there are many challenges which are existing. The challenges may be related to the pollution, may be related to the harming the marine life. It could be related to the harming the fishermen. So many challenges are there. There are solutions also existing. There are regulations are also existing. But the problem is people sensitization, movement of the people. We finally need to make sure that the SDGs which are given by the United Nations, which also includes sustainable fishing, protecting and restoring the ecosystems, conserving the coastal and the marine areas, and ending the subsidies, onto the contributing to the overfishing if somebody is doing this kind of things needs to be implemented seriously. The golden rule to conserve the marine biodiversity is to reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. And finally, I would say that it's an increased awareness among the citizens. It is the most important thing, and the research and development priorities are required to tackle the marine debris and the implementation of marine environment conservation regulations. So if each one of us can make a difference, and together we can definitely make a difference if we try to make our Mumbai can be cleaned and marine debris can be removed. There are so many solutions, but we need to be, as a citizens of the country, we need to be serious about it. So thank you very much for listening. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me for this plenary talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rathod, for this very engaging talk. Due to shortage of time, I am sorry we had to kind of hurry with it. Maybe participants who are interested can get in touch with Dr. Rathod for more discussions. With this, I will now begin with our next talk. We have very distinguished speaker for the present talk, Dr. Subhash Yaswant Dalvi, who is working as officer on special duties for solid waste management in BMC. Welcome, Dr. Subhash Dalvi. Dr. Dalvi has recently been awarded the honorary doctorate in sustainable solid waste management from environmental protection by International University. It was appreciated by Honorable Shri Uddhav Thackerayji, the then CM of Maharashtra. Dr. Dalvi is recipient of Master of Engineering degree in Civil Engineering from University of Mumbai. He is the recipient of several awards such as the Government of India's National Youth Award for Clean Dharavi movement through public participation and the United Nations Decades of Sustainable Energy, as well as the Paryavaran Ratna. Dr. Dalvi proved his leadership way back in 1997-98 by transforming the unsanitary Dharavi into a clean area in 3 months through public participation, and the Government of India has made a documentary film on the leadership of Dr. Dalvi. He is the pioneer of various brainchild projects for Clean Mumbai like Sant Gadge Baba 3 Yojana, sanitation, health and self-employment, as well as innovative tri-cycle garbage collection system introduced in the year 1993-94. He had implemented various innovative concepts like waste segregation in 94, dry waste collection through waste pickers in 1997, plastic Pishvicha Mohtala, which means say no to plastic carry bags, through public participation in year 2000 at Vilepale East, and it has been very successful. Dr. Dalvi's concept of smart vermicompost system and organic farming project with the goal of give back to nature project at Cooper Hospital, Vilepale West, SNDT Juhu campus, University of Mumbai Kalina, Rani Bagh Zoo, Government Colony, Bandra East area is being successfully implemented with the help of Shri Astha Mahila Bachat Gat. Renowned actor Shri Amitabh Bachchan has paid a courtesy visit to Smart Vermicompost System and Organic Farming Plant at Cooper Hospital and has praised Dr. Dalvi's work. Dr. Dalvi is also the pioneer of Smart Biocompost System. The project has been successfully launched at the Indian Navy's Nofra area in Kolaba, Greenfield Society on JLVR in Jogeshwari East, Community Compost, and various other places. Dr. Dalvi's innovative idea of slum adaptation scheme in 2001 and Swachh Mumbai Prabodhan Abhiyan SMPA through public participation and public contribution to maintain slum cleanliness in year 2013 has also been very successful. The scheme is implemented in slums area of Mumbai with a population of around 78 lakhs. The slum adaptation scheme was visited by then Miss Anna Tubaika, Executive Director of United Nations Habitat, and she wrote, and I quote, "The world can learn from this initiative." The innovative idea of Nirmalya Kalash Yojana for Nirmalya management and its disposal was also introduced by Dr. Dalvi in 1997. Dr. Dalvi also developed the Smart Hoop compost system and successfully implemented it in his home by giving his own example, and now it has been implemented in many homes. Dr. Dalvi was appointed as brand ambassador for Voters Turned Out program, where he worked tirelessly. Dr. Dalvi's work was appreciated by the collector of Mumbai City and Mumbai Suburban District. In the early days of COVID pandemic, Dr. Dalvi worked hard as a COVID warrior to motivate frontline workers such as doctors, nursing staff, ward boys, housekeeping staff, etc., and police personnel. He conducted several stress management sessions to inspire them to work without fear. Dr. Dalvi led successful rescue and relief teams in many natural calamities and disasters, and I name a few: Orissa cyclone of 1999 to Mahat flood and landslide of 2021. Recently, the work of Dr. Dalvi was appreciated and honored by the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Sri Bhagat Singh Koshyari ji, at Raj Bhavan. Dr. Dalvi is now working for Clean Air Colony with missionary zeal to prevent leopard attacks. He is very enthusiastic and has a long experience of about 27 years in the field of solid waste management. His biography is very, very long. I hope I have tried to do justice to his vast experience. The title of his talk today is Dalvi Pattern, Smart Compost System for Sustainable Waste Management. Dr. Subhash Dalvi, it is an honor to have you amongst us. And now I hand over the mic to you to deliver the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Archana ji. थैंक यू राठौड़ सर, आपने मेरा काम एकदम इजी कर दिया. आपका जो लेक्चर था वो मरीन को बचाने के लिए जो प्लास्टिक अपने को कुछ करना है, और उसके लिए मैं पहला एग्जांपल मेरा खुद का दूंगा, क्योंकि कुछ भी करना है तो चैरिटी बिगिंस फ्रॉम होम. मुंबई शहर में अगर आप देखेंगे तो मुंबई की जो पॉपुलेशन है 1.5 करोड़ के आसपास है, और 1.5 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन अगर देखेंगे तो एक घर में 5 लोग अगर रहते हैं तो 30 लाख फैमिली मुंबई शहर में रहती है. एक घर से सुबह दोपहर शाम अगर कचरा निकाला जाता है और वो प्लास्टिक में अगर बांध के अगर फेंकते हैं तो 3 प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग अपने घर से, हर एक के घर से कचरे में अगर जाता है तो हफ्ते का अगर आप देखेंगे वीक का 21 प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग जो है कचरे में जाता है। तो इसका मतलब ऐसा है कि 20 अगर एवरेज पकड़ेंगे तो महीने का 80 प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग और साल का 12 महीना, इसका मतलब है हमें 12×96 आप टोटल करने के लिए अगर कैलकुलेशन लेंगे तो 1000 प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग हर घर से ईच हाउस होल्ड वो जो है वो कचरे में देते हैं। तो इसका मतलब 30 लाख फैमिली मल्टीप्लाई बाय 1000 प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग अगर बंद कर देते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिक 300 करोड़ प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग जो है वो एनवायरमेंट में हर साल जाने से रोकने में सक्षम हो जाता है। लेकिन 300 करोड़ प्लास्टिक बैग बंद करना एक आदमी का जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। तो एक आदमी क्या कर सकता है, तो चैरिटी बिगिंस फ्रॉम होम, अपने घर से ही 1000 प्लास्टिक बैग कम करने का अगर मिशन लेते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिकली ये जो सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक जो है हम बंद करने में सक्सेस होते हैं। मैंने मेरा खुद का स्टार्ट किया, मेरे घर में से मैंने ये थोड़ा सा रुमाल बना दिया है। ये रुमाल भी एक यादगार है। मेरे मिसेस का जो क्लॉथ बैग, अपना मिसेस का जो कपड़ा है उसका बचा हुआ कपड़े से बनाया हुआ है, ताकि हमेशा काम करते समय मिसेस का याद भी आ जाता है, पसीना पोंछते समय भी, और दूसरा है उसको धोके अगर हम लोग शाम को घर निकलते हैं ऑफिस से तो ऑटोमेटिकली यही रुमाल को हम सब्जी वाले के पास लेके जाते हैं। तो सब्जी वाला बोलता है साहब इसमें आधा किलो 1 किलो टमाटर बटाटा और कुछ नहीं आने वाला है, तो ऑटोमेटिकली हम उसको बता देते हैं कि बाबा रे ये रुमाल नहीं है, तो ये जो है वो क्लॉथ बैग है। तो अगर हम सब लोग मिलके अपने घर से छोटा सा एक इनिशिएटिव लेते हैं कि हम हमारे पॉकेट में अगर हम एक 2-2 मोबाइल अगर हम लोग ऐसे रख सकते हैं तो क्या हम एक 15-20 ग्राम की कपड़े का क्लॉथ बैग नहीं रख सकते? यस, रख सकते हैं। तो ये जो क्लॉथ बैग जो है ये मिशन अगर हम लोग ये करते हैं तो ये मिशन को हम लोगों ने विले पार्ले में चालू किया था 2000 साल से, और 2000 साल से आप देखेंगे तो 500 जो फेरी वाले जो थे उसको लेके हम लोग साथ में जो काम किया, तो हर साल का 1 से 1.5 करोड़ रुपए का बचत हो गया उनका, जो उनके बैंक में जमा हुआ, और 7-8 साल तक वो सस्टेन बेसिस पर उसको फॉलो किया और 8-9 करोड़ रुपया उनका बैंक में जमा हो गया, और 8-9 करोड़ रुपए की जो प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग है वो एनवायरमेंट में जाने में रोकने में हम सक्षम हो गए। तो ये एक आदमी का काम नहीं था, इट इज अ टीम वर्क। तो बीएमसी अकेला कुछ नहीं कर सकते, बीएमसी के साथ में अगर लोग आते थे, 50% जिम्मेदारी बीएमसी की, 50% लोगों की, अगर दोनों अगर साथ में आते तो हम लोग एक दूसरे को नमस्कार कर सकते हैं और एनवायरमेंट को सेव कर सकते हैं। तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो बात करते हैं तो हम और क्या कर सकते हैं, तो आज का जो हमारा जो टॉपिक है वो स्मार्ट डर्वी पैटर्न स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम। तो स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम का मतलब क्या है, क्या ये कचरे का कंपोस्टेशन नेचुरल नहीं बन सकता है क्या? तो यस, इतना कोई रॉकेट साइंस भी नहीं है, लेकिन मुंबई शहर जो है, मुंबई शहर की जो आबादी ध्यान में रखते हुए डेली का जो गार्बेज जनरेशन है वो 6500 मेट्रिक टन इतना आज के डेट में है। अगर वही अगर कैलकुलेशन अगर 2014 में अगर आप देखते थे तो 2014 में हमारा 12000 मेट्रिक टन का डेली गार्बेज जनरेशन, मुंबई प्रोड्यूस 12,000 मेट्रिक टन इतना जो गार्बेज जनरेट होता था। तो ये जो प्रोसेस जो था 2014 से लेके अभी तक हम लोगों ने क्या किया है कि लोगों में गए, लोगों में एजुकेट किया, लोगों में डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के बारे में उनको सेंसिटाइज किया, लोगों में आईसी एक्टिविटी के माध्यम से लोगों को जोड़ना चालू किया, और इसमें यंगस्टर जो थे, जो स्पेशली जो कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स है और साथ में जो वुमेन्स जो लोग हैं, जो महिला लोग हैं, इन लोगों को साथ में जुड़ने की वजह से हमें एक इसका अचीवमेंट मिल गया। तो आज के डेट में अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं तो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट 2016 ये जो एसडब्ल्यूएम रूल 2016 जो है उसके अंदर ऐसा कि दो बल्क जनरेटर है। हु इज द बल्क जनरेटर? तो दोज हु आर प्रोड्यूसिंग मोर देन 100 kg ऑफ वेस्ट पर डे। तो एवरेज 100 kg से ज्यादा जो कचरा जो निर्माण करता है उन्हीं को उनके जगह में, उनके प्रीमाइसेस में उसको डिस्पोज करना है। तो कैसे करें? मुंबई में जगह की वैल्यू है, तो वो जगह में अगर काम करना है तो मेरा जो प्लांट किधर भी कोई भी लगाएंगे वो प्लांट में एक तो वो स्टिंकिंग फ्री होना चाहिए, एक तो लिटरियर फ्री दिखना चाहिए, एक तो रोडन फ्री होना चाहिए, एक तो फ्लाइंग उधर नहीं होना चाहिए, उसका एम्बियंस अच्छा होना चाहिए। तो जहां जहां हम लोगों ने देखा कि जो 3000 सोसाइटी को नोटिस दिया गया, 3000 सोसाइटी आगे आई, और 3000 सोसाइटी के माध्यम से काम करते समय ध्यान में आया कि जो 1500 सोसाइटी जो थी जिन्होंने जो बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर थे उन्होंने जो इनिशिएटिव लिया, लेने के बाद पता चला कि आस्ते आस्ते हर एक का जो कंपोस्ट प्लांट है वो बंद होना चालू हो गया। तो जो बंद हुआ वो क्यों बंद हो रहे हैं, क्या हो रहे हैं, उसका रिसर्च एक R&D 4-5 साल से हम लोग उसके ऊपर स्टडी करने के बाद में एक 2016 में हम लोगों ने अच्छा एक मॉडल उसके इसमें हम लोग डेवलप किया जिसका नाम था स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम। तो स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम का मतलब है यू हैव टू मेंटेन द एटीएम। व्हाट इज एटीएम? तो एयर टेम्परेचर मॉइस्चर आपको ये करना पड़ेगा, मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा। तो हम कैसे मेंटेन कर सकते हैं? तो बेसिकली इसमें सस्टेनेबल बेसिस के ऊपर जाना चाहिए। अगर मैं मैकेनिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगा देता हूं तो मुझे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लगता है, अगर मैं मैकेनिकल कोई इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगा देता हूं तो ऑटोमेटिकली मुझे उसका इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल आ जाता है, उसको मैन पावर जो ट्रेन मैन पावर उसको लगता है, उसका ब्रेकडाउन उसका प्रॉब्लम को आता है। तो ये सब प्रॉब्लम देखने के बाद में जो जोश रहता है सोसाइटी का और जो मेंटेनेंस जो एजेंसी होता है वो प्रॉम्प्ट उधर न आने की वजह से ऑटोमेटिकली लोग है ना वो पीछे पीछे आते हैं। तो इसीलिए उन्हीं के जो जगह अवेलेबल है, जो समझो सोसाइटी का एक कॉर्नर पोर्शन है या सोसाइटी का गैरेज यार्ड है, गैरेज यार्ड के बाजू में कॉर्नर निकला हुआ है, तो ऐसी जगह पे क्या हम स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम जैसा ये कर सकते हैं क्या? अगर मेरे पास जगह अगर नहीं है, क्या हम पोर्टेबल टेरेस के ऊपर हम लोग यूनिट सेट कर सकते हैं क्या? या अगर जगह उधर भी जगह नहीं है, क्या हम हमारे घर से हम हमारा कचरे का जो जिम्मेदारी है छोटा सा, मेरे घर में अगर 300 ग्राम का कचरा अगर मैं जनरेट करता हूं तो 300 ग्राम जो कचरा जो है उसको कम करने के लिए क्या क्या मैं जिम्मेदारी ले सकता हूं? तो बेसिकली सेग्रीगेशन एट द सोर्स ये जो है इसका मंत्र है। कचरा कम करना है तो कचरा कम करेगा तो कितना कचरा कम कर सकते हैं? तो अगर मेरे घर में अगर 100 ग्राम का अगर या 1 केजी कचरा अगर जमा होता है, निर्माण होता है, तो उसमें से 40% कचरा जो है वो ड्राई वेस्ट है। तो वो 40% जो कचरा जो ड्राई वेस्ट जो है उसको छोड़ने के बाद में, उसको अलग करने के बाद में वो अगर हम ड्राई वेस्ट कलेक्शन सेंटर को देते हैं जो बीएमसी के सिस्टम में अगर ज्वाइन करके देते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिकली हमें क्या मिल जाता है? 60% जो वेट वेस्ट जो हमारे पास बच जाता है। तो 60% वेट वेस्ट जो है उसमें क्या क्या आ जाता है? तो उसमें कुक फूड आता है, नॉन कुक फूड आता है। तो कुक फूड और नॉन कुक फूड या मिक्स फूड उसको कहें, तो अगर हमें कुक फूड को अगर ट्रीट करना है तो बायो कंपोस्टिंग यूनिट होना चाहिए। अगर नॉन कुक फूड को करना है, नेचुरल फूड वेट वेस्ट को अगर ट्रीट करना है तो हम लोग को वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग जा सकते हैं। क्या हम दोनों मॉडल उसको एक ही मॉडल में हम कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? तो ये जो ये था रिसर्च था हमारा, तो उसमें ध्यान में आया कि हम लोग इसके ऊपर काम करें। और काम करते समय मैंने मेरे घर में स्टार्ट विद मैं होम कंपोस्टिंग मॉडल चालू कर दिया। होम कंपोस्टिंग में नॉलेज कुछ नहीं था, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं था, इतना मालूम था कि नेचर टेक्स इट ओन केयर। तो ऑटोमेटिकली हम लोग उसमें हम लोग क्या करते थे, तो जो गीला कचरा था अलग करते थे। और गीला कचरा स्टार्ट विद हम लोग पहला 3 महीना वो गीला कचरे में से नेचुरल जो वेस्ट था वो नेचुरल वेस्ट जो है वो नेचुरल वेस्ट के माध्यम से हम लोग उसको कंपोस्टिंग करना है। तो इसके लिए हम लोग अर्थो उसके लिए यूज किया। एक मिनट, स्क्रीन बोलती है तो प्रेजेंटेशन
स्क्रीन शेयर करायचं
शेयर नहीं हो रहा है
ये
सॉरी। हाँ एक मिनट ना,
स्लाइड्स पे पीपीटी है ना, पेंटाइन में ये
Hello, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we are just attempting to upload the slides.
Yeah, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, is it visible now?
There are multiple windows coming. Window in the window.
Yeah, you are through, sir. Please go ahead.
अभी आप विजिबल है?
Yeah, the
Hello?
slide is visible, sir. The first page of slide is visible.
Yeah. Okay.
The first page
Okay,
of the
sorry,
slide is visible.
सॉरी बीच में बंद हो गया। तो हमने हमारे घर से वो जो वेट वेस्ट जो था उसका हमने कंपोस्टिंग का प्लान चालू किया, और चालू करने के बाद में पता चला कि अर्थवर्म का जो बेसिकली उसका नेचर जो है, जो उसको धार जहाँ मिलता है वहां से वो बाहर निकलता है। पानी अगर कम रहेगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली उसको चिंटी वर लग जाता है। अगर वो अर्थवर्म मर जाता है, उसको मॉइस्चर टेम्परेचर प्रॉपर होना चाहिए। वो ज्यादा पानी अगर हो जाता है तो ऑटोमेटिकली वो पिट से बाहर जाते हैं। ये सब स्टडी करने के बाद में एक मॉडल डेवलप हुआ, और उसके बाद में उसका जो प्रैक्टिकल जो डिफिकल्ट जो था, कंपोस्ट बनने के बाद में हमें वो पूरा का पूरा कंपोस्ट निकालना है, बाद में उसको छानना है, और छानने के बाद में वापस उतना पीरियड जो है, जो ड्राई होने के लिए जो पीरियड लगता है, तो वो 15-20 दिन का जो पीरियड है वैसा ही आपको यूज नहीं कर सकते, महीना भर का पीरियड ज्यादा टोटल। तो अगर हमें 365 डेज अगर मॉडल चाहिए तो कैसे कर सकते हैं? तो हम लोगों ने ये स्मार्ट का कंपोस्ट सिस्टम जो है वो उसमें हम लोगों ने टोटल जो प्रॉब्लम जो थे वो ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने डिजाइन किया। एक मिनट, अरे ओके, तो ये स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम यानी वो वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग, बायो कंपोस्ट सिस्टम एंड ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग के मॉडल है। आगे बोलना, अभी ये जो मॉडल है, ये मॉडल कूपर हॉस्पिटल में हम लोगों ने जो डेवलप किया हुआ है। इस मॉडल में स्पेशली ऐसा जो ये है कि जहां इस मॉडल में कहाँ भी आपको स्टिंकिंग नहीं आता है, कहाँ भी मैगट्स नहीं दिखता है, ना कीड़ा दिखता है, ना कोई फ्लाई न्यूसेंस वहां आता है, या कोई रोडेंट आपको वहां नहीं दिखता है। तो ये जो मॉडल क्या है, तो उसमें अर्थवर्म जो है वो अर्थवर्म को अंदर से पास होने के लिए जो एरोबिक सिस्टम जो हम डेवलप जो करते हैं, वो एरोबिक सिस्टम में अंदर से ग्रू डेवलप किए हुए, और अर्थवर्म को यहाँ एक पीठ से दूसरे पीठ में जाने के लिए टोटल इमरजेंसी एग्जिस्ट पाथ दिया हुआ है। और उसके नीचे जो अर्थवर्म के लिए हम लोग जो वाटरिंग करते हैं, ये जो वाटरिंग जो है वो हमेशा ज्यादा पानी अगर वो हो जाता है तो उसको निकालने के लिए हम नीचे से बॉटम से 5 सेंटीमीटर अबाव ये हम लोगों ने वर्मी वॉश करके ये जो था निकालने के लिए आउटलेट दिया हुआ है। तो बचा हुआ जो पानी जो 5 सेंटीमीटर का जो है वो उनको 8 दिन के लिए स्टोरेज के लिए यूज हो जाता है। तो बेसिकली ये जो मॉडल हम लोगों ने चालू किया था वो क्या था कि लोगों का जो एक्सपीरियंस जो था कि वहां फॉल्ट स्मेल ज्यादा आता था, इंसेक्ट ज्यादा आते थे, लीचर लीकेज ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आता था, वो डे टू डे मैनेजमेंट के लिए उनको मैनपावर अच्छा नहीं मिलता था, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, लैक ऑफ लैंड, ये जो भी प्रॉब्लम जो था, इकोनॉमिकल अनवायबल प्रोजेक्ट होते थे सोसाइटी के लिए। तो उसके लिए ये मॉडल जो है हम लोगों ने वो डेवलप किया हुआ है। और इसका पहला जो मॉडल है वो हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाबा साहेब ठाकरे मेडिकल कॉलेज जो है वो उस मॉडल में उस कैंपस में हम लोगों ने ये मॉडल सेट किया हुआ है। इस मॉडल में अब हम लोग देखेंगे तो ये डिसेंट्रलाइज क्या है, उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था हमारे पास, तो सक्सेसफुल डेमोस्ट्रेट डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड ट्रीटमेंट बेस्ड मैनेजमेंट प्लान होना चाहिए। दूसरा जो था कि इसका यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ लोकल मैन पावर, जो भी लोकल आदमी जो है जो इलिटरेट भी रहेगा तो उनको वो आना चाहिए। और साथ में वहां का अगर हम कम्युनिटी में जाता है, जो स्लम में जाते हैं, तो वहां का जो महिलाओं का जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप जो होता है उस ग्रुप को लेके हम इनको जो ट्रेनिंग के साथ में ये कर सकते हैं क्या, ये दूसरा था। तीसरा जो था कि अगर इसमें से अगर बेस्ट क्वालिटी का जो हमें जो कंपोस्ट हमें मिलता है, इस कंपोस्ट का हम क्या करें, तो वहां से हम लोग उसका इस कंपोस्ट को ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग डेवलप करें ताकि हम लोग गिव बैक टू द नेचर, ये कंसेप्ट यहाँ हम लोग डेवलप कर सकते हैं। इस तरह का ये था। तो इस का मेन जो ये था कंसेप्ट जो था, गिव बैक टू द नेचर। नेचर ने हमें सब कुछ दिया हुआ है, हम नेचर को बैक क्या दे सकते हैं, या इसके ऊपर ये था। अगर इसमें हमने देखा रहेगा तो इसमें क्या था, जो ग्रू है वो डाउनवर्ड ग्रू सिस्टम है, ये चारों डायरेक्शंस में रखे हुए हैं।
उसको शेड ये है, और साथ में एयर टेम्परेचर मॉइस्चर प्रॉपर मेंटेन होने के लिए वो उसका अरेंजमेंट किया हुआ। उसमें 1 फुट का जो हाइट है, जो ग्रीन कलर कोडेड हाइट होता है, वो उस हाइट को परमानेंट वर्मी बेड, और उस वर्मी बेड में या जो अर्थवर्म है उसी को हम लोग कोई भी डिस्टर्ब नहीं करते हैं। एक बेड पूरा होने के बाद उसको वाटर पानी जो भी है हम लोग का खाना बंद कर देते हैं, ऑटोमेटिकली वहां के अर्थवर्म में दूसरे पीट में जाते हैं। तो पहला पीट हमें जो खाली मिलता है उसमें से हम लोग कंपोस्ट निकल सकते हैं। तो इसकी वजह से क्या, गेटेड होने की वजह से रोडेंट कंट्रोल हो जाता है उसको, और कोई प्रॉब्लम, ये पोर्टेबल और इसमें भी कर सकते हैं। ये हमारा मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस का ये मॉडल हम लोगों ने बनाया हुआ है। वहां हमारा 500 केजी का कचरा है, आधा मेट्रिक टन का जो हाफ मेट्रिक टन जो गार्बेज है, जो ग्रीन वेस्ट है, उसको ट्रीट करने के लिए ये मॉडल बनाया हुआ है। अगर इस मॉडल में अगर आप देखेंगे जो ग्रीन के नीचे का कलर दिखता है वो हमारा परमानेंट वर्मी बेड है, और ये जो व्हाइट कलर का जो पोर्शन है उसमें जितना भी आप जो कंपोस्ट तैयार होता है हम लोग निकाल सकते हैं। आप अगर देखेंगे तो इसके साथ में ये जो होल दिखते हैं वो इमरजेंसी एग्जिट, अगर जो वेस्ट आप लोग जो फ्लावर हो या फ्रूट हो या वेजिटेबल जो भी हम लोग ग्रीन वेस्ट डालते हैं, नेचुरल वेस्ट डालते हैं, उसका अगर कैलोरिक वैल्यू, फॉर एग्जाम्पल समझो हम लोगों ने गैबेज डाल दिया, गोभी डाल दिया या फ्लावर डाल दिया, तो उसका कैलोरिक वैल्यू ज्यादा होने की वजह से अर्थवर्म को हीट की वजह से तकलीफ होता है। तो एट दैट टाइम अर्थवर्म कैन मूव फ्रॉम दिस चैनल एंड ये गेटवे से दूसरा कंपार्टमेंट में वो जा सकता है। इस तरह का उसका मॉडल डेवलप किया हुआ है। इसमें भी आप देख सकते हैं, ये कूपर मॉडल है। कूपर मॉडल में आप देख सकते हैं ये डायरेक्ट गेटवे, यहाँ से डायरेक्ट वो क्राउलिंग नेचर उनका होने की वजह से अर्थवर्म का वो वहां से डायरेक्ट दूसरे गेट में वो जा सकते हैं। तीसरा ये डिजाइन, इनर डिजाइन जो हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, वो उसके बारे में ये पूरा जो दिखता है ये उसका गेटवे बनाया हुआ है। ये गेटवे के साथ में जॉइंट होल जो है, ये जो होल में से एरिएशन जो हॉरिजॉन्टल वर्टिकल जो भी है एरिएशन प्रॉपर हो जाता है। उसमें 2.5 फुट का हाइट होने के नेचुरल वेंटिलेशन उसको प्रॉपर मिल जाता है, और उसका एयर टेम्परेचर जो है वो मॉइस्चर है वो प्रॉपर उसको मेंटेन हो जाता है। ये जो मॉडल जो था इसको बोलते हैं होम कंपोस्टिंग मॉडल, जो आस्था होम कंपोस्टिंग मॉडल, ये हमने डेवलप किया हुआ है। ये डेवलप करने के बाद में हमारा एक आस्था महिला बचत जो गट करके जो महिलाओं का जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है जो बीएमसी ने क्रिएट किया हुआ बचत गट है, उनके माध्यम से हम लोगों ने इसको डेवलप किया हुआ है। और ये जो मॉडल है सक्सेस होने के बाद में पूरा मुंबई शहर में जितने भी हमारे बीएमसी के ऑफिसर है इनको हम लोग ने होम कंपोस्टिंग का ट्रेनिंग दिया हुआ है। इनको हम लोगों ने वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग, बायो कंपोस्टिंग का ट्रेनिंग दिया हुआ है। और साथ में इस मॉडल को इतना पॉपुलर हो गया कि गवर्नर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र हमारे कोश्यारी साहब है, उनसे जब हम लोग इसके बारे में डिस्कस किया, उनको जब ये सब कुछ बताया तो उन्होंने हैप्पीली वो उन्होंने अपने बंगलों के लिए, स्पेशली राजभवन के लिए उन्होंने ये अर्थम का ये जो बायो कंपोस्टिंग जो ये होम कंपोस्टिंग किट है उन्होंने ये लिया। और ये जो हमारा जो कंसेप्ट है वो अभी पैटर्नाइज हो गया है। जो महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट उसका जीआर निकाला पूरा ऑल ओवर महाराष्ट्र में 35 एरियाज में यानी ऑल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में ये प्लांट चालू हो गया। ये हमारा प्लान जिनके पास जगह नहीं है, जो मुंबई शहर है जगह नहीं है, उनके पास उनके लिए ये पोर्टेबल यूनिट बनाया हुआ है। ये अर्थम कंपोस्टिंग है, ये बायो कंपोस्टिंग यूनिट है। उसका जो कंपोस्ट बनने के बाद निकालना कैसा क्या करना है इसके लिए एकदम इजी एक्सेसिबल उसको दिया हुआ है। इस तरह से ये हम लोग श्री आस्था महिला बचत गट जो है उनके माध्यम से लोगों को हम लोग ट्रेन करते हैं। श्री आस्था महिला बचत गट जो है उनको अभी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने एज ए कंसल्टेंट के रूप में उनको अपॉइंट कर दिया है। वो अभी मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी के कंसल्टेंट है और हमारे मुंबई महापालिका के स्वच्छ भारत के एम्बेसडर बन चुके हैं। अभी ये जो प्लांट दिखते हैं ये कुपर हॉस्पिटल में ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग प्लांट है। आप अगर इसमें देखेंगे ये जितने भी फूड लगे हुए हैं, अलग अलग रिसर्चर्स आते हैं, ऑफिसर्स आते हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स आते हैं, टॉप ब्यूरोक्रेट्स आते हैं, सब लोग ऑल ओवर इंडिया से खाली नहीं है तो अब्रॉड से भी लोग आते हैं और ये सब लाइव देख के एकदम इंस्पायर हो जाते हैं। क्योंकि ये जितना भी फ्रूट है ये सब गिव बैक टू द नेचर। ये इसका जो फ्रूट है वो झाड़ पे ही रहते हैं, वो पकड़ने के बाद में उसको जो पंछी आते हैं, पंछी खाते हैं, सब कुछ होता है। तो यहाँ का अगर आप देखेंगे तो बायोडाइवर्सिटी अच्छा मिलता है वहाँ, और यहाँ का फ्लोरा फाउना अगर आप देखेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा उसमें डेवलप हो चुका है। इसमें आप देखेंगे ये बनानास है, बनानास भी वैसे हम छोड़े जाते हैं तो बनानास भी वैसे पक्के हो जाते हैं, लाल मिर्ची वगैरह सब कुछ जो आप देखेंगे ये सब कुछ है। ये काजू मोस्टली कोकण में देखा जाता है, लेकिन हमारे प्लांट में मुंबई शहर में आपको ये काजू का प्लांट भी देखने को मिलेगा, टोमेटो लगा हुआ मिलेंगे आपको सब कुछ।
पाइनएप्पल देखने को मिलेगा। ये जो स्पेशल मॉडल है ये हम स्लम में यूज करते हैं। बेसिकली राठौड़ सर ने अभी अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में कहा था कि जो जू में स्लम्स में काम चालू है, तो हमारा स्वच्छ मुंबई प्रौद्योगिकी अभियान नाम का एक हमारा स्कीम है मुंबई महापालिका का, जिसमें हम लोग लोकल जो कम्युनिटी होता है उनमें से ईओआई एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से जो लोकल जो सीबीओस होता है उनको हम लोग इनवाइट करते हैं और उनको लॉटरी सिस्टम के माध्यम से हम लोग उनकी जिम्मेदारी कि आपकी बस्ती की जिम्मेदारी आपको लेना है और इस बस्ती के माध्यम से, इस योजना के माध्यम से आपकी बस्ती को स्वच्छ और सुंदर रखना है। तो उसके लिए अगर जो मटेरियल लगता है या जुटा क्या बोलते हैं आपको फावड़ा घमेला या डब्बा जो भी लगता है, उसके लिए जो भी आपको खर्चा आता है उसमें से थोड़ा मैचिंग ग्रांट जो है वो बीएमसी उसको शेयर करता है, ताकि 750 पॉपुलेशन के पीछे हम लोग उनको 6,000 रुपया एक मैचिंग ग्रांट के हिसाब से देते हैं और लोगों से ये जो सीबीओज है वो 20 रुपया कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन निकालते हैं। उनके जो वॉलंटियर्स होते हैं लोकल जो है उनके माध्यम से वो उसका एरिया का पूरा गार्बेज लोगों को अवेयरनेस जो आईसी एक्टिविटी है कि कचरे के डब्बे में कचरा डालना है, बहुत सी जगह पे नाले में या समुद्र में इधर उधर जो कचरा फेंकते हैं वो कचरा एट सोर्स कलेक्ट करने का काम जो है जो संस्था लोकल होती है वो संस्था लोगों को एजुकेट करके वो जमा करती है और वो कचरा जो है बीएमसी का जो लॉ है अंडर सेक्शन 365 368 जो है उसमें जो जनरेटर है वेस्ट जनरेटर जो है उन्होंने जहां बीएमसी कहता है वहां उन्होंने कचरा लाके देना है। तो हमारा जो कलेक्शन स्पॉट है, जो कलेक्शन व्हीकल है, वहां ये जो वेस्ट लाके देने का काम जो है ये संस्था के माध्यम से होना एक्सपेक्टेड है। लेकिन इसमें जो एक एडवांटेज ऐसा है कि इस एरिया में ये जो हम लोग फोटो देख रहे हैं ये कांदिवली का रगड़ापाड़ा एरिया है। इस एरिया में इन लोगों का घर का कचरा सूखा गीला अलग अलग ये लोग करते हैं और जो गीला कचरा जो है वो गीला कचरा का ये दड़वी पैटर्न स्मार्ट कंपोस्ट सिस्टम का छोटा सा यूनिट उन्होंने डेवलप किया हुआ है और उस बस्ती का 500 घर का कचरा जो है वो घर का कचरे का पूरा कंपोस्टिंग वहां वो लोग करते हैं। इसके वजह से वहां डेवलप होने वाला जो कंपोस्ट है वो कंपोस्ट वही बस्ती के लोगों को उसके पौधा जो भी तुलसी विलसी जो लगाते हैं उसके लिए वो लोग गिफ्ट के रूप में देते हैं। हर घर से 20 रुपया कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन वो निकालते हैं ताकि वो सर्विस जो भी वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं उनके वॉलंटियर के माध्यम से उनको ऑनरियम के साथ में देते हैं। वहां के जो टॉयलेट फैसिलिटीज है जो भी है वो क्लीन रखना मेंटेन करना ये वही लोग करते हैं। उनको इंटरवेंशन के लिए जो है लोकल एनजीओज वगैरह जो भी रहेगा या हमारे जो ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके साथ में जाते हैं, उनको इंटरवेंट करते हैं, उनको गाइड करते हैं, उनको स्ट्रेंथनिंग करते हैं, इंपावर करते हैं। तो इस तरह का ये मॉडल जो है ये स्वच्छ मुंबई प्रौद्योगिकी अभियान के माध्यम से पूरा मुंबई शहर में चालू है। मुंबई की सभी बस्ती में आप अगर देखेंगे तो इस मॉडल अभी 10,000 यूनिट्स एरिया में, यानी एक यूनिट एरिया का मतलब है 150 फैमिलीज, इसका मतलब 1 यूनिट होता है। तो ऐसे 10,000 यूनिट एरिया में इस स्वच्छ मुंबई प्रौद्योगिकी अभियान का काम चालू है और इस योजना इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए 850 जो सीपीओ कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो है वो इसमें मुंबई महापालिका के साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके वजह से मिनिमम आप देखेंगे तो 75 लाख पॉपुलेशन जो है अंदाजे इतना एवरेज जो है एरिया जो है टोटल जो मेंटेन जो है इस स्वच्छ मुंबई प्रौद्योगिकी ये स्कीम के माध्यम से स्लम एडॉप्शन किया जाता है या इस तरह का ये मॉडल यहाँ है। या आप देख सकते हैं ये जो कार्यकर्ता जो है ये श्री आस्था महिला बचत गढ़ है जिन्होंने इस मॉडल को आगे लेके सक्सेस किया, जीरो गार्बेज मॉडल बनाया। मुंबई का फर्स्ट मॉडल है जिसमें टोटल गार्बेज का जीरो गार्बेज, जो ड्राई वेस्ट आता है वो सॉर्टिंग होता है, वो रैक को देता है, बचा हुआ जो रिजेक्टेड वेस्ट है वो हमारे ड्राई वेस्ट कलेक्शन सेंटर को आते हैं और ड्राई वेस्ट कलेक्शन से वापस उसको सेकेंडरी सेग्रीगेशन उसका होता है और वो जो रिसाइकल इंडस्ट्री को वापस जाता है और जो वेट वेस्ट है उसका पूरा कंपोस्टिंग उस बस्ती में होता है। और इसमें लोगों का जो पार्टिसिपेशन है 98% पार्टिसिपेशन जो कंट्रीब्यूशन के माध्यम से लोग देते हैं और 100% जो लोगों का यहाँ अच्छी तरह से सहभाग इसमें हमें मिलता है। तो नाउ दिस इज द रोल मॉडल फॉर ऑल ओवर मुंबई और इंडिया के लिए। इंडिया से बहुत से लोग अभी आके इसको देखते हैं। और ये दूसरा आप देखते हैं कि जैसे वो सी पोल्यूशन रोकना है तो निर्माल्य जो है घर में जो फूल हम लोग भगवान के ऊपर चढ़ाते हैं या गणपति उत्सव फेस्टिवल जो होते हैं, फेस्टिवल में जो फ्लावर आते हैं, जो फ्लावर को हम लोग जो एक स्पिरिचुअल रिचुअल के हिसाब से देखते हैं इसको कहाँ ये करना है, भगवान के ऊपर चढ़ाया हुआ है तो ये जाके नदी में नाले नदी में या आपका समुद्र में जाके बहुत से लोग छोड़ते हैं। तो उसको साइकोलॉजी ध्यान में रखते हुए मुंबई महापालिका से हम लोगों ने एक निर्माल्य कलश कंसेप्ट हम लोगों ने 1970 में लॉन्च किया और इस माध्यम से पूरा मुंबई शहर का जो निर्माल्य ये कलेक्ट किया जाता है और इस निर्माल्य को बाद में कंपोस्ट किया जाता है। तो इस तरह का ये मॉडल है, ये सक्सेसफुल मॉडल हमें या इसमें हमको देखने को मिला। तो ये जो भी है, ये जो आप मॉडल देखते हैं इसमें, ये जो होम कंपोस्टिंग मेरे घर का मॉडल है। मेरे घर का पूरा जो सब्जी हो, खाना वो जो भी है, वेज हो नॉन वेज, सब कचरे का, हाँ मेरे घर का कचरा जो है उसको हम जीरो गार्बेज मेरे घर में करते हैं। इस तरह के चार्ली बिगिंस फ्रॉम होम। तो अगर मैं मेरे घर में अगर मेरी जिम्मेदारी का लेता हूँ, छोटा सा द बिट बोलते हैं, छोटा सा मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन मेरे देश के लिए क्या है, तो मैं प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग नहीं लेता हूँ, ये मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन मेरे देश के लिए। मेरे घर का कचरा जो है उसको कंपोस्टिंग करता हूँ, ये छोटा सा कंट्रीब्यूशन मेरा देश के लिए, नेचर सेव करने के लिए। इस तरह से अगर आदमी अगर इस अमृत महोत्सव जो है भारत देश का, हमारा जो इसका इंडिया का जो है, अगर सब लोग मिलकर अगर तय करते हैं कि अमृत महोत्सव में हम लोग प्रण करते हैं कि हम सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक को हम लोग यूज नहीं करेंगे और हमारा कचरा जो है घर में सूखा गीला हजार्डस वेस्ट इसमें हम बाइफरकेट करेंगे, और हम लोग ये करते समय हमारा गीला कचरा जो है उसका हम कंपोस्ट करेंगे, और ड्राई वेस्ट है हम रैक पिकर्स को या रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्री को वापस जाने के लिए हम प्रयास करेंगे, तो ऑटोमेटिकली हम हमारा देश को एक अलग लेवल पे लेके जा सकते हैं। या ऐसा मेरा खुद का मानना है। पानी को भी थोड़ा सा, पानी बचत करने के लिए हम लोग को थोड़ा सा अगर एक स्टेप आगे आते हैं, अगर बिजली को थोड़ा सा कम करने के लिए या उसको सेव करने अगर आते हैं, या स्पीडिंग कहाँ भी नहीं करूंगा, या मैं कचरा कहाँ भी पब्लिक स्पेस में नहीं डालूंगा, अगर इस तरह से अगर हम लोग अगर आज प्रतिज्ञा करते हैं ये स्वर्ण या अमृत महोत्सव के निमित्त से, तो हम लोग हर घर तिरंगा का जो कंसेप्ट लेके जा रहे हैं 15 अभी अगस्त को, तो उसमें इसके साथ में अगर जोड़ देते तो ऑटोमेटिकली हमारा देश, हमारा जो प्राइड जो है हमारे लिए तो तिरंगा, तो इसके साथ में हम लोग एक अच्छा जीवन हम लोग बिता सकते हैं और सब लोगों को हम लोग खुश देख सकते, सुखी देख सकते हैं। इसी के साथ में मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया बोलने के लिए, इसके लिए वेरी थैंक यू सो मच। नमस्कार। हेलो हेलो
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah,
thank you so much, sir, for this very, very captivating talk, and your dedication is really so inspiring. We can replicate these models in every nook and corner of the country. Thank you so much for your time to be here and give the talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker, hello.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. So our next speaker is Dr. Sunil Agrahari, Senior Research Scientist, Reliance India Limited. Welcome you, sir. Is sir
Thank you,
there?
ma'am. Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see me, ma'am?
Dr. Sun, I am not able to see. Maybe.
So I have switched on my camera.
Are you able to see, sir? I mean, it's not in the. Yes, we can see you, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
So Dr. Sunil Agrihari is working as Senior Research Scientist at Reliance Industries for past 10 years. He has done his PhD in Analytical Chemistry from University of Mumbai. He has extensive research experience in the field of solar cells. He has several publications in his name. His topic for today's presentation is recycling of waste polymer or polyesters. We welcome you, sir. I hand over the mic to you now. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I'll share my presentation and then we can start.
I know, sir, you have been waiting for long. We are
No, it's okay. No, it's okay, ma'am.
actually going
I
behind
thought,
the schedule. So I would kindly request you if you can, if you can give the talk for 15 minutes, 50 to 20 minutes max, so that we can have some question answer sessions also if possible.
Sure,
Thank you so much.
we'll do that. We'll do that.
You require any help, sir, to share the screen? Please click on that plus icon, share in the bottom. Click upon that. Yeah, it is there. It has gone.
Can the technical person or the coordinators guide, please?
No, he shared it again. He again cancelled it. I don't know.
So you will have a share icon.
Can you see this presentation now?
Yeah, it is there. It is there. It is there.
Is it visible now?
It is.
Not to me. Not to me. I
No,
still
sir, no.
cannot see the.
Yes, it is coming now.
Yes, I think it is
Plastic
coming.
materials and its waste recycling process.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Now it is visible. Yes.
Oh, great.
Please carry on, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon to all. It was like previous, to my talk, all the lectures was very interesting. I enjoyed this Dr. Dalvi lecture, Dr. Surendra lecture and all. Really, they are talking very in details about issues of this plastic material in the environment, and this is very much concerned. So to take it up further, I will talk about this plastic materials and its waste recycling processes. How one can do that. So good afternoon to all once again. And then before going details about this talk, as per my company protocol, I have to speak, about few slides about my Reliance Industries Limited background, and then I'll take to this technical presentation. So this is a disclaimer. If any statement, opinion, prediction, or comment made by me, that will be my own, and in no way RIL attracts any liability on that. So as you all know that Reliance is the Indian-based company, and we are in the diversified areas. You all know that. So Reliance logo is made in India, made for India, and made by Indians. So which has always aligned its business with the national goals and priorities for making India self-reliant, strong, and prosperous. So with this, Reliance has built three new mega growth engines in a single decade. As you all know, that is Jio is like a digital platform where we have, as of now, more than 400 million subscribers in a single country outside China. We are in the Reliance retail, we are serving the society, more than 156 million customers as per data available by 2021, and we have more than 12,700 plus stores across the India. And in oil to chemical business, I'll take this pointer. In oil to business chemicals, yes, we are in diversified area. I will take you, in which areas we are in oil to chemicals. So we are supplying petrochemicals to diversified end use industries, manufacturing essential industrial and consumer goods, including this polymers, polyester for different uses. So Reliance is in a robust portfolio catering to growing consumption markets. So we are in different segments, including like fuels, polymers, elastomers, aromatics, fibers, intermediates, and polyester. So fuels, we are the kind of fuel we are making like gas oil, gasoline, then aviation turbine fuel. Then different types of polymers we used to make for different applications like polyethylene, polypropylene, SDP, LLDP, polyvinyl chloride for different application, as Dr. Dalvi and Dr. Surendra has mentioned about this uses of different kind plastic material that is being used in the household and in the market. So those are made up from this polythene terephthalate and polypropylene the bottles and all. And we are in elastomer business also, where we make this PBR, polybutyl rubber, styrene butyl rubber for tire application and automobiles industry. We are also in aromatic and fiber business. Like we used to make it like PTA, that is purified tetraphthalic acid, ethylene oxide, paraxylene for different application polyester, like stable fiber, fiber yarn, polyethylene terephthalate, those kind of material for textile apparel industries and jewelries also. So Reliance is the only company globally with integration from oil to polymers, chemicals, polyester, and elastomers. So with this brief overview about this Reliance Industries Limited, I will start with my main presentation, which is on recycling plastic materials and its waste recycling processes. So this is the outline of the presentation, where I will be going to talk about introduction about plastic, then source and types of plastic waste from which it is getting generated into the environment or near to society. Then I will be talking here about the classification of different technology by which one can do the recycling. That is very much important nowadays across the globe, not in India but across the globe is very much concerned. So during the recycling, different challenges are there, as already Dr. Dalvi and other team member had described about those challenges. But doing challenges there, but at the same time there are several advantages while doing the recycling. So those things I will also going to cover in this presentation. And then I will talk about like chemically how one can do the recycling to get valuable products out of from waste. So from waste to wealth, how we can make it. So those kind of things I would like to discuss. And also at last I will going to talk about like what the research opportunity for a research scientist who can take as a project to make different technology or process, so that this waste material can be recycled to get valuable products out of that. So before going to details about those recycling process, I would like to discuss about the plastic. So as you all know that plastic is comes from the Greek words plastikos, means fit for molding, and plastos means molded. So this term plastic refers to a material ductility during manufacture. So if you see the property of plastic material, it is a several property like lightweight, anti-corrosive in nature, good insulation property, low thermal conductivity, and so on. So because of those good property, you can shape or cast the plastic material in different products that can be utilized in our day-to-day activity. So basically, this plastic material are two types. One is like thermoplastic and thermosetting. So thermoplastic material is the only material that can be recycled. This thermosetting materials we cannot recycle, because when we are heating up this waste material consisting of thermosetting, it form cross-linked. So one cannot do the recycling to get a new product out of that one. But yes, for thermoplastic material like polyethylene, polypropylene, polyethylene terephthalate, polystyrene, PVC, those materials we can recycle very easily without any issues. So generally the thermosetting waste material goes for like incineration in the thermal power plant or into the cement industry, where we can get very high calorific value. So those things also I'd like to highlight here. So if you see the world plastic production, which is going on increasing day by day, because the kind of product we are making out of this plastic material, I mean there's no limit, and each and everything we are making using this plastic material. So that is why this consumption is also goes on increasing. So that is why the demand is also tremendously increasing in these segments. So if you see here 2002, the plastic production was around 200 million metric tons. In 2018 it becomes around more than 300 million metric tons, but which is expected by 2025 it will reach around 500 million metric tons. So there is an alarming situation here. It means the way we are using it, and we don't have proper management. I know we are trying to do several things to minimize this waste generation into the environment. So if you see the usage of this plastic material, once we'll make it, then it goes for different application, like in the packaging industry, textile industry, consumer and institutional products, transportation, electrical and electronics. So these are like amount of this plastic material utilized in different segments. So if it is not properly handled, the way Dr. Dalvi and the team member mentioned, then it goes to the environment near to your houses or into the ocean or the lakes or creeks, and it may impact overall ecosystem and environment problem. And as per the data available in the literature, these are the country who are producing huge quantity of this plastic waste material. So China is the number one as per data available in the literature. In 2016, around 61 million metric tons they have produced, followed by US. India is also not behind. India has also generated around 3.5 million metric tons this plastic waste as per data available 2020 reference. So here you can see that in the right hand side, if it is not properly handled, then it goes to the like lakes or nearby your houses, or like it is pile up. Like I mean the kind of the amount of plastic material we are using, and we don't have that much knowledge how to handle it, because there are several types of plastic material are there. So like this thermoplastic and thermosetting. So because of lack of awareness, people mix all together plastic in a single bag, and then they are throwing outside of his house or society. So those are the issues. So these are the like source and types of plastic waste material. So very briefly, I would like to discuss here like how this plastic waste is getting generated. So there are two ways. One is like pre-consumer plastic waste. Generally, this pre-consumer plastic waste, generally when we are manufacturing this plastic resin or chips to make product out of that, so there are also huge quantity of this plastic waste material getting generated, or during the formation of this product out of this resin or chips through injection molding to make different products. So some of the product has defects or edges, so that is also called the plastic waste. But good thing is that this pre-consumer plastic waste is very easily recyclable because it is not much contaminated as compared to this post-consumer plastic waste. Because once it goes to the market, yes, people start storing like oil, grease, or anything into that like solid material, liquid material, and it may very difficult to segregate those things as compared to this pre-consumer plastic waste. This post-consumer plastic waste that can come from like industrial or agricultural source or commercial plastic waste, as Dr. Dalvi mentioned, that like this vegetables wala or like food vendors or even restaurant, tourist attraction, trains, everywhere they serve the things or like fruits or anything in the plastic bags, and people don't care, they just throw it from the train or from their houses outside their premises. So that contaminate your locality or like ecosystem and environment. So one has to not do like this way throwing into the environment. So that is why a lot of research work and people giving awareness to the society or to the environment, like you to properly handle those waste material. So when the literature was done, by different databases, including Science Direct, Scoopus Web of Science, by keeping different keywords like plastic recycling, so many processes are reported into the literature. So the techniques are like pyrolysis, gasification, hydrocracking, incineration, glycolysis, and Scopus itself, around 3,000 reports are there. Like people are trying to develop a cost-effective feasible process which can be utilized to make valuable products out of this waste material. And Web of Science showing around 2,600 reports. Research article where people are trying to develop catalyst process, then technology kind of things of different processes, so that this from waste to they can make wealth in terms of producing new product out of that one. So if you see the classification of different technology by which one can do the recycling, so there are many ways by which one can do the recycling. One is like primary recycling, and the second one is secondary recycling, tertiary recycling, and quaternary recycling. Generally, these four types of recycling process are very easily to recycle as compared to this degradation process, and this is fast as compared to this one. Primary recycling, generally, a similar kind of product you can make from this primary recycling process. But in case of secondary recycling, it involves multiple steps, like collection of plastic waste material, then you have to do sorting, cleaning, then shred it, then melt it, then you make the extrude out of that, and then from there you can make a new product that is called secondary or mechanical recycling process as well. Tertiary recycling, this is also called resource recovery. It is further subclassified into thermolysis and chemolysis. Thermolysis, the name itself says that in terms of heat, means you have to degrade or like depolymerize this plastic waste material and in inert atmosphere at high temperature around 400 to 600 degrees Celsius to get some valuable products out of that. And in gasification also you have to give some slight oxygen so that your waste material will decompose and convert it to some like gasoline kind of product. Chemolysis means chemicals like some solvent or catalyst is required to depolymerize your waste polyester or polymer to get like new secondary product, and from that you can make different kind of end product application that can utilized by the society. So these are like different processes by which one can do the recycling. Degradation process, where biodegradation, the one Dr. Dalvi was talking, like how this bacteria or like earthworm degrade plastic material and convert into CO2 and water, and this composite manure or fertilizer kind of things that can goes for into the farming things or like gardening and all. So, but problem is that this process is very slow as compared to these processes. So, other way is like, to degrade this plastic waste is like oxo-biodegradation, means you have to expose with sunlight, or like mechanochemical degradation, thermodegradation, and once this tiny particles of this plastic waste will form, then you have to expose it in biodegradation to convert again CO2 and water. So this is the environment friendly process, you can say that, but problem is that this is very slow as compared to these one. So this quaternary recycling generally nowadays, this ACC cement and this thermal power plant use a huge quantity of this waste material, which is not getting segregated very easily. So straightway they just incinerate it, because this plastic material has very good calorific value. So as per one report, across the globe, I'm talking, less than 20% plastic waste material getting recycled, and more than 80% goes for either incineration or in the landfilling. So that is why it is very serious concern towards society and the environment, while sending or disposing of those kind of plastic material. So that is why government has put ban for different kinds of plastic material not to use, because the straight weight goes to the environment if it is not properly handled. So as I mentioned, like several challenges are there while doing the recycling, solving these quality issues, because once this end product is made out of this plastic material, people use different types of antioxidant, pigments, stabilizers, fillers, and so on, so to make attractive this plastic material. And then, as I mentioned, this lack of awareness. People used to mix all together thermoplastic and thermosettings plastic. Then it goes to the kabadi wala or like rag pickers, when he will going to pick those materials nearby your houses or the creeks or the sea, he won't be able to segregate because he doesn't know, because he's having lack of knowledge in that area. Because of that, meeting virgin specifications is very difficult because of all sorts of mixing plastic material. Of course, there will be air emission in the form of dust or water when we are cleaning before recycling of those plastic materials. So huge quantity of waste water is also getting generated that may contaminate your environment. And also, as you know, that this plastic material is very lightweight material, so transporting from one place to another place, that is also a big challenge. The person who is going to recycle, the cost become very high, so that is also very challengeable. And as I mentioned, cleaning, because while cleaning we use different types of soap, detergent to take it out dust particle from there. And when we are incinerate it, heavy metals is also going to generate in form of ash when we are burning or incinerate this plastic waste material. So here the waste disposal management system in India is yet to be organized, as I mentioned. And as Dr. Dalvi and team, our Mumbai Municipal Corporation is taking a lot of effort how to dispose of in the proper way. That is really salute to them in that way they are doing it. So advantages, if you see about the recycling, so definitely there is a lot of advantages while doing the recycling. One can reduce the CO2 emission, around 1.4 tons CO2 emission if you do the recycling of 1 ton of polythene terephthalate or polymer as compared to the virgin process. Then you can make different products like polyester, rented yarn, then staple fiber, fully drawn yarn, industrial drawn yarn, polyester fiber fill, and so on. So then oil equivalence means you can save around 4 barrels of oil as compared to this virgin process when you are recycling this PET or polymer through these different recycling processes that I will going to talk about in the coming slides. And this is green technology. Of course, if you do the recycling, you will going to minimize the waste into the environment. Potential value, of course, there would be a lot of money in that if you do the recycling. And at the same time, we will going to increase the employment to the society, public awareness, sustainability, green appeal. These are the advantages while doing the recycling. And as per one report, the polyester fiber market was valued around 8.8 billion in 2019, and which is expected to reach around 10 billion by the end of 2026. In India also, we have a very good market while doing the recycling. Many companies are there, so that I will discuss in the coming slides. So around 3,000 to 4,000 crore rupees per annum business is there while doing the recycling of this waste polyester. So these are like major companies who are doing the recycling, like Norwich Plastics, Canada, Garbo, Kempet in Italy, United Plastic Recycling in USA, Japlin in Japan. So like many companies, some of them I have compiled over here from the literature. And in India also many companies are coming up. More than 7,000 companies are reported who with a small and big industry where they are doing the recycling. But majority of them are doing the mechanical recycling. Very few companies are there who are doing the chemical recycling because it's required, good expertise, good analyst. Capex cost will be very high as compared to like mechanical recycling, because mechanical recycling is very easy to do the recycling as compared to the chemical recycling. So some of them are like Century Polymers, Ganesha Ecosphere. They are in the UP, Kanpur, where they are doing these PET bottles. They shred it, melt it, they make polyester out of this from polyester waste bottle. Ashirvad Industries, Polygenta Technology, this is in Nashik, Maharashtra, where they are taking both colorless as well as color bottles, both, and they have process, to make it colorless product out of their technology. So this is the innovative process they have. And Reliance is also involved both in mechanical as well as in the chemical recycling process. There are many more in India. We'll have taken only a few of them who are very actively involved in the recycling process. So there are several ways by which one can do the recycling, like primary recycling, which I've already discussed in the previous slides. Then secondary recycling, that is called mechanical recycling process. Tertiary, quaternary recycling. But among these recycling processes, secondary and tertiary recycling is most widely considered process because you can get a secondary product out of that I will going to discuss. So some of them are like alcoholysis, hydrolysis, aminolysis, ammonolysis, and glycolysis. So depending upon the process condition and the solvent is being utilized for the depolymerization of your base polyester, you will be going to get different types of secondary material that from there again you can make another product that I will going to discuss. So this is a primary recycling process of base polyester. So this is also called closed loop recycling process, but this is not that much famous because of it's required uncontaminated scrap. And from PET bottles to like PET bottles, those kind of material you can make it. So it is not become that much popular as compared to like chemical recycling and mechanical recycling. So the secondary recycling, that is also called mechanical recycling, as I discussed. So this generally rag pickers collect this waste material or like polymer or polyester nearby our houses, creeks or sea, and then they used to sell it to kabadi wala at very low cost, around 10 to 12 rupees. And then what kabadi wala do, because they know which are polyethylene, terephthalate, and which are sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you. We'll request you to kindly conclude in few minutes.
I'll do that. Yes.
Also.
Yeah, so
Thank
like
you,
that, this plastic material is sent to this recycling processes. They do shredding, then they do several steps washing, to remove those dust particle before they used to make it different types of product that you get in the market, flower pot, the one we are using at our home, that is also made from this secondary recycling processes. Then chemical recycling process, as I mentioned, different reagents can be used under different condition to get different types of product like dimethyl terephthalate, and from there that material you can make in the polyester to make another set of the product that can goes for end application. Like in hydrolysis, acid hydrolysis, alkaline hydrolysis, to get terephthalic acid, and from there you can make another product. Generally it is used as a plasticizer such as dioctyl phthalate or dibutyl terephthalate for different application in the research industry. So in aminolysis, you can take primary or secondary amine to degrade this your waste polyester to make bis hydroxyethyl terephthalamide, and from this product you can used as intermediate to make different types of products. So these are like operating condition here, like 20 to 100 degrees Celsius, and you can take any organometallic complexes that can degrade or depolymerize your plastic waste material to make different sets of product. This ammonolysis, ammonia can be used to degrade your polyester to make terephthalamide, and that can goes for this high modulus fiber caliber application. So this is glycolysis process where you can take glycol, ethylene glycol, polyethylene glycol, diethylene glycol, or triethylene glycol under this condition to make bis hydroxyethyl terephthalamide. From there you can make another set of polyester. So these are the different processes are reported or people are practicing also. So in Reliance also we are doing this glycolysis process where we are making this bis hydroxyethyl terephthalamide, and from there we make another set of polyester that goes for different application. So there are different challenges also while doing the recycling process by chemical way. In some of the technology, it's having long reaction times, low yields, severe condition, as I mentioned, like temperature and pressure. So people are trying to develop a efficient, sustainable, environment-friendly process so that anybody can form the develop the technology or set up the plant to recycle those type of material. So a lot of opportunities are there as a research scientist across the globe, universities or in the industry, to develop highly selective catalysts that can be recovered very easily and reused further, heterogenize the catalyst. Ultrasound processes are there to degrade or to depolymer the polyester, and a lot of research work is going on in the area of nanotechnology and solution depolymerization and all. So several companies are come up to utilize this recycled material in their product, like a big company like Mars, Huhtamaki, Sabic, Ferrero and Nestle. These are the companies, they have taken the place, and even they have started using recycled material in their product. So finally, I will summarize my talk. So the summary about this presentation was like recycling of polyester waste definitely helps in decreasing the manufacturing of virgin polyester, and also decreases the amount of waste polythene sulfate bottle that goes into the landfill each year. So India produced around 35 lakh tons waste plastic in 2019 to 2020. So as I mentioned, many challenges are there while doing the recycling, and also various catalyst development activities are ongoing by different researchers across the globe to get higher selectivity towards this hydroxyethylamide, so that from that they can make another type of polyester. So these are the overview about how one can do the recycling. So finally, I would like to acknowledge my management, like Reliance Industries Limited, who have given me permission to present this literature in front of you. And I'm also thankful to ICS-2022 and Professor Gaddi sir, who had given me this opportunity to present this literature in front of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Agrihari. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk, and my and our apologies for hurrying it up. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so
now
much.
Thank you. Now we will have our concluding talk by Dr. Diksha Dave, who is working as Assistant Professor, Environmental Studies, Science of Interdisciplinary and Transdisciplinary Studies, IGNOU. She is MSc Gold Medalist and PhD Environmental Sciences from ML Sukhadia University, Udaipur. She has a rich experience of more than 15 years of teaching and research in environmental studies. She has authored several textbooks on environmental studies published by reputed publishers. She has also participated and presented her research work in several national and international seminars and conferences. She was awarded for Best Oral Presentation Award in the SARS countries organized by Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur and University of Mumbai in 2017. She is also the recipient of Commonwealth of Learning Fellowship for participation at 31st Conference on Open University for Inclusive and Equitable Quality Education held at Yogyakarta, Indonesia in 2017. She is invited as a speaker in various conferences, seminars, and workshops. Her recent publication is Solid Waste Management in Indian Context for the Encyclopedia of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, which has been published by Springer. Today's topic of her talk is Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development. With this, I welcome Dr. Diksha, and I would request her to take the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Archana Rathaji, for that very nice introduction. It is my pleasure to be here on the international conference, which has been organized on a very pertinent topic and sustainability, integrated and scientific approach. So that is the need of the hour. I would just like to share my presentation, and after that, I think I'll begin with
Dr.
it.
Diksha, sorry to interrupt. Like I've been requesting most speakers, I would request you if
I
you
understand.
can
I understand. I understand.
Yeah, because we have another session, and so my apologies again for that.
I
so if
understand.
15 minutes you can give the talk, we can have some question answer after that. Thank you so much.
Is my screen visible? If you
not
can.
yet. I mean, you are visible, but not your presentation.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet. There is
Ma'am, you
a
need,
share.
ma'am,
You need to share full screen.
that I've already done, madam. I don't know why. Mm,
If you're sharing only a window, it will be difficult. It's better if you share full screen.
let me do it again. Uh, I have to share the entire screen, right?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see it now?
No, not no. Is the
But here it
presentation
is coming
available
that
with?
my screen is visible.
No. I would request technical team if you have Dr. Diksha's presentation. Can you
I
present at
can,
your
I can.
end or the
Uh,
coordinators? Madam, can you try otherwise logging off and logging in again if possible?
Shall I share my presentation on mail to somebody?
Yeah, you, somebody.
Yes, we have been doing this. I don't know why it is becoming a problem today.
Can I have the technical team to please help out?
Technical team kindly assist. Yes, ma'am. It is coming.
Is it coming?
Yes, yes,
There are,
yes.
yeah. Yes.
Oh, yes. That is right.
Is it visible now and I'm audible also?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, you are audible and it is visible. Yes, you
Thank
can
you. Thank you
continue.
so much.
Yeah.
So let us begin quick. I have been given 15 minutes time. So difficult to say what sciences can contribute towards sustainable development. First, I would just like to explain sustainability in brief because the term has been widely used nowadays. It is a kind of a fashionable to say sustainability approaches and sustainable business, sustainable agriculture, and sustainable buildings, and so on and so forth. To a simple meaning, we can say that what we understand by sustainability is enough for all forever, but that also doesn't convey too much of the meanings. But what we need to understand from the perspectives of the science, basically, that sustainability is not something which is a destination. It is not something that we have to achieve and we have to reach as a certain goal, but it is a system state. What is a system state? I would just like to explain with this slide that, in the slide, we can see four people sitting on the boat, and the two sides there is a hole, and the other two who are sitting a little bit far away, they are saying that the hole is it at our end, so that's good. But we have to look into, that's what I want to convey here, is that when we look into the sustainability, or we are talking about the integrated and the scientific approach towards sustainability, a kind of a systemic perspective is very, very essential. And we means to understand that there are interconnected set of elements which are coherently organized in a way that achieves something. So when we look into any problem, for example, we look into the problem of having excess of the chemical fertilizers in the fields, or we suppose very simple basic problem, we are looking into the aspect of the climate change, which is showing its concern in the form of distressed weather and such type of events and natural disasters. So solely looking into the scientific solutions to any problem doesn't help much. So it is actually a small elements which are connected, which are joined together, and the same has been reflected into the sustainable development goals that you must be aware of. If you look closely to the 17 goals, it clearly understood that none of the goals exists in isolation, but yes, there is a kind of an interdependence which exists between these goals. We cannot think of achieving goal 13 climate action without knowing about responsible production and consumption, that is SDG 12. That is not possible without taking care of life on land 14 and 15. So that is something which is important. So why I would like to stress upon the fact that sustainable development or sustainability on the theme which the conference has been organized, it has a certain problem. What I see, when you look into the most common, most widely accepted definition of sustainable development is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. We accept this definition, but you look into the different terms which are there in it, they themselves seem to be vague. For example, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations. In 1987, when this definition was coined, the needs of the man were different as compared to the needs of the people today, in today's 21st century. So, how we can see that the needs, so there is an intergenerational gap which exists, because we are not also able to clearly distinguish between what is a need, what is a want, and what is a desire or a luxury. These are also quite ambiguous terms, because when you talk of human beings as a community, as diverse as our old world, which has a developing countries and the developed countries, and within a region also we find there's a huge disparity. The needs will vary. And another important thing is ability. So there is a question mark. Without the ability means, how will we get that ability? And that the solution, of course, will come from the science, technology, innovation, engineering, and all these upcoming areas. Sustainable development, although we strive hard, UN has proposed to meet sustainable development goals by 2030, but it struggles because it is a plan, because it doesn't have any data to measure it. If you look at the first goal, SDG 1, that is no poverty, there are different manifestations of poverty that has not been taken into much consideration. And another important thing is means matter more than the ends, that we have to understand. As I said earlier also, it is not something that where we have to reach at the end and we have to show that yes, we are sustainable country now and we have reached. It is not like that. We have to introspect into each and every step, that whatever we are taking it today, and we claim that it is towards the pathway of sustainability. And quality of life, again, because we have always, if you ask what do you mean by quality of life, then we have linked it most of the times with the materialistic, you can say, possessions that we have. Quality of life is measured by having a four-wheeler, living in a posh apartment, having all the luxury and the convenience items around us. That is also a question mark to what is quality of life according to XYZ, and that actually becomes problematic, because the quality of life, the term, will have different interpretations for different people. So here comes the role of education, and particularly, I will not talk much about education. I'll talk much about the science education and the role of sciences. And you must also know this thing, that UN General Assembly has declared the year 2022 as the International Year for the basic sciences for sustainable development. So we are into exploring that what role can basic sciences play towards meeting our objectives of sustainability and ultimately SDGs 2030, which are the universal goals, which are the global goals. So we need sustainability education, and as it has been written here we know this fact also, that the destruction of the planet in all its forms, whether it is degradation, pollution, and inequalities, it is not because of the ignorant people. It is all because of the work with BAs, BScs, MA, MScs, and PhDs. So we have, of course, now we are in the phase of where we are relooking and refurbishing at the things. But yes, it all started with our education and with our interference in the nature, which uh, became detrimental because of unplanned actions, we can say. So science, and this is the most important thing I should focus on this slide, that science and sustainable development. Because sustainable development, as you must be aware of, there are three main social, economic, and the environmental or the ecological aspects of sustainable development are there. They are not competing with each other, working in holistic and integrated manner. So science plays an important role, because if you look into the recent example of the pandemic, we were able to develop the vaccines because of the knowledge of the basic sciences, that how viruses mutate and how do they behave outside their in the different host and co-host. So science is a source of international dialogue, and it can be a peace, because there has been, since times immemorial, there has been lot of discussions, lot of interchanges, I can say, on the basis of the science and the inventions taking place, and which are there for the well-being of the people. Science is a work in progress. It never ends. Today, what may seem to be a very common thing, but at that time, sometimes it may be in a work in progress. And science is a global public good. Science is not restricted to your lab. Science is not restricted to the research papers, but it is in the public domain. It is a global public good because of the two factors, that first of all, whatever the results of the science are there, they are open to scrutiny. Whether we are inventing any machine, whether we are devising any instrument, whether we are developing any vaccines, it is under the scrutiny of the people. People will see, evaluate, see the results, and accept it or not accept it. And another thing is that it can be questioned. There is no set answer. So it is in the public domain, and it is important to look into the science from the perspective of the women. There have been a lot of women scientists working across the world, but still we need to improve their visibility, their performance. And this again will talk another different session, if we look into that how we can bring in more women scientists into the mainstream, and how we can take into their contribution, how we can highlight innovation, economic development, education, human development, and meeting global challenges. In all these things, you will find that there is a key role of science. Without science, scientific principles, scientific mindset, and the methodologies, it is very difficult to attain the SDGs. Most of the applications of science which we find are in the energy use. What we can see, that then there is what you can see is that we have been shifting towards transitioning from the fossil fuels and other newer forms of the energy, and we are into manufacture of eco-friendly products. We can see that there are electric vehicles now much in talk, because we claim that they will not be using fossil fuels, they will not be emitting greenhouse gases and other harmful gases. So that is something, these are the major interventions. If you look into sustainability and the goals related to sustainability, apart from the others, the basic sciences, they are finding the much utility in these areas, because they all linked with pollution, warming of the earth, and also pandemics we cannot ignore. So the traditional science, what we have been seeing, that there were physics, chemistry, biology, they were the traditional sciences. They were working in silos. There was a compartmentalization of the disciplines. But today, the need of the hour, when we talk about the solution to the global challenges, the sectoral and the cross-sectoral issues. For example, sectoral issues, maybe you can call it pollution, or you can say having problems with some kind of diseases, but the cross sectoral issues are climate change is a cross sectoral issue, poverty is a cross sectoral issue. So we need to see that science and society do not work in isolation. They do not work in silos. So there's no use of science if the society is not benefited, and that is the crux of the use of basic sciences for sustainability, wherein we take into see what happens many a times that we perceive scientists, and we want scientists, basically to work in the known fields, which are upcoming, we can say, which are known to be the problem solvers. We look into the scientific theorems and the practices for the known, widely accepted problems. Science is expected to solve such problems, but many a times there are, for a person, suppose 50 years back, if a scientist is working on the climate change, at that time it may seem irrelevant, it may seem that okay, it is not harmful, but it is irrelevant. But if you allow that work to go on, then today you can find a great significance of that work related to climate change. So that actually should happen with the science and the scientific the research that is going on. So instead of looking into the solution of the immediate problems what we are facing, it is also important to look into some of the other issues, and that is possible only when we treat science not as something which is separate, but something which is interdisciplinary also. So that is why sustainability science, I don't know whether you must be aware of this discipline, but it is the sustainability science discipline. It is science and art both. It is the science of sustainable development, which not just tells you that how to proceed through the scientific inventions and discoveries, but also makes you realize that how you can actually bridge the disconnect between the society and the science. Many times we find that science and scientific discoveries and inventions and whatever the learnings, they are not communicated so properly to the common man, and they are not able to utilize the benefit of the scientific knowledge. And in this aspect, science communication becomes very important. So science communication, you must be knowing, you all are scientists, that science communication happens by way of two things. One is the formal, by way of what we are doing at present, through conferences, through papers, through workshops, and this. Another way of communication of the science is through public dialogue, through informal. And pandemic times, COVID times, we have seen when the pandemic struck, there were two types of communications. First was, yes, the whole scientific community was exploring the cause of the virus mutation and how we can, develop the vaccines and all. But on the other hand, we were also making people aware about the correct use of the mask and the sanitizers, and most basic terms we were able to explain to the people that what is virus and how does it spread, and why it is so contagious. So that is, so disconnect between what we know and what we do in a society is something which is the crux of all the problems what we are facing today. So this is, I wanted to show this figure to explain that what is sustainability science. To some people it may look like, yes, it is a social sciences something. To some it may feel like it is something applied knowledge, or it is more of a governance aspects being highlighted in the sustainability. To some others it may seem like it is just like an environmental sciences or environmental conservation practices being explained. To the corporates it may appear that it is kind of environmental management system which explains the whole lot of how to keep a check between the resources and the wastages which are being generated by the industries and companies. So it appears, but what is again I would like to highlight here is that don't look into the different parts, but look at the whole, and that whole is a systemic approach that is very important. So we have to look into the whole of the sustainability science that it has, of course, as a scientific interventions, but along with that it is also the penetration into the social systems. So it requires, what does it require if you want to use and if you want to employ a lot of basic sciences for sustainability? It requires inclusive participation. Inclusive participation means not restricting science as a subject, as a discipline, or as a research area to a certain section, but it should also involve through policy changes, through providing facilities, through funding, so many ways by which we can bring in different people into science. For example, irrespective of the region, irrespective of the class, caste, and so other things. And strengthening of the education and scientific training is very necessary. We have to evoke scientific temper. Question asking should be encouraged in schools. Experiential learning should be there at the school stage. In the beginning, we must, through the efforts of all the concerned, we need to we can have a lot of discussion. I'm just trying to finish it in the specified time. So financing is very important, funding is very important for infrastructure, for equipments, for chemicals, and so many things. And generalize open science. Why is it so that we are discussing here so many things, and till 3 days you'll be talking about so many types of things related to sustainability, integrated approaches, and this and that. But does it go to the open sources? Does it go to does there a publication of the reports, findings, recommendations, suggestions? Does it go in open spaces? So more and more, there's no use if we just discuss in our own scientific community and doesn't involve other people into it, for of course for knowledge, and of course for the their observations and their comments also. So there are two ways by which sustainability sciences can be: either it is the infusion model, where we just bring in as a new subject, that is a sustainability science, like we have other subjects, other sciences; or it can be a diffusion model, where in all the subjects, whether it is biochemistry, whether it is environmental biology or zoology, in other subjects we are integrating that aspect in whatever the topics we are teaching to our students. So there's a whole importance of research, practice, and education for sustainable development that is expected out of the basic sciences, because as I said, innovations, reforms need to cut deep into the real world problems. That is very important. Not just it happens various times that we have been uh, beating around the bush most of the times, repeating the same kind of research, changing the plant, changing the chemical, changing the process. It doesn't help much to the world, it doesn't help much. So innovations, reforms, that should be encouraged. Real world problems, however small it may be, and there should be hybrid knowledge and practice. That is the main thing, that interdisciplinary approach is very very essential, so that we can look a problem through various lens. And in this I would like to know this quote from Einstein, who said that 1,000 experiments cannot prove me right, but one experiment can prove me wrong. So that is the meaning of the openness, that should be open in the public domain, where we can bring in our findings, our results to the people, so that we can know how much it is acceptable, and it is of use to the common people. And another important thing
Dr.
that
Dave, yeah,
yeah,
sorry, we are running out of time.
I just finished.
The
I just
next
finished.
session,
I just
yeah,
so thank you. Thank you so much. So the role
thank
of
you.
basic science is immerse, and thank you so much, because um, there's no point repeating the same thing
Thank
if you
you,
are.
Dr. for this very interesting presentation on sustainability, what exactly it means. So we have come to the end of this session. I thank everyone, all the speakers, for their interesting talks, and those who are present for this session. Thank you very much. Dr.
Thank
Goret,
you.
would request you to kindly close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much, madam. I think we can end up the session.
So we can all leave now, actually, because next session
Yes,
people can
yes.
then join.
Yes.
I would request everyone to kindly leave the platform. Thank you so much.
Shilpi madam, can we start?
Sir, I am
Yes, sir.
afraid we don't have time. We don't have time because at 5:30 we need to start sharply the panelist session. So maybe if you would wait for another 5-10 minutes, maybe we can ask them to shift to some other audio because we have another strategic problem over here. At 5:30 at NEA we have to start the panelist session over here, the same location.
Okay.
Because the session 3 itself got prolonged beyond the limit.
But panel discussion will happen in conference hall, right?
No. In either case, your session should end at 5:20, no? Irrespective of that. So that's why we have planned
Hello.
it. The same link should be used. Yes, sir.
Hello. Panel
Yeah.
discussion will be in auditorium 1, so we have to finish it at 5:20. So each
So you hardly
participant will
have.
have 5 minutes to present.
So how many are there? How many of them joined right now?
There are, I think, 5 presentations are there listed in timetable. So within each participant will have the 5 minutes to present and stick to 5 minutes only. Okay.
Okay, you please start it, madam. No problem.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe max out.
Okay, so
5:25 we should finish, please. I hope you appreciate.
Okay, so on the behalf of ICS 2022, I welcome all your attendees, speakers. I also welcome Dr. Silpi Sacha, who is chairperson of this session. So, Dr. Silpi Sacha is currently working as an assistant professor at Department of Chemistry, University School of Science, Institute of Management. Yes, madam. You can directly go.
Yes. Let us start the presentations.
Okay then. No issue.
Shilpi, madam.
Okay, so I request Dr. Silpi Sacha madam to start the session. Thank you.
Yeah. So, good evening, everyone. So, in this session, we have total 7 presentations, 7 oral presentations. So, please, participants, note that you have only 5 plus 2 minutes for your presentation. So, kindly try to wind up in the stipulated time. If audience, if you have any questions, you can write your questions in the chat box. So let us start with the first presentation, OPH 18, Indumati Dinesh Kumar Yadav. Indu, you can start.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
क्लिक करो उसको नहीं इधर वाला क्लिक करो शेयर
Is my slide is visible, ma'am?
Yes, Indu, you can start now.
Good evening to all. Myself, Indumati Yadav, doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. Shivram Gurje sir. Today I am presenting ICS Conference 2022 and my title is Hydrothermal Synthesis of Cerium Oxide Nanoparticles and their application as a photocatalyst for a degradation of methylene blue. First, we'll see background and introduction. As we all know, environmental pollution has become a key focus of many research and all the nation worldwide. And environmental pollution, there are many types. We particularly focus on water pollution because that contains effluent and effluent contains heavy metals and organic pollutants, and that can be directly released into the ecosystem through wastewater. However, these toxic dyes are widely used in a variety of products like cloth, furniture, leather accessory, and plastic, etc. Therefore, the degradation of unutilized dye is very crucial, and photo degradation of dyes and other organic pollutant has been a focus of many research in the recent past year. And photocatalytic route is being the preferred over other traditional method because it involves low cost and result into the formation of non-toxic product. To remediate these organic pollutants and heavy metals, nanomaterial is a good source because as we know nanoparticles are different than their bulk counterparts, and they can be varied by controlling size and shape of this material. Among these transition and inner transition metal chalcogenates have a spotlight due to their optoelectronic properties. Among various photocatalyst materials, cerium oxide has special attention due to their natural abundance and tunable redox properties. Material and methods. Synthesis of a cerium oxide nanoparticle was prepared by simple hydrothermal method using a cerium hydroxide as a molecular precursor. This is the setup of a hydrothermal decomposition. The reaction is carried out in presence of inert atmosphere. The obtained cerium oxide nanoparticles were characterized by different techniques: X-ray diffraction, Fourier transfer, infrared spectroscopy, UV visible spectrophotometer, transmission electron microscopy. Result and discussion. Figure 1a, XRD pattern of cerium oxide nanoparticles, and this XRD pattern of cerium oxide nanoparticle, and this XRD pattern matches with the literature JCPDS card number, and the particle size was found to be 5.8 nanometer, calculated using a Serrer equation. Figure B is the FTIR spectrum of a cerium oxide nanoparticle. The peak nearly 34 centimeter inverse is due to the OS stretching, and the peak nearly 1600 centimeter is due to the bending vibrational mode of water molecule, and very sharp peak is observed at 489 centimeter inverse is due to the cerium oxygen stretching. Next, figure 2, a UV visible spectrum of cerium oxide nanoparticle. For this, maximum lambda max was observed at 305 nanometer, and using this UV visible spectra and dot plot relation, band gap energy value was calculated, and it was found to be a 2.89 electron volt. This is the morphological study of cerium oxide nanoparticle by using a TEM analysis by measuring the size and shape of the material. From figure A and B, we can see the spherical morphology with the uniform distribution with the agglomeration. Figure C is the HRTEM, that is a distinct thin layer structure with the D spacing of cerium nanoparticle was found to be a 0.366 nanometer, and plane is attributed is 111. Figure D is the SAD pattern of a cerium oxide nanoparticle. After all the characterization, this material is used as a photocatalyst for the degradation of methylene blue. This is the photodegradation of methylene blue. The photodegradation of methylene blue was carried out in presence and absence of a cerium oxide nanoparticle under a sunlight irradiation. 40 ml of 10 ppm of MD solution was prepared, and 10 mg of nanocatalyst is used for this study. In absence of a nanocatalyst, there is a huge decrease observed in the absorbance intensity, and there is no change observed in absence of a nanocatalyst. Now we'll see the in photodegradation mechanism involved. When a semiconductor material cerium oxide absorb light energy equal to or greater than its band gap, then the electron hole pairs are generated. That is, electrons from the valence bond get excited to conduction band, and holes are generated in the valence band, and electrons are generated in the conduction band, and these electron hole pairs are further undergo reaction, and these hole pairs are responsible to generate these strong oxidizing free radicals like oxide radical and hydroxide radical, and these two radicals are responsible to degrade the organic pollutant into a non-toxic products. Conclusion: a simple hydrothermal method was adopted for the cerium oxide nanoparticle from a molecular precursor, cerium hydroxide, and this spherical shaped cerium oxide nanoparticle were tested for the photocatalyst for degradation of methylene blue, and it shows the degradation efficiency percentage of 74.04% using the degradation efficiency formula C0 minus Ct upon C0 into 100, where C0 is the initial concentration, Ct is the concentration at time t. And this study indicates that the cerium oxide nanoparticle have a very good potential for the degradation of a toxic organic dyes, and hence can be used for the environmental remediations. References, acknowledgement. I would like to thank ICS 2022 for providing opportunity to present my research work. I would also like to thank my guide for the guidance and Mumbai University for providing research facility, Spirit Technology Solution for providing HR time facility, lab members and departmental colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, Indu, thank you for your presentation. Can you please come to your characterization slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Indu, you have calculated your crystallite size through XRD, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the same that you have obtained from your electron microscopy studies as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you show me electron microscopy results? Okay. Any particular reason you have done HRTM?
Yes, ma'am, because it is a very small size of particle, 5.8 nanometer.
Okay, and what is the size that you have achieved through TEM?
It's
You have
around,
not
ma'am,
mentioned the size obtained from TEM.
it's nearly around, ma'am, 6.5 something.
So do you feel the size that we get from XRD and from TEM are the same? Or it can be different?
Same, ma'am. It little bit it can be vary, ma'am, from XRD to TEM.
Okay, and the EDAX pattern that you are getting is representing what?
This, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, this is a selective electron diffraction is there, and this shows the polycrystalline nature of cerium oxide nanoparticles.
Okay.
Because this.
Got it, got it. Okay. Thank you, Indu. Very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And as I can see the message from the technical team, we need to shift to auditorium number 2. You all can see the link of Audi 2. All the participants and coordinators. Can you see the link details in the chat box?
Yes, yes, it is there.
So I think we can copy that link and can leave this.
Yes.
Okay, everyone, all participants, please copy that link and we can join that link now.
So these are the impurities. Quality, yes. Quality we got, we have the results over there. You know, the NMR.
Madam, I can be
Okay, I think we can take one presentation here.
We have synthesized it and purified it.
Thorat sir, can we take one presentation, Abhi? As we still have time, so we can take one more presentation here.
Yeah, you take one presentation and then we shift to second one.
Correct. So I'll call now OPH19 Kanuganti Rachna. Kanuganti Rachna, are you there?
Good evening, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Indu, you can leave now. Okay. Over to you, Kanuganti.
Okay, ma'am.
Please remember you have 7 minutes time. Try to finish it before that so that I can leave some time for the question answer session.
Okay, ma'am.
Please share your slides.
Sharing, ma'am. 1 minute.
You know how to share, or is there any help?
Ma'am, is my screen visible, ma'am?
No,
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 not yet.
no.
You need to share
Please,
your entire
please
screen.
go to your share option. Click there, and then click share screen. Then click entire screen. Then you click share. If you have any doubt, ask. We are running short of time. Click upon share. A window will open. Click upon share screen. Then click upon the entire screen. That your desktop icon will be visible over there. Click upon that. Then click share. You are not telling yes or no. Please give some reply.
Kanumanti,
I'm
are you
sharing,
facing
sir,
any
but it is
issue?
not. It
What is
is
the
not
message it is
sharing,
giving?
sir.
What is the message it is giving? What screen you see over there? Did you
It
click
does
upon
not
share?
showing my. It is not
Did
showing
you?
any share option in my file, sir.
Not in the file. First, in the bottom of the screen, you see that plus icon where the share is written over there. Mute, start camera, then settings, then share. There are 4 icons over there. In the bottom.
Mute. Mute.
Shilpa ji, call the next candidate. It's already 5:15 now. See, at 5:30 we'll be shifting to Audi 2. Check your chat box. Yes, now your screen is visible. Hello.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm unable to share the my presentation.
Okay. Next candidate, please.
Hello, madam. Okay, I think then the third candidate, Parimal Jolish, is there? Hello. Hello,
So
third
we can,
candidate.
yeah, Parimal, are you there, Parimal?
No, he's not there. Everyone is not there.
Parimal is not there.
Yeah.
Okay, the next candidate, Priya.
Yeah,
Priya
ma'am.
Priya
Sundararajan.
Sundararajan.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Start.
I'm here.
Yeah. Ma'am,
Yeah,
can you start
yeah,
with your presentation?
yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Click upon share. You'll find share screen. Then click upon entire screen. Then
Yeah.
click upon share.
Entire screen.
Yes, start presenting.
Are you able to see my PPT?
Yes,
Yeah.
madam, please do it
Yeah.
on presentation mode, bus.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. I was just trying
5
to show.
minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Ma'am, you are able to see now and I'm able to
Yes,
hear?
yes, I can see,
Yeah.
madam. I can see.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity given. My study is on characterization of bioethanol producing yeast, which have been isolated from kokum and jamun. The biological names are given here. Actually, this is a part of a bigger study, so I am presenting only a very small results which I have got out of it. So overall, that's what we are going to go ahead, the IAMRD method. So just to introduce, we all know that we are looking out for clean and green sources of energy. And the bioenergies are one of the best sources of clean and green energy resources, of which we have bioethanol, which are the alternative to fossil fuels and has been used in many different countries. One of the main bioethanols are produced by fermentation of yeast from different feedstock. and these have very high octane number, and they are very good sources as additives in compared to gasoline. The overall aims and objectives is we want to isolate yeast from various sources. In this study, we have used fermented fruits like kokum and jamun and study the various characteristics of the isolates that we have obtained, like pH, temperature, colony characteristics, ability to isolate and assimilate different kinds of sugars, and finally also optimize the ethanol production by each of the strains that have been obtained to check whether they are able to tolerate levels of alcohol and to utilize various sugars. So we had studied the ethanol tolerance and assimilation of various sugars and the stress that have been generated as a result of the tolerance to ethanol and sugars. We have checked by the studying the ROS levels and fluorescence microscopy. The overall methodology is we have isolated yeast from various sources. In this particular study, I'm giving the results that we have obtained from fruit sources like fermented kokum and jamun because these have a very rich amount of yeast on the surface of these fruits. So once these fruits are fermenting, there is a large amount of yeast, varied yeast which are present, which can be easily isolated. So these yeast were then isolated on YPD media and temperature tolerance between 4 to 45 degrees, pH tolerance between 3 to 10 degrees, the ability to utilize various sugars like glucose, fructose, sucrose, mannose, and so on were carried out. Along with that, the production act, because our main aim is to produce bioethanol producing yeast. So the alcohol production and the conditions which are required to produce the bioethanol using the nitrobutyrosolium method was carried out. The alcohol tolerance, since sometimes it is also in studies it's known that the yeast produce alcohol, but sometimes the alcohol is also toxic to the yeast at some levels. So we studied the exposing the various isolates to various concentrations of alcohol and wanted to see if they are able to tolerate what is the level of alcohol that they are able to tolerate that they themselves are producing. And this stress was identified by studying the reactive oxygen species. Coming to the results and discussion, the yeast isolated from fermented sources, there were various isolates which we obtained. From the kokum fruit, we picked up 3 isolates which were looking promising and named as K1, K2, K3. And from the jamun, we isolated 3 isolates which were called as J1, J2, J3. The colony characteristics of these were studied and gram staining and monochrome staining was carried out. Given here are the results of the colony characteristics with the plates that are given here. So the different yeasts had varied colonies of morphology as well as characteristics. And on gram staining and monochrome staining, it was indeed observed. We can see the budding yeast here as well as here, indicating that these are indeed yeast because we have to confirm that they are yeast and not any other bacteria or any other sources. The various sources, from the various sources, the 3 isolates, namely K1, K2, K3 from kokum as well as from jamun, where J1, J2, J3 from jamun were isolated, and check for pH tolerance between 3 to 10 and temperature tolerance between 4 degrees to 45 degrees. From the results, it's obtained that these strains are able to grow at varied pH, so from acidic as well as to alkaline, which is little rare in the case of yeast. These being natural isolates, maybe they have the ability to grow in varied temperature, but the optimum temperature was of course 5 and 6 degrees, 5 and 6 pH of 5 and 6. By checking the temperature tolerance, it was observed that the yeast or the could not grow at 4 degrees, 40 degrees or 45 degrees. The optimum conditions were between 25 to 37 degrees Celsius, which is normal for any yeast, indicating, and more in 25 degrees, indicating that these are yeast which can grow at this particular, they are mesophilic in nature. Coming to sugar utilization, various sugars starting from dextrose to cellobiose were checked for the assimilation of sugars in 24 hours, 48 hours and 72 hours for the different strains. What I have given here is the
studies which you obtained for K1, K2, K3, that is from Kokam, we got similar results from the Jamun also. So we can see that these yeasts are able to utilize various sugar sources, but a few like maltose and lactose, initially they are not able to utilize, but when incubated for further periods of time, they are able to utilize almost all the sugar sources between 48 hours to 72 hours, indicating the versatility of these yeasts and the substrates that can be used for production of ethanol. Coming to actual alcohol production, given here is the 72 hours incubation of the various strains that we have isolated in the various sugars, which we found they were the best utilizing, namely dextrose, fructose, maltose, as well as lactose. We can see that the fermentation is being seen in almost all the sugars that we have chosen, and the residual sugars, when it was observed that between dextrose, fructose, maltose, and lactose, the minimum was in fructose, indicating that fructose is being utilized best among the various four sugars by the two groups of organisms. When we checked for ethanol tolerance, here what we are showing here is the spot assay, but we did more elaborate assays also between 0 degrees to 20 degrees Celsius. In the 20 degrees, we did not find the colonies, indicating that these yeasts could tolerate between up to 15% of ethanol, indicating that 15% ethanol and above may be they may not be able to tolerate. So we may have to do strain improvement in these strains so that they can tolerate higher levels of alcohol when they are actually producing them. So when we monitored the amount of stress that was observed by these yeast, it was observed that the cells experience stress at higher concentrations of alcohol. So finally, to conclude, the various isolates that we got, 3 isolates from Jamun as well as from Kokam, fermented Kokam, were found to be mesophilic, and they tolerated pH, a varied pH between 3 to 10 pH. The temperature tolerance, since they were mesophilic, was between 25 to 37 degrees Celsius. All the isolates showed alcohol production in between the range of 40 to 54 milligram per ml. But the best source of carbon utilized was fructose, followed by dextrose among the various sugars that we tested for. Checking for the ethanol tolerance, we could find that they could tolerate up to about 20 degrees, 20% of alcohol. And by studying the ROS level, we showed that the stress on the cells was increasing with increasing in ethanol concentration and exposure of time. Some of these strains are promising, and it can be, since they can tolerate varied pH, and we can, if we do strain improvement with some of these isolates could be promising for industrial production of alcohol, bioethanol. These are my bibliography and acknowledgement for the funding as a UGC minor grant which I got. My students, master students Ketaki and Trisha, who did the work, and to my college who supported in every way by giving the infrastructure for performing this activity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for the very nice and detailed presentation. What we can do is, as scheduled, we need to start our panel discussion right now. So I'll be taking your question answer session in auditorium 2. Hope it will be fine. I'll suggest you to join it immediately. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you.
See, that session is also going on. We need to wait. You join there and wait. We'll allow you there.
So you can leave this particular auditorium.
Yeah.
Please check the chat box.
So, madam, you can.
Please check the chat box.
Yeah, link is already there. So I request all the participants of this particular session to join auditorium 2 using the link that is available in the chat box. And please leave, once you join there, please leave this auditorium. Partha sir, it says auditorium 2 is full.
No, that's what they need to wait a little. There again, the last candidate is viewing. They'll wind up.
So then we need to coordinate with the auditorium.
I'm there. Both the things I'm looking at. No problem. I am there in 2 also.
Okay, I'm unable to join as it is full.
நாங்க எவ்வளோ இருக்கு இன்னும்? நிறைய பேர் எங்கெங்க இருக்காங்க? எத்தனை இப்போ யார் கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க? ஆமா ஆமா, அவங்கெல்லாம் இப்போ அங்கேருந்து வராங்கல்ல, ஒன்லேருந்து வராங்க. இப்போ யார் கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க? ஆமா ஆமா, ஏக்தா இல்ல, ஏக்தா பண்ணாலால் ஐஸ்வால், கரெக்டா? ஏக்தா பண்ணாலால் ஐஸ்வால் தானே? அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து என்னது, கிலகரி சம்யுக்தா ரெட்டி. அவ்வளோதான், லாஸ்ட் ஒன்று தான். அது முடிஞ்ச உடனே இவங்க வந்துடுவாங்க. ஓகே, கிலகரிக்கு அப்புறம் அவங்களாம் வந்துடுவாங்க. டோன்ட் வரி. Madam, only one presentation is pending there. So that will also be over in another 5-6 minutes. There is no problem. Anybody here for the session 4 presentation may please go to Audi 2. The link has already been shared in the chat box. Please leave it. We need to start the next session. Please leave the session, please. Rachna, I am telling you, please go to Audi 1. The link is available in the chat box. I am reviewing it from here.
So will you please allow the panel discussions to enter?
Yeah,
I think they're yeah.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Okay, I am audible, no problem, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. Okay. When you are ready, you can tell me. I am here only.
Sure, sir. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Dr. Karnik,
Audible?
yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we will be beginning in say hardly 5 minutes because two experts are joining. So till then, we will just wait for them.
This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste. White for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है, तो सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए थे और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया, ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की,
रोज बदला है, रोज साफ हुआ है, गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदगी था वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलंटियरली सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम होगी कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनकी मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
The people are feeling that this area is their own area, and once that feeling is created among them, then that magic can be magic happens.
Currently standing in the Bhadra Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And it just 3
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Ahmed Ali from Department of Life Sciences, coordinator for this session. Now, the session will start under the chairpersonship of Dr. Aparna Phadke from Department of Geography. She's working as assistant professor since last more than 10 years. She has been coordinating various faculty development program uh, at national and international levels, and she is also handling various research projects. She has been involved in various community development and social work. She has given a very brief profile. She has been very humble, but I know she has recently completed a biodiversity project in University of Mumbai. That was a mega project which involved more than 100 of students and several faculties. So she has coordinated that event. So with this very brief introduction, I'll request Dr. Aparna to take over and start the session. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. And then this is my pleasure to have you for this panel discussion. For the panel discussion, the topic, the theme we selected, and basically it is our Honorable Dean who suggested the theme, and that is on Mumbai, Mitti and mangroves. And it is with special reference to Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Um, if you look at the consequences of climate change, you will find that they have been experienced worldwide. But India, being a tropical country, it is anticipated to face them in the most intensified manner. The reason being the geographical location as tropics, and the second reason, very important, that it is supplemented by the sea surface temperature anomalies like INSO cycle, IUD, Walker cycle, etc. The coastal cities of India have been facing the brunt of climate change, and at the same time, they have been witnessing the extremities of climate change, primarily because of their coastal location. As a consequence, coastal submersions, if it is something that we probably see as one of the threats, major threats, but then apart from this, there has been urban heat island phenomena, flash floods, waterlogging of stormwater, land sinking, and in fact, land sinking can be identified in various, you can say specifically Vadala and those kind of areas. Now the problems have been further intensified with the kind of a urban growth and a kind of a haphazard planning we are emerging with. And that is the reason the mega city of Mumbai is essentially facing the intensified consequences. There has been continuous deterioration of natural elements like mangroves, wetlands, forest, and there is an urgent need to bring climate change adaptation, mitigation, resilience at the core of city and regional planning. The same requires combined efforts of stakeholders through a common agreement to save the city and its people. The most important initiative, according to me, is the city joining C40 groups and emerging with the first ever climate action plan. This panel discussion grabs this opportunity to have the combination of experts representing administration, academic, people to offer their viewpoints to allow the audience to have an integrated understanding of the issues of sustainability and climate change with reference to Mumbai city. We have 6 panelists today. Panelist Honorable Collector Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary. She is the collector of Mumbai Suburban District, and she would be focusing upon role of state in building urban climate resilience, a case study of Mumbai. Dr. Sangeeta Hasnale, Deputy Municipal Commissioner, MCGM, and she will be focusing upon Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Mr. Vasudevan, IFS, he has been the founder member of Mangrove Cell, He would be focusing upon understanding the interrelation with special reference to building climate change resilience in Mumbai city, and it would be with special reference to mangrove. We have Professor Aldo from IIT Bombay, and he will be focusing upon Mithi River, Mumbai, and flood resilience. We have Dr. Prasad Karnik, and he is representing the non-governmental organization Paryavaran Dakshata Manch, and it is also called as EnviroVisual. And he would be talking about role of NGOs in climate action with reference to Mumbai. And we have Mr. Kalyan Tangsade, Swiss Aid, and he would be talking on system thinking on climate change, a way forward for climate resilient Mumbai. At present, we have three panelists with us, and two panelists, Mr. Vasudevan and Mr. Tangsale, they will be joining shortly. But we would like to start with our panel discussion. Before I go further, I would like to give a brief introduction of all the six panelists. All six panelists are well known and they are famous and they are respected for the kind of achievements and kind of a contribution they have made to their own areas. We will start with Miss Nidhi Chaudhary. Nidhi Chaudhary, madam, she basically belonged to the batch of 2012. She has been a young, inspirational personality, and she is known for her hard work and passion. She has been actively involved as the Deputy Secretary of the Water Supply and Sanitation Department in Mumbai, and right now she is working as the Collector of Mumbai Suburban District. She is well versed with various environmental dimensions of city life, urban life, and specifically she has been well versed with the mangroves and the kind of efforts that are required to safeguard mangroves of Mumbai city. Our second panelist is Dr. Sangeeta Hasnale, madam. She is currently working as Deputy Municipal Commissioner MCGM, and she is known for her integrity with work. She has often seen to go beyond and help people. I would just like to make one case that she had identified a cancer patient and helped in every possible way. The patient was actually staying below the Hindamata flyover, and she has gone for way beyond her work, and she has helped. She has also been involved in various campaigns, programs, workshops, and in COVID time, she has been leading various vital campaigns like Food Kits to Homeless People, for which BMC was awarded a Nutrition Award at Rise World Summit 2021. Our panelist three, Mr. Vasudevan. Mr. Vasudevan, he basically is a founder member of Mangrove Cell, and he's a senior Indian forest officer belonging to 1987 batch, and was in the rank of Principal Chief Conservator of Forest. He is the Managing Director of Forest Department Corporation of Maharashtra, and Mr. Vasudevan has been awarded for his pioneering initiatives in the area of coastal and marine biodiversity. He is a recipient of Arun Bongirwar Award for Public Service Excellence in 2019, Maharashtra Civil Service Day Honor 2017, Mangrove Society of India Fellowship 2016, Sanctuary Asia Wildlife Service Award 2015, and MS Swaminathan Foundation Special Award 1992. Professor Aldo, he is basically a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. His areas of work include water resource engineering, water resource management, fluid mechanics, rainfall engineering, applied and computational mathematics, finite element method, groundwater quality, and in fact, even I have seen his work on Mithi River. In fact, we have referred his work for our biodiversity audit report. He has around 261 research publications in international and national journals of great repute. And as I said, that he has published various researches on Mithi River. Our panelist five is Dr. Prasad Karnik. He is representing EnviroVisual. Dr. Prasad Karnik he has completed his doctorate. He's working with Thane Creek for more than 40 years, and he has almost 21 years of experience in the field of environmental awareness, education, research, and EnviroVisual insists on environmental security and proper management with public participation, especially through students' involvement in scientific mode. Mr. Kalyan Tangsare, basically working as a tribal livelihood officer at Swiss Aid, but he has been working with various organizations before this. He has developed a sustainable development goal-based planning, monitoring, evaluation framework for rural development, and he is also basically a teaching scholar at Southeast Climate Alliance through IDS UK. Mr. Kalyan Tangsare has been working, in various fields associated with sustainability and climate change, and basically, his specialization is on system thinking. I welcome all the panelists, and it is our great, you can say, honor to have all of you with us. And I would now request the first panelist, Honorable Collector Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary, to start with her presentation. And I thank all of you to be here, and let us start our discussion. Thank you so much, ma'am. All of you.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
So I'll be beginning with the brief presentation. I'm just returning back from a meeting in Mantralaya, and I'm happy that I could join you all. It was almost as if it will be cancelled. So mangroves and mangroves in Mumbai. Why are they important? What is administration doing about it? What is the policy that the government has adopted? And especially in Mumbai suburban, what we have been doing. I would be speaking briefly on all these points. As the theme of this panel discussion goes, this is all about climate change, and we have been witnessing it more than ever before, that the cyclones are increasing, floods are increasing in urban areas. There are droughts coming in places where they have never occurred, and floods in places like Jodhpur, Badmer, Jaisalmer this year very clearly tell that climate has changed, and climate is changing at a pace that it would be too difficult for us to reverse it if we don't take certain measures immediately. So for mangroves, we know that how they grow and in which areas they grow. Generally, they are all found in intertidal area, which precisely mean an area between a low tide and high tide zone. So the land which is there in the low tide and high tide, in that these are grown. They withstand the saline water conditions. These are the only kind of plants which can grow in salt water. They can grow in muddy, sandy, rocky habitats, and the mangroves that we have in Mumbai have almost all these kind of varieties. They reduce the wave currents, and which basically is the reason why suddenly after the 2005 tsunami, and also after 1999 cyclone in Odisha, the relevance, importance, significance, and awareness around mangroves grew manifold, because the places where mangroves were there, they faced lesser damages than the areas where mangroves were already destroyed. This is, in brief, the importance of mangroves. We know that 1999 cyclone in Odisha, which was the worst that we have witnessed so far. In that cyclone, the places wherein mangroves were in big numbers, the forest was dense, the damages were minimum. Same happened in Tamil Nadu. There were areas wherein mangrove density was better than other areas. There was lesser economic damage, less human casualty. After this, suddenly all the courts came into picture, all the environmental activists came into picture, and they started generating, basically a pressure was created on the central government and the state government to understand and appreciate that these need to be protected if we want to save our coastline. So during the same time, we witnessed that Sundarbans and West Bengal, Bangladesh, the killer impact of tsunami was lesser. And there have been multiple research papers published across the country and abroad also, which have proven the relevance and importance of mangroves for the coastline areas vis-a-vis any cyclone or tsunami. Maharashtra mein in 2020, I was posted in Raigad district where cyclone Nisarga hit. This cyclone was basically after a gap of 100 years, coastline of Maharashtra was witnessing any cyclone. Here again, we saw that wherever mangroves were dense, the damages to the property and basically the farms and fields, the entire coastal economy was minimum where mangroves were dense. So personally, I have seen it in Raigad that these mangroves act as a barrier between the sea and the land. So they protect the land, they protect the people who are living on the land, who are living in these villages. We know about, I believe all the viewers also here must be well aware that mangroves have great biodiversity. To me, it is a civilization of its own because when I see and I visit the places like Gurai, Malad, Manori, or Airoli, I see that this is not something that only researchers or environmentalists are saying. There is such interesting flora and fauna that we have in mangrove areas. There are multiple varieties of crabs, fishes, birds, butterflies that are there in these forests, which to an outsider might appear only just a bunch of bushes with their roots above the land, but actually it is nothing but a civilization in its own. It may be an animal kingdom, but it requires to be protected because of the biodiversity that it contains. For any mangrove forest, so the research tells that it takes 100 years to get it fully established. So when I say that this is the diversity that we have in Airoli, or we have in Gurai or Dahisar or Manori or Malad, this means that this has minimum 100 years have taken for this forest to become what it has become now. And that's why the reason that there needs to be more activism around this, and also that we need to protect it. I have already told that it is very much important for interrelated food chain. The relevance is not just for the biodiversity of flora and fauna for the people, but also for humans. All the people living along the coastline have been having a very interesting relation with mangroves. When I went to Airoli recently to see the Flamingos Park as part of a government initiative only, I went with my team and I realized when we went deeper into these areas, there were lots of people with their small boats and were catching these crabs. There were different kinds of fishes. And there was a connection which was established between these communities along the coastline with the mangroves for all these kind of food products also which they were getting. There was an economic and ecological relation that the communities were sharing with the mangroves. This is an image from the same Airoli Bird Park, Flamingos Park. Maharashtra's coastline, we know there are 720 kilometer. This is a 720 kilometer long coastline, 7 districts. I have worked in Palghar, Thane, Raigad, and Mumbai city and suburban both. So essentially, except Raigad, Ratnagiri and Sindhudurga, I've seen these mangroves and their importance in villages, for the city, and for protecting the people living along these forests. The timeline which becomes important for mangroves, especially for the administration in 2005, as I have already told, after the tsunami, the courts came into picture because there were PILs filed and people wanted that mangroves shall be protected. So a decision was taken and the courts passed orders that mangroves need to be declared as reserved forest, and no construction in mangrove areas, mangrove where the mangroves are there, would be allowed without taking prior concurrence from High Court. Then came 2012 when mangrove cell was set up. So all permissions, if at all any mangroves need to be cut for development projects, the permissions need to be taken, and complementary forestation is to be done, or probably the money to be deposited with the mangrove cell so that that money can be used for conservation of mangroves. In 2013, started the declarations of reserve forest across the Maharashtra coastal districts. 2014, Mumbai Mangrove Conservation Unit was set up. 2015, Mangrove Foundation was set up. 2017, another interesting thing came. High Court of Bombay decided to declare a buffer zone also, so which meant that there would be a buffer zone of 50 meters along the mangroves, and therein also any kind of construction needed prior approvals. And the idea was that mangroves, the mangroves where they exist probably also need to expand, and also that nobody should even dare to go in 50-meter periphery of that. Now I am coming to Mumbai suburban mangrove status. 3,967.22 hectares land has already been notified under Section 4 of Indian Forest Act. And out of this, 3,831.81 hectare has been handed over to the Forest Department. Now, this is a very large chunk of land which has been notified and handed over to Forest Department. However, there is a difference between Section 4 and Section 20 notification. Section 20 notification is the final notification. This remaining, the difference in the Section 4 and Section 20 has been on account of the fact that in 2005, mangroves existed there, but of late, there have been some government projects, there have been some port-related activities, fishing-related activities, some roads, or there are some private areas which needed to be excluded. Whatever is remaining, we are already in the process of declaring it. Besides a new area wherein, as I told you, the buffer zone concept came and the mangroves started expanding beyond the 2005 limit, which is a very pleasant sight for Mumbaikars. And this 392 hectares of land, which is over and above what was identified by MRSEC, which was the agency which identified the mangroves on the map of Mumbai. Beyond that 392 hectares land has already been occupied by mangroves, and this new mangrove will also be notified by the administration soon. I've already spoken about the diversity and as said that it is an entire civilization in itself. These are important areas in Mumbai: Gorai, Manori, Malad, Vikhroli, Bhandup, Bandra, Mahim, Versova. Out of them, already the district administration, along with the mangrove cell of Maharashtra, has taken certain initiatives that I would be talking later. So the legal status, once we declare Section 4 notification.
Anandi ma'am, you know, your
Yes?
slides are not moving, and we are not able to see it full screen.
It is full screen only here. Okay,
Oh.
Now, are you able to see
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
It
Now
was
we are able to see. Yeah, the slides were not changing. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Now can you see it?
Yes, we are able to see.
So
Yeah.
this is the legal background under which Forest Department officials work and also the district administration works. Indian Forest Act 1927, under which we declare the mangroves as reserved forest. Forest Conservation Act comes into picture afterwards. Coastal Regulation Zone 2011 and 19 is already in place, which is implemented by the district administration and the NCZMA. EP Act again is implemented by the district administration and the MPCB and Environment Department. As I have said, that High Court of Bombay has played a very critical and crucial role in generating awareness and also ensuring that the administration, the development agencies are very, very cautious while taking up projects, and especially the private sector also while undertaking any kind of development, buildings, industries, constructions in the mangroves area are monitored. So the intention of High Court is to monitor these kind of works. For this, there is a government resolution which decided to set up taluka level committees. For a corporation area, ward level committees are also there. Then there is a sub-district level committee, then a district level committee, a divisional commissioner headed committee is there for the 7 districts of Konkan. And it is chaired by Divisional Commissioner of Konkan, who basically hears the complaints. Technically, what we have been observing that people immediately, directly are writing to Divisional Commissioner without approaching the local level committee first. which should be addressing the citizens' concern first, then the district committee, and then the divisional commissioner committee should come into picture. At the state level also, the principal secretary environment, principal secretary forest, and the ACS revenue chairs a committee to look into the issues which pertain to encroachments, debris, cutting of mangroves, fire in mangroves, etc. As told earlier, that 50-meter buffer zone has been declared after 2018 order of Honorable High Court. Again, in this, there is a misunderstanding by certain citizens, or I would say people who really want to protect environment and mangroves, but they miss the catch that after 2018 this buffer zone has come into picture, so this cannot be, no law in India can be implemented retrospectively. So we cannot say for things which have been done between 2005 to 2018 and cannot apply on this. A lot of complaints that the administration receives from the citizens who are really keen on conserving it but miss out on this point that mangroves are there, but this 50-meter buffer zone comes into picture after 2018 and not before that. Before that, if there are certain constructions, certain development projects, they are all within the law. Now coming to how we do it, we remove the structures when we find that new structures have come up. So over 8,000 hutments have been removed with the help of police, with the help of forest department, with the help of BMC also, corporation also provides us support. There is work going on to protect the mangroves by constructing RCC protection walls along the important mangroves wherein encroachments are happening again and again. Mangrove Cell of Maharashtra has hired staff from Maharashtra Security Force, and they are deploying these staffs from, in all the places where the Section 20 notification has been passed and the the mangroves have been handed over to the mangrove cell, to the forest department. Beyond that, say, demolitions and constructing of walls and installing CCTV cameras and security, what is more important is to create awareness. So in Mumbai, although Airoli comes in Thane, but this place wherein these flamingos come, is the boundaries are shared with Mumbai suburban. So this place is creating a lot of generation amongst the young lot of awareness in the young generation, the boys, girls, youths. They come there, they witness how these flamingos arrival is important, why they come, how they hatch their eggs, and what role is played by mangroves for this migration of flamingos from a far off place to Mumbai. And they basically take you around. The similar kind of project is what we are now going to implement. We are implementing in Gorai, and this mangrove park will also be functional in January 2023. And I believe with that, the most important thing about any kind of law to be effectively implemented is acceptance by citizens and citizens owning it. So for that, the district administration has funded this Gorai Mangroves Park and another mangroves park, which is proposed in Dahisar. So once these three come into picture, this will be a very interesting circuit of mangroves related activities. Although it might appear to someone that this is kind of ingress in mangroves, but that's not the idea. The idea is to conserve and preserve mangroves for the generations to come. For that, it is required that every Mumbaikar, everybody who is living here understands the importance of mangroves. These are places wherein the younger generation, especially the children from schools and colleges, they come and they would understand the importance. So this is what we are doing. There would be watchtowers, there would be trails, there would be nature interpretation park, there would be mangrove trails, there would be crab pens, so there would be selfie points. But all this will be done in a very eco-friendly manner. Everything there, basically, this is a plan which has already been approved at the topmost level with clearances from Environment Department. This is just an imagery of what is going to come up in Gorai in 2023. This has been funded from the district development plan fund by the DPC. And the challenges, as I have told, that there are private lands. We know that Vikhroli mein there is a huge land with a private company which is having a large tract of mangroves. Now, declaring it as a reserve forest was attempted by the administration. It was Section 4 was passed, 20 was passed, but that private party basically challenged our order in High Court and then approached Supreme Court and tried to get an adverse order against the state that private lands cannot be declared as reserve forest. So that is a difficulty. Debris dumping has been a big problem in Mumbai, and there are these legacy waste that we have in Mumbai because the debris has been dumped over a period. Removing it because it is 3 meter or 2 meter, 3 meter, and sometimes even deeper than that, this much debris is already there in certain areas. So removing that also involves a lot of cost to it, and that money also ultimately, because it is taxpayers' money. So should the debris dumping, as the High Court of Bombay has been directing the municipal corporation again and again, be attempted, or there should be an alternative mechanism in which instead of removing debris, probably mangrove like plantation or some other plantation which adjusts and accommodates with mangroves is to be done, which will be more eco-friendly, which would be more cost efficient. Encroachments in mangroves is a big problem. We have been removing certain encroachments. They come up again, remove, come up again. Creating walls also has its own problem because then the mangroves would not be able to expand if there are open empty lands available. So encroachments create this kind of a problem. If we create walls, we restrict the boundary of mangroves. If we do not create, encroachments keep happening, and removing them involves a lot of administrative and obviously the law and order related issues also come up. The natural calamities, cyclones, etc. are coming. So this is already said. Development ecological balance issue. This is what, as administration, when we are doing it, when we are implementing it, the biggest dilemma that we face, we want to protect mangroves. Each one of us, I'm sure Sangeeta will also say the same thing, and every other member who is there from the government side would say that all of us are deeply committed to protecting mangroves and any other forest area, all the trees for that matter. But when it comes to projects like metro rail or projects like coastal road or something similar kind of a project which also has got an ecological value to it, if the metro comes fast, probably the carbon footprint would get reduced because of people opting for public transportation. And when these projects also get adversely affected because people approaching courts and getting stay orders again and again, approaching multiple forums, even NGT or the the grievance redressal committees that we have at multiple levels. So this creates a dilemma in administration, whether development or ecology, and this is what is the most. I would say that if it would create greater hurdles in administration, the enthusiasm that administration has for declaring more and more mangroves areas as forest would also go down somewhere, because people would realize that if we declare them as mangroves, tomorrow the highway would not be allowed to be built, the rail would not be allowed to be constructed, railway project would not come. So that is where somewhere even the activists need to understand and balance it. Otherwise, there is a restraint that automatically would seep in the administration and administrative machinery. As of today, we are all committed. As I have said, we are going to declare new mangroves to an extent of 392 hectares. The measures that have been taken by Mangrove Cell and also the district administration is trying to align with them and collaborate with them. I have already mentioned a few, and Mahapreet's pilot project is being undertaken to remove debris in collaboration with BMC. But as I told, it is going to be cost intensive. And any money, if BMC is putting in, is basically a money that belongs to the Mumbaikars. So a call needs to be taken whether removing debris, removing a legacy waste is important, or we need to essentially plant some trees which can coexist with mangroves and create more green cover for Mumbai. With these words, I end up, and I'm sorry if there were some technical glitches to it. Uh, we are committed to conserving mangroves, and as told, the administration is not just going to declare more mangroves as reserve forest, but also going to have mangrove parks at Gorai will be functional soon, and the Hisar is also in pipeline. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such a thought-provoking kind of a talk, and then you have shown, I mean, us that what kind of efforts, very sincere efforts, government bodies are taking. And in fact, I was just skipping through some of the news, and I could see that Raigad actually, it has been shown that in 2019-20, the area under mangrove showed a kind of increase, and I think that is a good part of it, because probably Raigad has the maximum mangroves when it comes to Mumbai metropolitan region. Ma'am, so we will come back again for the question and answer session, and I hope you will continue to stay with us, and yeah. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Sangeeta Hasnale madam to start with her viewpoint, share her viewpoint on Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Dr. Sangeeta.
Good evening. Good evening, madam. Madam said most of the thing. So I think I will be directly talking about the Mumbai Action Plan. Its statistics basically. As you all know that Mumbai is surrounded by sea on all the three sides, and it is around 600 square kilometer, and it have a population of around 1.2 crore and 50 million of population, which is a floating population. And it is a diverse area, like it is a residential areas are there, commercial areas are there, industries are there, though many of the industries have been shifted from Mumbai outside, but still the industry is existing in within the Mumbai, maybe in authorized way or in unauthorized way, and it is directly or indirectly impacting the life of the citizen and the climate. So, the making climate change as a priority, Mumbai signed the C40 cities deadline 2020 commitment that aligns with the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emission to net zero by 2050. So we want to have a emission of a greenhouse by 2050, and it is a commitment also support to the government of India in achieving the nationally determined contribution, and are in line with the government's Maharashtra's Maji Vasundhara Abhiyan, Race to Zero campaign, and other various policies. So I'll start with my presentation next. You can see Mumbai is one of the dense city, and Mumbai is divided into 7 zones, and it is divided into 24 administrative wards. Mumbai, we call it Mumbai city, western suburb and eastern suburb. Though you can see that western suburb and eastern suburb is most of the from Bandra onward or here after Chunapati, it is on a reclaimed city, you can say. So there is always a danger or threat to the Mumbai whenever there is a change in the climate. uh, our main this thing South Asia's first ours is the first city, we can say, in South Asia which had given its a climate action plan. And our steps were like, first we did the preparation, we did baseline assessment by data collection, assessment of the data, then we launched our MCAP. MCAP is Mumbai Climate Action Plan. I can just say it will be feather cap on Mumbai's head when we achieve this climate action plan. Then we had a stakeholder consultation, and we are now at planning and implementation, that final stage. But I would like to share our 4 stages with you all. Next. In stage 1, there are many stakeholders are there apart from us. WRI India, C40 Cities, Climate Voices, Mumbai Committee, Urban Nature Declaration, Maji Vasundhara, Race to Zero, Race to Resilience, Cities for Forest. All these are with Mumbai for our Mumbai Action Plan. First thing was a baseline assessment. For that, it was a very tedious, big procedure where we had to collect data within Mumbai. 20 our BMC 20 department were involved in it, and there are 26 national, state, and outside nation the agencies are there. You can just go through this thing list of BMC's: stormwater drain, garden department, hydraulic engineer, coastal road, sewerage operation, Devnar Abattoir. You may say why Devnar Abattoir, but there is a reason. There is a lot of, after that abattoir activity, whatever waste is generated, then that waste was just thrown in past. But now we are processing it in a very scientific way, and which has really helped us in reducing this carbon emission. Then parking authority, building maintenance department, then development planning department. Obviously, without having DP plan in place, no city can go ahead with their various other plan. So DP department also had a very crucial role while deciding about the green cover of the city, or deciding about the various plants which are required for having our MCAP in place. The other agencies were Mumbai Port Trust, MMRDA, then Central Pollution Control Board, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, Mumbai Metro, BST, Reliance, Adani Electricity, then C40 cities. All these were with us, and with them only we could make our plan. And I'm very sure that we are going to be successful with that. The critical climate risk, as Mumbai is within, I said, surrounded three side by seas. So sea level rising, sea surface temperature increasing, it is always a threat. Then there is a extreme heat. These extreme heats are generally observed within Mumbai. Also, there are some forest covers are there, or green covers are there. We have observed that those places which is near to this forest or a green cover has a low temperature, maybe like 5 degrees Celsius difference we can see within 1 kilometer area. There is always a flood risk, which I can just give you statistics afterward, how flood risk is increasing day by day. Then we are having landslide area. Madam is a collector, and always she takes meeting with us, and we all have a mitigation plan for this landslide area. Then air pollution, as I said, though there is no industry, but there are certain industries are running in the Mumbai now. And there are some authorized, unauthorized industries are there. They don't only call air pollution, but there is a water pollution. So all these activities have to be modified, and then to reduce this air pollution, water pollution, or all these climate risks, this MCAP has been introduced. Again, as I said, there is an increase in heat, and overall warming trend in Mumbai across 47 years is every year there is a 0.25 degrees Celsius rise in temperature. Between 1973 and 2020, we had 10 heat waves and 2 extreme heat waves, and we observed 7 of them in last 15 years. There are higher density informal settlements. Just you can go through this map here, you can see that in Dharavi and Matunga there is a difference of only if I have to go from Matunga to Dharavi, it takes only 2 minutes for me. But just see the temperature between Matunga is 30.3 and Dharavi is 35.9. Near Matunga there is a one forest is there, and you can just see the Girgaon and marine lines also. Girgaon inside temperature is 34 degree and marine lines is 31.2. Similarly, you can see Pawai Hiranandani and Hanuman Nagar Vikhroli. Pawai Hiranandani is within the admixture of the forest. It is 30.4. So this says the importance of forest. Then there is a urban flooding. Mumbai experienced an average of 6 heavy, 5 very heavy, and 4 extremely heavy floods every year. Between 2017 and 20, it has witnessed steady increase and extremely heavy rainfall events, mostly around central and western Mumbai. There is the extreme rainfall tends to last only for a single day in the past, but now 14% of the all heavy rainfall, 70% of very heavy, and 21% of the extreme heavy rainfall lasted more than one day. So this trend is also not good. In one day, you can see in world, I can always proudly say that Mumbai city come back to normalcy within 24 hours. But if this trend goes on increasing, though Mumbai's this disaster plan is very good, we can manage very well, but still it will be very difficult for us to help if this trend, like instead of one day, if this heavy rainfall remains for 2 days, 3 days, then it will be really a disaster situation. Then there are around 287 locations within Mumbai where there are which are landslide prone. Out of the 209 locations fall within the extent of informal settlement. Means there are no formal settlement. These are all jhuggis or jhoparpatti, which we call. Then there is a coastal risk. 2019 saw the highest number of cyclone in Mumbai region. Due to this, sea level rise can be high as a 1 meter, posing a huge risk to the coastal communities and infrastructure. Between 2008 and 2021, 325 hectares of dense mangroves cover changed to sparse mangroves, as Madam has already said that because of dumping or various other reasons. Between the year 1990 and 2020, the Thane Creek on eastern side has been shrinking, and on the northwestern coast, the sea has been eroding and accreting. This was like we talked about the landslide, there is a flooding, then there is air pollution, which is also very important. The average annual concentration of particulate matter is 2.5 and particulate matter 10 have declined over past few years, but still there is a it is above the national standards and making it critical for Mumbai that we have to have our action plan in place. You can see down that table is there where a particular matter is 60 microgram per cubic meter. However, normal permissible level is 40. Particular matter 10 size is 101, which is normal has to be 60, and nitrogen dioxide is 58.25. The normal is 40 microgram per cubic meter. So you can just see why this greenhouse gases emission, where does it come from? So around 20% it comes from transport sector, 72% it comes from the energy sector, and the 8% it comes from the waste sector. I can just again say, yesterday also I told there are 4 major dumping grounds are there. Of that, 2 are active right now. One is Kanjurmarg dumping ground, where we take our 5,500 metric ton of waste, and the Devna dumping ground, 800 metric ton of waste we carry there. We are doing biomining of the Mulund dumping ground. Obviously, all these factors, dumping ground within the city is always a issue, but we try to make it in a scientific way, or we are trying to have a waste to energy project. So this dumping ground issue or the whatever greenhouse effect due to the solid waste management we want to reduce. Then there is you can just see here, like if we do not do anything, what will be the condition? The carbon dioxide level per year, it is increasing. 2019 it was 23.42 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. If Mumbai don't have any action plan, then to 2050 it will be 64.82, and everyone will need the oxygen. There will be only carbon dioxide. So with the help of existing plan, which we have decided to have it, and as I yesterday also said, and today also I will emphasize and say, it is not possible without the help of the citizen. It is not possible without the help of all the government stakeholder and NGOs and the Mumbai University, where all the brain is there, who can guide us, who can help us to have a various ideas, who can help us in our studies, who can show us what we are, where we are failing, what is the improvisation is required. So with this our MCAP, whatever we have decided, if we follow it strictly, then the carbon dioxide will be just 6.56 million ton per year. This was up to stage 3. Then stage 4, we had a stakeholder consultation that were external subject expert, public expert were there. Within BMC interdepartment, obviously our people are working day in and day out in their field. So obviously they are very much aware of various factors. I always say the BMC, everyone should come and work. They should send their intern to help us, so that their knowledge bank will be a huge knowledge bank, because whatever work we do day in and day out is not done anywhere in world. This is my personal opinion, I can just say. Then within the, not the technical staff, but the administrative staff, that is the 24 assistant commissioner and 7 deputy municipal commissioner also gave their valuable suggestions. So we also had a citizen feedback form, and from that feedback we got various ideas, and from that only we could make our planning. So our 6 key sectors where we are going to focus mainly are energy and building, integrated mobility within the city, sustainable waste management, urban greening and biodiversity, obviously it includes mangroves, air quality, urban flooding, and water resource management. The energy and building, where we are going to increase the renewable energy to 50% by 2030 and 90% by 2050. 40% of the residential building will have a solar panels, 80% of the building with high efficiency chillers, and 60% low flow fixtures by 2050. Our sustainable mobility will include 100% electrification of buses by 2030, 96% of electrification of four-wheelers by 2050. I am very happy to say that central government, state government is funding us to our BST to have these electric buses. We are having EV chargers which are working on electricity which is generated from the west, and we are going to have such centers all throughout the Mumbai, where waste is converted into gas and gas will be converted into electricity, and on that this EV charger stations will be there. 100% electric freight with a shift to rail and water by 2050, 85% the mode of share for public transport and non-motorable transport by 2050. So there are cycle tracks are there. The target includes 80% paper and plastic recycling by 2050. But now we have come with our vision 2030. So we have reduced our target by 20 years. So within 10 years, we want to recycle our paper and plastic. 60% of organic waste composted by 2050. This was our MCAP. That's why I given this 2050 figure. Otherwise, all this we have reduced back to 10 years, means 2030. Urban planning and green cover and biodiversity, increase vegetation cover and permeable surface to 30 to 40% of the city surface area by 2030, increase per capita open space to 6 square meter by 2040. Right now, I cannot say some places there is no open space, some places there is an open space. So it varies in city, but it will be equal everywhere in Mumbai. The air quality have to be improved, as I shown in earlier slide, the curbing the air pollution level by 20-30% by 2030 and keeping 2019 as the base year, means it will be at the base year only. And for this also, Government of India is helping funding us to get the air monitoring system. And from analysis of this air monitoring system, IIT Powai and NEERI is helping us. So from that we can come to know where exactly is a problem and how we can tackle with this problem. Then urban flooding and water resource management. The target includes 50% of the city's water demand to be made through localized water conservation. So it is a building proposal. When the building comes with a more than 20,000 square meter of the area, then they have to have their, under rainwater harvesting system in place. They have to have their STPs in place. They have to have their solid waste management unit in place. So this way we will see to it that water demand is made, our waste is also treated, and the effluent is also treated. 100% access to safe and affordable drinking water and clean toilet by 2030. So Mumbai's initiative on climate action plan, I thank to all these people who have helped us, and I can just say that I told you right now, like we are having EV charger stations are there. Then we have launched the EV sale. Best has introduced 386 electric buses. BMC itself has introduced few cars within their fleet, electric cars. Then we have got a tender in place for CND management. We are having our tender in place for a waste to energy project, and the work has been started at Devna dumping ground. So we are soon going to have our climate action sale, where everybody will be working, and I will again say that we are having SMILE, which is incubation center. And for this action plan, if any individual, any professional, any company come forward with certain ideas which can be taken up for a Mumbai action plan, obviously this Mumbai will help them through our incubation center. And with this, whatever I could tell about Mumbai action plan, I could tell. With this, I end my session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And you have focused upon a very vital aspect of various vital aspects of Mumbai climate action plan. I request you to be there in the discussion. And now I move on to the next presenter. I request Professor Aldo from IIT Bombay to start his presentation on Miji River, Mumbai and flood resilience.
Okay, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Yes.
Okay, so I will not have any
So,
presentation, but I will be talking around 10 minutes, whatever the within the
yes.
topic.
So, do you have PowerPoint presentation or you're going
No,
to
no,
speak?
no, I don't have. I don't have.
Okay, 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 okay. Thank
Okay.
you, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so good evening to all of you. So I'm very happy to see that Mumbai University has taken a lead to organize this conference as well as this panel discussion. So actually, so when we talk about the Mumbai floods, actually both madams have already covered many aspects with respect to flooding and with respect to what is happening already. The Deputy Municipal Commissioner as well as the District Collector already elaborated many things. So anyway, we have already, so when we talk about Mumbai floods, we'll be talking mainly about 26 July 2005. So we are now almost 17 years over, and now it will be very nice to have a look back what has happened, and now how much development activities or how many things were done by Mumbai Municipal Corporation in the last 17 years. And then what is the say with respect to Mithi? So you see that in 2005 26 July flooding, Mithi River was say that the Mithi River stretch was heavily flooded, and then also we have huge losses on the especially downstream stretches of Mithi River. So within this context, the topic what is given to me is Mithi River, Mumbai and Mumbai flood resilience. So that is very important, especially Mumbai suburban region. This is a very important topic. So as already mentioned by previous speakers, so you see that Mumbai is concerned due to its geographical nature, geographical features. Since we have 7 islands and we have after filling we have got the total Mumbai land, the current the structure is there or the geography is there. So that way, and moreover, since the Mumbai city is say with this kinds of filling of various between the islands, and then of course flood is expected, and so we need to look into flood resilience. That time is much more important within this context. So when we talk about, say, for example, the flooding is concerned, so Mumbai flooding, and then especially within the context of Mithi River is concerned, we need to look into 2 aspects. One is the natural causes, and second one is the man-made or anthropogenic causes. So when we look into natural causes, of course, we are having a severe constraint, like as I already mentioned, we have got these low-lying areas, and then we have these different islands where say many areas were filled, and then we have the city, and then while so the city's development, if you consider so many decades, so the city has sadly developed, and then there was not much planning earlier, so that kind of restrictions are always there with us when we look into the natural causes of flooding or natural issues are concerned. So since already the areas, most of the areas are very low lying, and then also then we are on the coast, and then so of course we have got high tides, even it can go to 4.8 meter or 5 meter or more than that during high spring tide seasons. So that way we have the constraints as far as the natural made constraints, we can say the natural made constraint. So that is natural reasons. One is the low-lying areas, and then the total geography of the city, and then the also the like the tidal issues. So for example, the sea level conditions also very important. So when we look into the Mumbai flooding, so and then especially what is happened so far, and so if you take from say when we most of the time when we speak about, when we discuss about Mumbai flooding, we start from 26 July. So last 17 years, what has happened? Of course, when we look back, so many committees were initiated, and then lot of recommendations, number of committees were initiated, and then its recommendations were given. Many recommendations were implemented, and then many of them were not implemented. Actually, the last committee was given by the Supreme Court of so our Honorable Supreme Court. So I was a committee member of that, and then we submitted our report in 2018, and afterwards we did not know what has happened or what is happening. So that is a different issue. So, but flooding is concerned, Mumbai flooding is concerned, especially within the context of the suburban region and Mithi River is concerned, there are many, many factors. So I already mentioned about the natural factors, which we don't have much control. But when we look into human factors, so for example, so of course, one aspect already both the previous speakers already mentioned, due to high population density, like even it is up to many locations to 28,000 per square kilometer. So that kind of density, it is very, very difficult to do many of to implement many of the recommendations. So that is very, very obvious. So, but of course, many things can be done, or many things are already done. When you look back for last 17 years, so already Maharashtra government has already established the Mithi River Development Authority, and it has come with a number of plans. And then the Mithi River itself is concerned, so many modifications were done, so much of desilting, and then also widening, and then also deepening, and then also the construction of retaining walls. All these things are done, and of course, within that context only, the Supreme Court also put this committee to see that many of the complaints, what is implemented, whether it is right way or not. So that also I would like to touch upon in this coming 6-7 minutes. So here, when we look into human factors, of course, the cities have sadly developed, and then we do not have much control. And actually, when the drainage systems, we are having a drainage system which was almost 150 years old design. So whenever it was designed, it was designed for 10 millimeter mm per hour. I mean, the rainfall intensity of it can take a maximum up to 10 mm per hour. But after 26 July flooding and brimstone water report, now the drainage system is increased, say almost doubled or much more than it is. Many regions, it is varying from 25 to 50 millimeter per hour rainfall, intensity rainfall can be taken care. So that way, it is Mumbai municipal corporations and then the MRDP, Mithi River Development Authority, and MMRD. All these agencies have done wonderful job, and so our drainage capacity has been increased to say maybe 2 times or more than 2 times. Many areas are done, and then of course that its effect also we can see. Actually, I am here in Mumbai from 1990 onwards. So every year we used to have two or three flooding situations, even in normal rainfall conditions. Of course, when the rainfall intensity is increasing, so then it is a different issue. That is, of course, that is why we call it as always flood resilience is very, very important. So within this context, when we look into the drainage systems, so we have got a lot of limitations to further. So you see that many times within this climate change scenario, what the previous speaker already mentioned, so we can see that the rainfall intensity is very, very high. Even now, what is happening in Kerala, the many areas are flooded, and that when we look into the rainfall pattern, it is almost going up to 200 millimeter per hour intensity rainfall. I mean, so that means our design for the drainage system is concerned, it is maximum up to 50 millimeter per hour. And then whenever if you look into 100-year return rainfall or even a 50-year return rainfall, it can go beyond 200 millimeter per hour. And then say due to this climate change and the various issues, we can see that this rainfall conditions high intense. So now most of the studies, since the climate action plan details already madam already presented, so climate action plan, that is actually Mumbai Municipal Corporation has done a very good job in coming with such an action plan. And it is a wonderful report already come, and then it is already various discussions are in place, and then we can go for various action plan. That is very, very important. But this drainage system, as I mentioned, it can manage maximum up to 50 millimeter per hour. And but most of the time, many years, this it can go even say if you are having 70 mm per hour or 100 mm per hour. And most of the time in Mumbai is concerned, most of the heavy rainfall takes place in and then it will coincide with the high spring tides. So whenever we are having a tide level of around 4.5 meter or above, or 4 meter above, and so that all the water is level is rising. And then, say for example, Mithi has a total reverse length of 17.8 kilometer, and out of this actually about 8.2 kilometers is affected by tides. So that means you can see that almost 50% of the river stretch is already so in the high tides. So since the sea level is so due to tidal level, so the water cannot flow to the sea during the high tide or spring tide season time. And then if simultaneously heavy rainfall, even this 50 millimeter per hour or even more than that happens, then we will have many locations we will be having the flooding situation. So that way, Mumbai is concerned, or even suburb is concerned, we need to tell the term flood resilience. We need to see, we need to live with flood. We need to see how we can live with the flood and how we can reduce the flooding impacts. So that way, we need to look into, so many things can be done. Of course, many things are already done, as I mentioned with the river action plans. So many things are already done, and but problem is that still, of course, when as I mentioned, 17 years is too long time after a heavy flooding like 26 July 2005, and still whether we have to look back, whether we have done whatever is to be done to the all the way, whether it is done sufficiently, whether it is done. So that is a big question mark which I would like to pose to all the audience who are hearing this panel discussion. So that is one aspect. And then so as madam already mentioned, mangrove is also very, very important. So you see that whenever we critically analyze 26 July flooding, so the BKC area, Bandra Kurla complex area is very much highly affected. So what is the reason? So the reason is that say we were having around 800 hectares or more than 800 hectares of mangrove in that area. Then due to various kinds of developments, so it is drastically reduced, almost 50%, say, and then further reduced due to various development actions plans. Of course, I fully agree that as an academician, as a scientist, I fully agree that development also should take place. But we need to have an integrated development plans. Of course, this climate action plan is very, very important, as already mentioned by madam. So we should have integrated development plans by keeping various kinds of without disturbing the environment. So like keeping maximum mangrove without disturbing the mangrove system, or say wherever holding bonds are possible, since to reduce the flooding situations and to increase the flood resilience, we need to have at least a few locations possible way the holding bonds or that kind of systems. Like say for example, the area region is a good place where we can have good holding bonds kinds of system. And then say as already climate action plan is also discussed here. So we need to see that the various aspects with respect to climate change. So the last many years we have done a lot of studies with respect to climate change and its impact. So one is, as I already mentioned, high intense rainfall though is expected, and the last CMI report, the last report by assessment report by IPCC. So it shows that most of the places the rainfall is going to increase, and this increase is not in a uniform way, but whenever the rains happens, it will be high intense rainfall will be happening, and that is a major challenge as far as the flooding situation, especially places like Mumbai is concerned. So then within that, as I already mentioned, sea level is rising, so that is already a non-factor. And then so if the way it is going, so like madam told, if Paris agreement, if many of things are under control, then of course we may have a little bit better conditions. But otherwise, with the sea level rise and then also the high intense rainfall that can happen with respect to the climate change, we will be having very challenging situations, especially in the Mumbai suburbs, and then of course the areas of especially BKC areas or this low-lying land. And then, of course, as I mentioned, within the context of with the river is concerned, we have got other constraints like airport already. So after 26 July 2005, lot of say widening, all those things have happened, but still that is not enough. As I mentioned, maybe up to 50 millimeter per hour of immense rainfall we can manage, but whenever it is exceeding, say with various factors, as I already mentioned, with climate change or many other factors, it will be a very, very difficult situation for us. And then we need to look into say how we can cope up with this kind of situations. So I hope that within this climate action plan, we need to study. It is not only say whenever when we talk about climate action, but we cannot take entire Mumbai at a stretch, but we need to see that we say like various river basin, Oshiwara, Mumbai, Mithi river basin. So like that various watershed level, scientific level, scientific unit level, we need to consider what is happening, and then the land use, the drastic changes in the land use, land cover, like drastic urbanization with respect to how it is happening. And we have already done some studies with respect to this, and this shows that whenever a 50 years return period rainfall happens, many of the area after the airport or including the airport will be flooded in future if the rainfall exceeds, say, to the level of like 150 millimeter per hour. So there is a possibility of flooding. So as a flood resilience is concerned, within this, as I already mentioned, we have to see, we have to live with the floods, and we need to cope up with the flooding situations by various means. Of course, Mumbai Municipal Corporation has done a wonderful job by taking the centralized action plans with respect to information to the public, and many data collection centers, and then wherever a possibility of flooding, flood warning, all those things are done. So we can look into that kind of activities, other than just like take the public knows what is happening, and then reducing the encroachment around the Mithi river, both sides. And then one of the major recommendation was 50-meter buffer zones surrounding the Mithi river from upstream to downstream. But that is, we are submitted to Supreme Court, but we do not know how. But it is very, very difficult to implement. I of course fully agree that it is a very difficult solution. But of course, what is already developed we cannot do. But further development can be reduced in these areas, 15-meter buffers on both sides of the river. And then we need to look into various flood cushions, like possibility of flood, the holding bonds, or the protection of the mangroves, so that the erosion and that kind of activities can be taken care. And then of course Mumbai Municipal Corporation has come up with a very good plan of 7 STPs are now going to come up in few years time. So that way the pollution issues will be sorted out, hopefully by within 5 years time. So the major issue of pollution may be reduced due to the installation of these proposed STPs, and that will be also a very good thing happened the last few years. So that way, we need to see that the flood is always, there is possibility of flooding. We should understand about its severity, and then we should have a sufficient information to the public as this area may be flooded, and this possibility is there, and what will be the impacts of that. So that kind of further studies we need to undertake, and then it should put into the public. So that way, with these few words, so I am very thankful to the for inviting me to this session, and I am sure that with the climate action plan, many points mentioned will, once it is implemented, we will have a better future with respect to the flooding issues concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Aldo. And again, that was another thought-provoking kind of, you can say, discussion you have put forth, and you have suggested many measures vis-a-vis flood resilience. Now I request Dr. Prasad Karnik, and I invite him to talk on role of non-governmental organization in climate action with reference to Mumbai. Professor Karnik.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. At the outset, I express my gratitude for inviting us for this important panel discussion. I thank the organizers, and especially the moderator of this panel, Dr. Fadke Madam. I'm greatly humbled by the presence of bigwigs and stalwarts, the decision makers, decision takers, and implementers, like Mumbai Suburban Collector Madam, BMC Deputy Commissioner Madam, a great researcher like Professor Ido, Mr. Vasudevan sir, who has done wonderful work in mangrove cell. I talk in short about the role of NGOs, and I try to make a small presentation.
Sir, there is a share option. Mute
Yes, yes.
stop camera.
Is this presentation visible to you?
No, sir.
You require any assistance, sir? You can see that plus icon. I think, yeah, it's your done.
Share option.
Yeah, already I have shared.
Yeah, it's visible, sir. It's visible.
Is it visible? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
can you just put it on a full screen? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we are a non-governmental organization, and we are working in the field of environmental awareness, creation, education, and research. This is a small, I would say, movement. We call it as Clean Creek movement. We are stationed in Thane. The center is in Thane, but of course we are working in Mumbai metropolitan region, in Thane, Mumbai, Navi Mumbai. And Thane Creek, as we know, is about 26-kilometer long stretch. You can see this Thane Creek on the left hand side of the creek, screen. This is a Ullas River tributary, and bigger one is our Thane Creek, which meets the Arabian Sea in Mumbai. I personally am associated with Thane Creek from my college days. It is almost 42 years now. And when I mingled with the common people there, especially the fishing community people, what I found is they are absolutely oblivious to the rules and regulations, but so implementing or following rules and regulation was beyond their what shall I say, reach or mean, but they used to protect environment in general and mangroves and wetlands in particular, because it was their, their livelihood was dependent on that, and it was their backyard, it was their front yard, it was their home. So we started Clean Creek movement. It is not cleaning the creek. It is not taking a broom and phenyl and cleaning it. No, not at all. Maintaining it clean or leaving it at its own fate, it will be clean definitely, because nature takes care of itself. Nature takes care of us too. Connecting people with Thane Creek, which is a great wetland. Thane Creek is the longest creek in Asia. Me as a person or as an informal group of local fisher folks, we tried a lot. We took great efforts, but there was no outcome. There was great gap, a big gap between a common person and scientific fraternity, and of course the implementers and decision takers and makers. So we started this particular organization about 22 years back, and we started this particular movement about 15-16 years back. Effective vigilance we are already maintaining, as I said, and creating awareness through education and research. We are keen on having direct dialogue with the common person, and of course our partners are students, because they are the best torch bearers. We all, including myself, our president, I'm vice president, President Professor Valavalkar, we are all, Professor Sanjay Joshi sir, we are all teachers basically, and therefore we took help of students and it made wonders. You can see the lower photograph shows that we have taken many residents of Thane and Mumbai into creek, because they say that seeing is believing. We call it as Thane Khadi Yatra. And you know what? That made the great difference, because when I see it, I believe it. The upper photograph, of course, the what shall I say, the great grandfather of mangroves in India. Unfortunately, now I have to use the word late, Dr. Arvind Untawale sir, and then BNHS director. So we conduct the conferences or seminars or workshops in various environmental educational institutions, and we take environmental problems in general, and as I say, the protection and proper management of wetlands, mainly mangroves, in and around Mumbai. With the help of students, as I already mentioned, because if they become aware of the current scenario, and if we connect the current problems, and if we take them or approach the students properly, then one student can ignite 100 minds minimum. So scientific approach is one thing, and not only that, what we did is, this is another photograph. These are common people, and with the help of students, and therefore commoner scientific fraternity linkages. So the link is student. So what we are doing right now here is mangrove plantation, which we do even this mangrove day, 26 July. Very recently we had it. So in Dombivli, we had planted a few mangrove saplings with the help of Birla College, which is in Kalyan, students. Hardly a few students, they planted the mangroves. This particular is in Thane. We planted 100 saplings, and this is about 7 or 8 years back. Within 4 years, we could see a mangrove wall. So mangroves are our barriers, they are our saviors, and because of their very cruel destruction, we have already encountered, and we have very badly experienced 26 July 2005. Coincidentally, 26 July is celebrated as World Mangroves Day. Of course, the catastrophe was in 2005, and World Mangroves Day started later on. But again, I repeat the word, coincidentally, it was 26 July. So what we are doing for last at least 1.5 decades through this Clean Creek movement, once students know the gravity of it, because they are our future citizens, so they take it to their heart, and they will take it to the masses, and that is how direct action plans can be undertaken. We are with Ramsar Convention. Our each and every we celebrate two main events. 2nd February is World Wetlands Day, and 26 July is World Mangroves Day, as I just mentioned. Most important is regular monitoring of Thane Creek, not only through students, because students, especially science students, especially biology students, they have the background, and they have the the basic fundamental education of these monitoring techniques. But what we had done and we are doing is a common person, and believe me, we have had a 7-year-old boy to 70-year-old grandma, and they have we had a particular survey sort of event, whole day long, rather 2 days, and these common people, we took them to mangrove swamps. Unfortunately, now it is not the situation in or along Thane Creek, but we took them there, we introduced mangroves, we told them the importance, and we actually literally counted it. So that particular survey was done by common people. For school students, college students, already I have mentioned, in research, because we have, our organization has got ISBN number, and the proceedings with ISBN number become the publication of even undergraduate student or postgraduate student. So this particular makes an indelible mark on their minds, and they get directly involved in this particular movement. We are following it, of course, for last as I said, for last 40 odd years it is being done, because my alma mater, my main college, BN Bandodkar College in Thane, our staff, our teachers, our researchers and students, we are doing the research work in Thane Creek for from early 80s. So it is, as I said, more than 40 years now. The follow-up is continuously done. Status found to be changed for better, a little one. We are very optimistic people. So what we have found, on the gross level, people may say that, oh, there is a decline, there is deterioration. But at micro level, at chemical level or biochemical level, we are seeing few very positive changes. One change I just mentioned here, the avifauna, that is the bird population, has increased along Thane Creek, and Thane Creek starts at one end from, you can say, the Ghodbandar Road in Thane, that is Basin Creek end, to the Ghatkopar, or rather the Chembur end of Mumbai. Godrej Mangroves is part and parcel of Thane Creek. Along the Thane Creek it resides. So awareness is on the rise. Many other organizations are participating. Here I give one small example. In 2010, that is 11 years back, 12 years back, we had our Wetlands Day celebration in Bhiwandi, and I mean, it was unbelievable. More than 500 students, school and college students, they had morning walk, Prabhat Pheri, and organizations like Vishwa Hindu Parishad, Gayatri Parivar, to Lions Club, to Rotary Club, and whatnot, and of course the local governing bodies and educational institutions, they all had come together. And I'm very happy to say that in Bhiwandi, even today, few of the organizations, especially education organizations, are celebrating World Wetlands Day even today. We are with local administrative authorities. We had witnessed masterly presentations from the Mumbai Suburban Collector Madam and Deputy Commissioner of Solid Waste Management, Bombay Municipal Corporation Madam. So these, the authorities, they are now very keen. We are like a bridge between local people and the authorities, between local people and scientific fraternity, between local people and the actual environmental problem. See, mitigation or problem solving should come at ground level to the highest level. And when I say highest level, it is scientifically speaking highest level, or the administrative highest level. And therefore, an NGO like Paryavan Dakshata Mandal or EnviroVigil, we are there to reach to the local stakeholders very actively. And this is about, as I said, the monitoring is going on, and the monitoring is at scientific level. I'll not go into this detail because this platform is not for that. Only thing is, it is the responsibility of local population. I simply cannot see, blame game is very simple, very easy. But if I just go for blame game, if I just criticize the local government like TMC, BMC, NMMC, state government, it's of no use because it's not going to change the scenario. They are doing their work. So why should not I, as a commoner, as a common citizen, should help them? And therefore, we are there to, make aware the common population about their responsibilities. What can I do? This is Thane Creek. I have specifically put yesterday because it was yesteryear's photograph. I would be a little bit specific, about 15 to 16-year-old. This is Thane Creek right now. The earlier one is along the Saket complex near Rabodi in Thane. This one is near Kalwa Ganesh Visarjan Ghat. I don't say that it's a very wonderful, natural, beautiful picture, but at the same time, we can see, this is hardly a couple of years back photograph, few mangroves there, and I envisage that it should be the Thane Creek or the wetland around, in and around Mumbai tomorrow, which is not only naturally beautiful, but very much tech savvy and eco savvy. Thank you very much. That is what we do. I just stop sharing.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very, short presentation, but it was very effective presentation. And
Yeah,
I
taking
think,
into consideration the time constraint, I just made it very short. Thank you very much.
thank you so much, sir. And I hope you will, we will have some 10 minutes discussion definitely. I request now Mr. Taksare to start his presentation on the system thinking, climate change system thinking.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Is it loud
yes,
enough? I'm audible. Okay,
yes.
great. Yeah. Dr. Furke and the entire team, organizing team of this event, thank you very much for having me here and giving me an opportunity to talk about, this interesting theme that you have shared with me, systems thinking on climate action. Um, I know the time is short. I'm not going to test your patience. And so I was given, I was asked to speak about systems thinking on climate action with reference to Mumbai's climate action plan, that is MCAP. That's a separate topic of discussion. So I'm not really going into the details of my analysis of Mumbai's climate action plan using a systems thinking lens. What I thought would be useful is to, talk to you regarding my takeaway from the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, and also, share a couple of systems thinking principles with some examples that can be utilized for, looking at this plan from a different perspective. Because systems thinking is all about changing the way we look at things. And the problem of sustainable development is essentially a problem of, it's a challenge of visualization. It's all about how we look at things. It's about, how we integrate different things. I'm going to, talk about 4 systems thinking principles, which, Dr. Furke's brief note on this event reminded me of. Uh, Before I go to those 4 systems thinking principles, the Mumbai's climate action plan is indeed a welcome move, and it certainly sets an example, for other urban local bodies in India. I'm sure a lot of other cities will get inspiration from what has been done in Mumbai by Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Greater Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and the government of Maharashtra, in partnership with several other organizations. Uh, the Mumbai Action Plan has clearly set up, 3 priorities, or has prioritized the 3 most important climate adversaries that Mumbai is going to face or has been facing: uh, the heat stress, rainfall, and flooding in Mumbai. The plan also suggests several intervention areas. It focuses on solid waste management, drainage management, green space management, and several, other areas that Dr. Hasnae talked about in her presentation. One critical observation from the plan is that, although it sets out the goal of making Mumbai a resilient, climate resilient city, as it is mentioned right on the cover page of the report, if we look at the various actions and strategies proposed in the report, the action plan really focuses, largely on the mitigation, on making Mumbai a net zero city, than on adaptation and resilience building. That doesn't really mean, the aspect of adaptation and resilience building is not touched upon. The climate action plan has, as I mentioned, Dr. Hasnai in her presentation talked about several aspects which, talk about adaptation and resilience building. But if you look at the core objective of the action plan is the mitigation, is reducing emissions, and it focuses mainly on making Mumbai a net zero city, which is not a bad thing. But if you look at it from systems perspective, from systems point of view, we can have a slightly different perspective about it, and that's what I'm going to talk about it. So the 4 points, and then I'll pause here. Maybe we can have more discussion during the question and answer time. One thing that I picked up from the note that was shared by Dr. Furke, she has mentioned that the collective impact of all policy actions that we will take to address climate crisis at various levels, she said, spatial scales, and within a justified temporal frame, the time frame. That has to be, we should look at that collective impact, and that's really a very systemic aspiration. Mumbai is not the entire planet. Mumbai is, if we look at Mumbai as a system, Mumbai is part of a larger system, both geographically, ecologically, politically, administratively, and it forms a small component of the planetary system. Why is it important to not look at Mumbai as a system in isolation? I mean, it's needless to mention why it is necessary to look at Mumbai not in isolation. But one systems principle is that systems are always nested within systems. The larger systems influence the smaller systems. If you visualize it as concentric circles, the circle within circles and circle within circles, then Mumbai is a smaller system, relatively smaller system, which is controlled by or influenced by relatively larger systems, and one can easily visualize those larger systems. So when we talk about the climate action plan, I feel one should also look at to what extent and how Mumbai's climate action plan is going to contribute to the larger systems. So, for example, if mitigation is the primary objective, if emission reduction is the primary objective, to what extent and how Mumbai is actually going to contribute to reduction in emissions at state level, at national level, and maybe even at the global level. And why is it important to look at it in that way? Let me tell you. That in the evaluation methodology, it's called contribution analysis. It's important to say, because when we focus on making city net zero, having more mitigative measures, we also should ask ourselves a question, do we even stand in top 250 emitters list? So, if we prepare a list of emitters, either at the national level or at the international level, where does Mumbai stands in that list? Are we among the 250 top emitters? If the Mumbai city is among the top 20, 250 emitters, 500 emitters, then it makes perfect sense to have mitigation as the primary objective, to focus more on making city a carbon neutral city or the net zero city. But what if it is not? If it is not, then all efforts focusing on mitigation are going to have minuscule contribution in emission reduction at the larger level, and it has a very long feedback loop. The efforts taken to reduce emissions are going to pay back many decades later, and the process will work at the global level. It's not going to help locally to Mumbai immediately, although in certain ways it will, but it has a long feedback loop. And that feedback loop, we really have to analyze to what extent and how we can influence that feedback loop, or going to make that feedback loop stronger. That doesn't mean the supply side interventions like having electromobility or making buildings green are not important. They are important, but considering the kind of demographics, kind of economic significance Mumbai has, and kind of risk it poses, it is also important for the city to prioritize on the resilience building and adaptation vis-a-vis mitigation. So I feel, from a systems thinker point of view, and I'm not really criticizing the action plan, but I'm trying to give you a systems way to look at things. I think before or whenever a city or any unit prepares a climate action plan, it would be interesting for the planners to look at what contribution this particular action plan is going to make at the higher levels, not just for the system under consideration, but for the systems which are going to influence the system, the national level systems or the planetary level systems. So that is very important. And the underlying principle here is systems are nested within systems. And so when we operate on the inner circles, it is interesting and it is useful also to look at how action in those smaller circles are going to influence the larger circles, because the conventional way of influence is inwards. Larger circles influence the inner circles. And in climate action, planning and implementation, we are proposing to reverse the process. So how much contribution are we really going to make? How much influence are we going to create is important. And that's my take from systems perspective on whether to focus on mitigation versus, focusing more on resilience building and adaptation measures. As regards to the adaptation, as again, Dr. Phadke says in her note that as a result of the continuous deterioration of natural elements like mangroves, wetlands, forests, etc., there is an urgent need to bring climate change adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. And we had two or three wonderful presentations talking about the subsystems in details, the mangroves, drainage system of Mumbai, wetlands in Mumbai, how those systems are intricate, complex, dynamic, and what interventions are needed to strengthen those particular systems. When we look at the plan, I think being prescriptive is not enough or is not sufficient. That's an integrative approach. We look at different possible subcomponents of a system which are visible to us, and we put them into a basket and prepares a list of actions. But it is also important to see how those different components are interrelated to each other, how those components either strengthen each other or weaken each other, and collectively how those components are going to affect the life and livelihoods in the city of Mumbai. And therefore it is necessary to connect the dots. It's necessary to not only to understand these subsystems in details, and we have certainly a lot of expertise in the room when it comes to understanding those subsystems. Now there is a time, I feel, to integrate these learnings and look at how those subsystems interact with each other and influence each other. And therefore it is important to understand the structure of the city called Mumbai. And by structure, I don't only mean the geography or its physical structure, its demographics. It could be a lot of things, including various components that you talked about. And it is necessary because system behavior and the behavior of a system is latent to its structure. Structure leads to behavior. So, for example, we often refer to the cloudburst that happened in Mumbai several years ago when Mumbai was flooded like anything. And then there have been a couple of times when Mumbai was similarly flooded. One interesting observation is that Cherrapunji receives almost same amount of rainfall that Mumbai had received on the cloudburst day. But Cherrapunji never gets flooded like Mumbai. That is because Cherrapunji is what it is, and Mumbai is how it is structured. Mumbai is not Cherrapunji, Cherrapunji is not Mumbai, and therefore Cherrapunji doesn't get flooded, but Mumbai gets flooded. So it has very limited to, little to do with the trigger, little to do with the rainfall. Right? It's mostly about how city is organized, how city is structured. And therefore, it is important to understand those structures. That's the second systemic principle, that the system behaviors are latent to its structure. System behaviors are never triggered by the triggers. I mean, the system behaviors are triggered by the triggers, but they're not caused by the triggers. That's why we call them triggers. So the various climate changes are going to be triggered. But what Mumbai is likely to suffer is because of its structure. And that structure has, its geographical structure, physical structure, administrative structure, political structure, various subsystems that different speakers talked about earlier to me, and even beyond that. So it is important to understand that structure. Secondly, when we define Mumbai as a boundary, as a system, and try to understand it as a system, we realize how we define the boundaries is very important, because system boundaries are permeable and system boundaries can keep on expanding. So when I define, look at Mumbai as a geography, it gives me a clear picture of what is Mumbai. When I start looking at Mumbai as an ecosystem, it might give me a little different sense of Mumbai. When I start looking at Mumbai as an economic capital of the country, it will also give me completely different picture of Mumbai, which is different than how Mumbai looks like geographically. Right? We all understand it. Let me give you an example. So, for example, see the thermal power plants and various coal mines are situated in several states in central India. These states are also very, have higher level of poverty. And as a plan of climate action, at a much larger scale and the national level, one of the priority is to curtail the coal-based power generation. So imagine in years to come, over next 30, 50, 60 years of timeline, if these power plants, the thermal power plants, are shut down, subsequently those coal mines are also likely to be shut down. So what will happen to people who are working in those largely the economy of those states is based on those mines and the power plants. If those plants and mines are shut down, the entire population will have to create other sources of livelihood, or will have to migrate out as what I called as climate action refugees to other parts of the country where livelihoods are available. So most of them are likely to come to Mumbai and increase Mumbai's floating population, or even the absolute population of Mumbai in longer term. So how do we factor that thing when we define Mumbai as a system and prepare a plan for it? So when we look at Mumbai as an economic capital or as a relatively richer region in the country, it's likely to have an influx of people because of climate actions, and because not only climate advisories, but because of the climate action also. So how do we look at those inflows? Similarly, there can be outflows. Because of the inflows and outflows, systems become very permeable, and their boundaries can also keep on expanding, as I mentioned earlier. So how do we look at them is very interesting and could be very useful. So, one should analyze those inflows and outflows and try to expand the system boundaries to make the analysis and the plan, really solid. So that's the third principle. The principle here is, system boundaries are permeable, they can expand, and therefore we should analyze the inflows and outflows from the system very carefully and try to expand the boundaries of our, boundaries, of the system we are considering, or how the boundaries are defined. One way to expand boundaries is to get more people on board and, have more deliberations. The last point I'm going to make here is the fourth principle. And the fourth principle is, highest leverages come from transforming system structures. Now, since we have the action plan, the next question, and other speakers touched upon this point, that how we are going to operationalize MCAP. As I see, MCGM, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, need to come up, and the citizens, of course, need to come up with a decentralized participatory assessment of what I call REVA, climate risks, exposures, vulnerabilities, and adaptation. And we also need to set up institutions at the ward level to have, these plans implemented. And that's the way to engage citizens. That's the way to build ownership. That's the way to make system more participatory, inclusive, and effective. Dr. Fadke briefly talked about my engagement with SECA, Southeast Climate Alliance in the southeast of England. It's basically a bunch of organizations, citizen groups, which have come together, and they're trying to take up climate actions on a regional scale. Because the size of the country, it's called regional there. But Mumbai is, in terms of population, in terms of geographical area to some extent, is larger than that pocket. And therefore, we need to have a similar institutional structure where citizens can participate and operationalize the plan. So these are the four principles that I wanted to share. The very first is systems are nested within systems. We need to undertake a contribution analysis. C, system behavior is result of system structure. Therefore, we should start integrating our understanding about different subsystems. Third, system boundaries are permeable and they can expand. And fourth, highest leverage comes from transforming system structure and mental models. So we need to build institutions at the ward level. That's my presentation. Sorry if I have taken a little longer. Would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Tangchare. And now I request all the panelists to be there. And, I would just have some couple of questions, and I request everyone. Now, two very important points have emerged in the discussion.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Deshpande has just joined.
Pardon, sir?
Mr. Deshpande has just joined, madam.
No, no, I'm not aware.
Mr. Shankar Deshpande.
No, I'm not aware.
He is
No, he's
also a
not the
panelist.
panelist. Yeah, so a couple of questions which I would like, I mean, after listening to all the participants, I think this is very important point that, when if I ask everyone quickly, if you can tell me that in terms of climate resilience, how much, what kind of a grades you would give to Mumbai, say for next 25 years? The way governmental and non-governmental organizations, they are basically trying to work for improving the climate resilience. If at all we take the scale of 1 to 5, what kind of a scale you would probably give to the entire, you can say, effort that has been taken up by government and non-governmental organization and other community groups, citizens forums? What do you think? Yeah, I can. I mean, anyone. Like, you can start with the Nidhi madam. Yes.
Yeah, I had already, in fact, in my presentation also spoken that we have gone a long way since mangrove conservation became a topic of, say, common parlance. And not just mangroves. To me, when I see Mumbai, I have lived in Chennai, Kolkata, Delhi, and now I am living in Mumbai. It's after seeing all the four metropolitan cities as a citizen and living there as resident of these cities, I can tell you that Bombay is probably out of all these four metros and other metros also is one of the greenest one. We have a 500 acres plus of Sanjay Gandhi National Park, which is a reserve forest well within a metropolis, the biggest metropolis of the country. We have RA forest. We have lots of parks that the corporation has built here. Along the streets also, the kind of plantation that we see in Mumbai is probably the most interesting one. You can see people here, you can see neem, you can see banyan trees here. So I would personally say that Mumbai corporation, Mumbai, even the state as administration and the NGOs have really, really played a great role in ensuring that every tree on the streets, in the gardens is saved. And Mumbai, as such, when I see the city, is definitely far more greener. Even in West, when you visit, the footpaths do not have any trees. Here we have trees in footpaths, and unfortunately, there are some incidents and accidents which would happen due to branch collapse and those create more problems for the administration. But when you see it purely from a tree lover point of view, from a person who would want to your city to be greener even after 50 years, from sustainability point of view, Mumbai is greener and cleaner in that sense to me. Lots of ponds are here. I know that Meethi River has not yet been cleaned up. Poisar also needs a lot of work to be done. The Hisar also has to be, the river needs to be cleaned up. But the corporation has its plans in place. The citizens have ensured that despite being the economic and commercial capital of the country, these rivers are not dead. And it is the people, the NGOs, and obviously there are people in administration who would also want to save these rivers and ponds and lakes that we have in Mumbai. And I'm sure although a lot of people have been saying that Mumbai is dying and Mumbai will be the first city in the country which would be hard hit with the climate change, but I'm sure that with collaborative effort with the citizens and citizen organizations, we would be able to keep it alive and kicking as the Bombay has been, and the spirit of our citizens would ensure that we face the changing climate together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other panelists would like to make a comment on this?
Yes, of course. So as Madam already told, so many things are done. Positive things are happening in Mumbai, and with the climate action plan, I am sure that it is going to increase further. But of course, as Madam is also here, I would like to say that we need to see public-private participation in many aspects. For example, since you know that IIT Bombay Powai Lake is concerned, it has since Madam is here, I am just putting a point. So the private public participation, say for example, this if this some of the professors from the NUS Nationalist University Singapore came here to, and they are talking to us. So why not you can have a small island and then make it beautiful with the help of this the private parties, and then make it much better. So of course the administration is doing so many things, and I understood since lot of constraints are there with the political pressure, so many issues are there, but still we need to think a little bit more innovative to revive these rivers. And then say for example with respect to the pollution issues, of course as I already mentioned, 7 STP comes, a lot of improvement will be happening, but still with public private participation, and also the NGOs can come together, and then we can make many wonderful especially like Pawai Lake or the Mithi River or Oshivara or Poisa River. Since we have done a lot of studies with respect to these rivers, and we have seen that, yes, of course, especially flooding or other kind of issues are going to increase in future. So that way, so many things are happening, but of course, a concentrated effort is much more efforts are required. And with this climate action plan, and with the constant effort, like Madam, as I mentioned, as she already told, so we look forward for much better things in future. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to
Another,
say something, madam.
yeah.
I second Nidhi, madam. And I just want to say that I'm a citizen of Mumbai also. So in 2005, when there was a flood, I was not an administrator, I was practicing doctor that time. And I was very shocked, अरे अपने मुंबई में river भी होता है क्या करके, like, so it is not dying. So now the rivers are rejuvenated, and now we are having plan. So how it can be dying city? I can't say that. Rather, it will be having a city with a flowing river, and then I imagine there will be boating in that river also. So with this, I think we are having a solid action plan, and which now we are going to. It will be in a second last stage where we are going to have a small action plan, and it will be written, and SOPs will be formed, whether one officer is there or not, but these SOPs will be there, and it will be followed very strictly. And as madam asked me whether how to scale it, I can say we are at 3.5 or 4 somewhere. But Mumbai is a city where you can say the administration, BMC administration, the state government, central government, all the other governmental organization, NGOs, citizens, they all come together very nicely, and they have an integrated system. It is, and we always are free for a suggestion from others. We also extend the hand, and we also take help also. I think Mumbai proved that how efficiently we worked during corona covid also. So I really feel very bad if someone says that Mumbai is going to be a dead city, but I just again say that we will see into 2050 that Mumbai will not 2050, before that only the rivers flowing and the boat is moving, like. Thank you so much.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So my videos are frozen, so I'm not getting a visual feedback. But to answer your question, Dr. Fatke, I would rate 4.8, even 4.9 on 5-point scale. Mumbai has always been a resilient city. May it be terrorist attacks, disasters, other issues. Mumbai has always demonstrated great resilience. And because if you look at the definition of resilience, its ability to cope up from the shocks and stresses. Mumbai has always shown that Mumbai can come back to life within 48 hours. Right. So in that sense, I would rate Mumbai 4.8, 4.9 on a 5-point scale in terms of the social resilience, administrative resilience, it has. The way it has demonstrated. Why I'm not, giving the rest of the 0.2, 0.1? Because we still the future work would be in terms of creating citizen institutions to enabling implementation of the action plan and making that action plan more adaptive. I mean, enabling more adaptive work in addition to the mitigative work. So that's the point 02 and point 2 I'm cutting here for that particular component. And I would like to, take this opportunity to introduce another systems thinking principle. Systems can be seen from two perspectives, 2 point of views. One is integrative or exploratory systems. We can keep on exploring systems and appreciate its diversity. And greater we appreciate diversity, better resilience will be. Another way to look at is making it goal oriented system. So if the goal is to make every ward of Mumbai bounce back after every possible climate shock, then I think that would be a question for the assessment. I don't have answer to that. Is every ward in Mumbai capable of bouncing back after every climate shock in the future? I think that's the point of assessment.
Yeah, I think that was. I mean, everyone agrees to the point that Mumbai has got a lot of resilience, and being a person from not living in Mumbai but raised in Mumbai, so I also salute the spirit of Mumbaikars, and that is called as Mumbai spirit. One question to all of you, that whenever we are talking about this climate resilience, I think finance is going to be one of the most important aspect of emerging with all kinds of, you can say, alternative technological solutions, and then so many. So, for example, even alternative infrastructure for that matter, because in other parts of the world they are already working on infrastructure, and that is something permeable. You can say some coastlines and all that kind of, you can say, sponge cities, for example. So, what could be the strategy for this urban climate finance? Because if you look at India, probably India is one of the largest recipients of climate related finances. And if you look at the recent statistics, at least some 6 billions have been invested in India, and that will largely into renewable energy resources. Now, if at all we want to divert that climate finance to cities, what can be our strategies? That is another question, because if at all we are trying to bring out some projects, and as Nidhi madam was also mentioning, they are cost intensive. So if they're cost intensive, then can we have climate finance as a solution to it? And even Professor Aldo mentioned about public private partnerships. So obviously we are talking about the private investments, and can there be climate urban climate finance? That's what my question. So probably Kalyan sir, you can, as you are working on this, and then obviously Nidhi madam and all of you. Yeah.
So I'm not really a finance expert, but having working in the non-profit sector, what I definitely can tell is climate philanthropy in India is increasing very rapidly. Climate philanthropy field is evolving very fast, and people, I mean, there are philanthropists who are willing to invest in climate technologies, both, I mean, for mitigation as well as for adaptation. And adaptation work is mainly focused in rural areas, not so much in urban. So I think there is a need to push from civil society organizations as well as relevant government departments to conceptualize, visualize projects, the citizen-centric projects which can enhance adaptive capabilities of the citizens, and put forth it to philanthropic organizations. And I'm sure philanthropic organizations would be more than happy to support it, because that field is evolving very fast. And even financial corporations and institutions are putting in their money into philanthropy now as part of CSR and others. So rather, sustainability or climate change are the topics. They are not thematic verticals in themselves. Everything and anything can come under sustainability, whether it is health, education, livelihoods. A lot of activities that we otherwise do in philanthropy can come under the sustainability climate change umbrella. And there is a need to bring that all together under sustainability climate change umbrella and streamline that funding. So that funding, the philanthropic funding, is certainly available and is going to expand. There is a need to create more proposals and projects for urban areas, because current state of finance, if you look at it, it's focusing more on rural and tribal areas than on urban areas when it comes to adaptation.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So
Nidhi.
precisely as rightly told by Professor Kalyan, that philanthropic financing is already there. But besides that, also government also in all the district development plan, from which we also funded the mangrove park at. Uh, it has already been funded at Manori and Gorai Manori, and another one at the Hisar is also likely to be funded by the district development plan, even though 1% of the SDG funding was not in place at that point of time. Now, all the district budgets all across the Maharashtra, district collectors can plan of the 1% of the funds for only for climate change. So this is already in place since last 1 year. But this 1% is not restricting us. It is not restricted anywhere. This is the minimum. Other than that, also a lot of activities that the state does. So if we are working, we are financing solid waste management plants, we are financing sewerage treatment plants, if we are doing the river rejuvenation projects, if we are through mangrove cells trying to protect the mangroves by building the mangrove protection walls and installing CCTVs and all. Even if it may not, when the researchers see it, they may not find it as a climate action plan funding, but it is a funding which has been done by the state under different heads. The 5% women and child development expenditure, even that itself can be very interestingly and innovatively packaged for promoting the e-vehicles, the e-rickshaws. If we do the housing schemes, the urban housing schemes or the rural housing schemes, my personal experience of working in Raigad was that if people who have built houses on the traditional lines, the hip roof and gable roof structures, they faced very limited damages vis-a-vis the houses which were more modern and which did not keep the ecology in mind. So this is a very small adaptation, going back to your roots and building houses which are suitable for the coastal areas. And this slight tweaking in the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana for coastal areas or for all government buildings and for the housing schemes, if it's done, uh, this financing is also going towards climate adaptation. Even if there is a cyclone tomorrow, if the houses are built in a hip roof, gable roof structures, they would not face much damage. So there are these kind of things. The government of Maharashtra, this budget has declared a 3,000 crores of climate mitigation fund also. There are a lot of efforts being done by government, and as rightly told that from Tata to Ajim Premji Foundation to Godrej has got its mangrove park. Although we dispute that the state has its claim, we believe that it is a reserve forest and it should be with the forest department. But there are efforts being done by public and private sector, and government has been funding under different heads, under different means to protect climate. A lot of emphasis, as Sangeeta was saying, is being done on converting the buses into e-buses. All the street lights of Mumbai, from the earlier system, they were moved to LED. A lot of places in rural areas, solar street lighting is being promoted. There is an emphasis by government that all government offices should move to solar electricity, or solar installation should be there. So such kind of funding is there, which may never get reflected when the researchers or anybody is asking in RTI कि पर्यावरण पे कितना खर्च किया. It may not come, but like Jalayukta Shivar of the government in 2014 to 19 was nothing but an effort to actually protect the water bodies all over. 5 crore tree plantation, 13 crore tree plantation. What are these? And all this money that we spend, Manrega, a lot of component, a big component of Manrega scheme is on tree plantation in rural areas, on conserving water bodies in rural areas, on creating farm ponds in rural areas. So unfortunately, because government may still, the integration that is required for the district fund, the state fund, and the national level funding funds is not yet there So people may never realize that the amount of funds, the amount of efforts that the administration does in the various schemes to fund the climate change efforts.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
in this connection, I have a suggestion since Mumbai collector as well as deputy commissioners here. So what I suggest is that if some key projects can be identified, like as I mentioned earlier, Powai Lake cleaning. So you can just, okay, these are the key projects for, especially for Mumbai, some visible projects, you can plot it and then ask for public-private partnership, and then also invite, like, many of the companies have CSR funds and they are ready to spend a lot of money for the climate action plans. And then if you can keep, say for example, Miti certain structures of cleanup, or the Oshiara river cleanup, or this thing. So some key projects can be, so it can be not a few crores but maybe 5,000, 10,000 crores of project, an estimate a project can be made, and then invite funding from various sources, including philanthropic or the CSR, the industrial, so that a collaboration will be, visible collaboration will be coming, and then that will be very wonderful climate action plans. So with respect to some key projects are done, then it will be, that can spread into many areas, and then that will be very interesting with respect to climate funds are concerned. That's all my point. Thank you.
Yes.
I second everybody here. Like Mumbai is going to have their financial plan also for these all small activities what we are going to do. But as Madam correctly said and said, like corporation is having their own funding. Apart from that, state government, central government is also giving them fund. Like example, I can give, like in F South Parel, na, there is always flooding, but this year there is no flooding. We spent 130 crore rupees for underground that tank, and every water was percolated or diverted there. So there is no flooding. On top of that, the water reserve has been increased now. So what I want to say, ki this fund, what as Madam said, this is also for the environmental reason only. No, there is no flooding. Nahin. So apart from that, there is a CSR activity. Lots of CSR activity takes place. EPR activities are there. Then we are developing many projects on PPP model or a BOT model. So that also is indirectly helping us for funding of all the projects which we are taking. But as we are having MCAP, all 6 factors are there. Then they are divided into small unit. According same way, we are going to do the funding mapping also. And this funding mapping, and after that we will decide from where to take this fund. Like we had a fund for a very small thing from central government, but we requested them this fund should be diverted to the our biomining process of dumping ground, and we diverted that entire this thing to our biomining of dumping ground. So this way we also plan accordingly. So now we are going to have exactly that plan, financial plan also, and that financial plan will be available to everyone. We will be taking guidance also, and we'll be taking suggestions also from everyone. But as you correctly said, like in EPR, what happens, we are having 5 factors. We get a fund under EPR for afforestation, for air quality monitoring, then for a toilet or a SWM facility, for SWD. So these are within 2 kilometer or 1 kilometer of the project. So if that also scope is increased, number of whatever work we can take under this EPR, or its scope is increased in terms of kilometer distance from the project. See, this all needs change in policy. So this also we can talk to the government, central government or a state government, to have certain changes in the EPR policy. So this way we can do funding. But like it is integrated, and it is everyone have to come together and work towards the, like all, and not only in Mumbai but everywhere for environment protections.
I will take rather this answer, and then I will put next question ahead. Uh, what kind of a mechanism we need to really work out for a collective action? Because as Dr. Sangeeta, you have rightly pointed out that this is not anybody, any one authority. Is it not just government? It is not just NGO, but rather all of them. Because one can see that there are discrete efforts happening at various levels. But probably, what we, as Mr. Tamsar has said very correctly, that is collective action. So what can we do to have a kind of a platform where, all the stakeholders can come, they can exchange their ideas, they can come together, they can plan their actions right from micro level to meso level to macro level. And then, as a result, we can have some, you can say, holistic or rather synergetic impact, where we are finding, some achievements, small achievements. So what can be done, like what kind of a platform can be rather created to bring all the people? So like we academicians and researchers are there, so we are having some key findings. Then policy makers are there, there are some non-governmental organizations working with the community. So what could be the best way of bringing all of them together to have a collective action? Uh, uh, yeah.
To me, the theme that was told to me was mangrove conservation, but there, say, I'm purely telling from my personal experience of working in government. There are so many committees, so many committees. I jokingly at times tell people there are 365 committees that a collector is chairperson or member secretary or member of. And each of these committees have some representative from NGOs or some expert. There is no dearth of platforms. The actual thing that is required to probably merge and bring them under one umbrella, because what is happening is I have mangrove conservation related one committee, I have one on reserve forest, I have another on wetland, I have a lot of others on coastal regulation, zone implementation. And if, because this is Mumbai suburban, wherein a lot of work is done by Bombay Corporation, but otherwise in any other district, the authorities which are supposed to hear and pass on message to the state are so busy. So first thing that is required is the existing platforms which are there. The divisional level committee is there, the MCZMA is there. Strengthen them instead of multiple committees. Just bring them under umbrella of one committee. Have good experts there. Listen to them properly. What happens, because we are doing busy at times nothing but just conducting one meeting after another, and everything is important, from a bogus doctor to a bhajiwala to a fish vendor to the changes in the fishing nets. Everything is important. What is not important, say street vendors to the solar energy related guidelines, bringing them under the SDG. If there are only 17 committees, which the district collector or municipal commissioner is a part of, if it can happen, there is a need of administrative reforms. There are no dearth of such committees and platforms available on paper. GRs are passed, notifications are issued, but unfortunately, too much is already on plate. So creating one more platform, what will happen in initial days, a climate action plan committee would be very, very serious for a month to 6 a year, and it will soon lose the heat because there would be another to monitor just the floods, just some other thing. This is something that requires, generally, I'm telling only from a personal point of view. I cannot comment on any of these committees. I am only saying that probably some rethinking is required to rearrange, package them, one on environment. That's it. Discuss anything and everything on that day on environment. It cannot be a quarterly meeting, monthly meeting. There has to be some ways in which administrative committees which are in place are realigned. And I'm sure corporation would also raise this issue at some platform. This is required. NGOs, their suggestions are always taken. They are already on board, like the divisional level committee for mangroves, for wetlands, for coastal regulation zones is already having experts and NGOs in place. That committee itself can probably be packaged in a way that it is also working for climate action plan instead of creating a new committee. Just from personal point of view, I'm saying, in private sector, there are a lot of ways in which the NGOs can affect the public policy. There are institutions like your university and the institutions which are having public policy as a part of their syllabus, and they can also act as interest groups to affect the policies. Philanthropic groups, they affect, or the industrial groups, they affect the policy big way, like in any other country. So their say, even though it is not on record, but is always heard in administration. I leave it to Sangeeta how she responds, but to me, there are platforms available with citizens. These days, social media has become such a potent tool in hands of citizens that for anything they respond, and they respond in every possible way. Uh, it is up to the state how and what kind of platform will be created. I would want that instead of creating a new platform, the already existing platforms are strengthened and all the themes are brought under one umbrella, and understanding that from conserving trees to conserving rivers to wetlands to mangroves to coastal regulation zones, no development zones, to planning in an ecologically sensitive manner to watershed conservation, is everything one, ultimately preserving ecology. So if that is done at the state level, that would help in providing a right platform. Powai Lake has been raised twice by Professor Eldo. I just want to mention that BMC has prepared a very beautiful plan of creating a cycling and walking pathway along this, not from CSR, not from philanthropy, not from PPP. BMC itself was ready to clean up the lake and create a cycling and walking track along with it. But as I told in my presentation also, that at times we miss the forest in trying to protect one tree. So there were some PIL, the people who filed a PIL in High Court and NGT, and ultimately stalled the entire project. Otherwise, by now the project would have started, and probably in 2 years' time we would have seen a really happening and ecologically good project, which could have preserved the Powai Lake for centuries. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, this point is very important, that you're mentioning that the role of higher education institutions like University of Mumbai, IIT, and so many other institutions. I think that that is very important. And how actually, probably what I find is that, a space has to be created for everyone where they can deliberate with each other. And then there can be, research is happening independently, policies are happening independently, so probably there can be some interaction. So there can be influence of the research over the policy making, and finally culminating it into some sort of implementation through community involvement. And so I think Dr. Subhash Darvi has joined. Sir, you would like to say something? Dr. Subhash Darvi?
No. Wind up. No problem.
Dr. Subhash Darvi? Yeah. Any final
No, madam.
comments?
You can wind
Okay.
up. No. Wind up.
Any final comments by all the experts on this particular?
You can wind up. No. Good discussion.
On this particular.
No. Good discussion.
I think support with the mic.
He's on speaker phone, so there is an echo.
Yeah, any final comments from all of you? Any final comments from all of you?
As already mentioned, this climate action plan proposed, already put by Mumbai Municipal Corporation, is a very big leap in this direction. So what I suggest is that take an appropriate time instead of setting so many committees, so many centers in this, we should have concentrated efforts to deal with us. Like Madam already told that there is a Mumbai is concerned everywhere. So many organizations like Mumbai roads are concerned, PWD is there, BMC is there, district authority is there. Then so many agencies working on many projects. So that is what is the issue. Like Mithi River also, Mithi River 40% is dealt by BMC, 50% by MMRDA. So like that, it is a big problem. So this is the integration of so many agencies. So what I feel is that like in many of the Western countries, one agency like say US is concerned EPA under EPA Environment Protection Agency, it is total power is given and then completely done by that agency with its various arms. So like that, the climate action plan also it is a very good. The things have happened and now we should have quite concentrated efforts. Of course, these need a lot of efforts from the top level politicians as well as the administrators where these kinds of action plans with respect to climate change and then its implementation to certain level, though we may not be able to come to the full level whatever we want, but by considering Mumbai being very ecologically sensitive and there will be huge impact of climate change in future. So that way we need to take this to forward and then this climate action plan and with respect to that a center like by directly under government should be formed and then that should take care with respect to various plans and its implementation. So we have so many plans, so many committees, mainly the implementation is coming. We are very much lagging behind compared to many say organizations or many countries when we look into. So that way we need to go for the implementation constant efforts from all agencies and then everything should come under one umbrella and then we need to look forward for the various solutions or various action plans already put forward by this climate action already report. Thank you very much.
I just want to add that Mumbai is working as a nodal agency for entire MMRDA region. So whatever action plan we'll be having, it will be like, shared with other MMRDA region, Thana and any other corporation, and we will help them to get their action plan also. Secondly, I work under Nidhi madam, she was my boss, so she knows me that I am a strange implementer. I am an executive officer rather than the policy maker. So whatever policy comes to me, I just see to that it gets executed in a better way. So today only we had one meeting, and in that we had decided that we are going to have a MIS. This MIS was for all the stakeholder within the BMC and outside the BMC, but I think it should be extended, and this MIS should be for a researcher also. So we can have one platform where IT system is so strong, madam. Now, if we have a platform where everyone can put forward their views, their work, their research, or what they can help us, like that, together we can instead of having committees and all, if we review at our level, getting all this data, we can surely work together and without having much committees or without having much meetings and all, we can go forward. I am personally thinking that way. So very good suggestion. I will add that to my MIS activity now. I'll take sanctions from my higher authorities and I'll surely work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Dr. Farke, the question that you asked, and that's my favorite question. When I was a student at IIT Bombay, I was faced with this question, and since then I've been researching it. So it's my favorite question, and I'm passionately researching it last 10 years through action research approach. I cannot agree more to what Ms. Nidhi Chaudhary said. It's all about talking to different kind of people, listening to their voices and trying to build consensus. And that's the toughest job when it comes to building collective actions. How we do it. From my limited, understanding and study of how collective actions on climate change are emerging in other countries, particularly in Europe, Australia, and America, I think enabling citizens action group has been a key driver, and then creating a network of such groups so that they come together in some way and talk to each other, because it's all about refining mental models. As I said, the problem of sustainable development, or the challenge of sustainable development, is challenge of visualization. It's like looking at an elephant with not just the blindfolds, but these days even the elephant is dancing, and people are wearing sunglasses, and we have freedom to choose color of the sunglass. So that it's like looking at a dancing elephant with colored sunglasses and trying to understand and make sense of what this animal is. So we need some, techniques, methods to do it, and the corporate world has evolved a lot of techniques and methods which they have been using for last 40 years. I think we need to translate some of these tools, and that's the role academic institutions like University of Mumbai, IIT Bombay can play. I mean, IIT Bombay has a couple of courses on systems thinking. I was student of those courses, and from there only I've learned it. So I'm sure we need to develop tools, techniques, methods to bring people together and make them see the elephant while it is dancing and the sunglasses still put on. And academic institutions, research institutions can play a great role developing those tools and methodologies. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Now I think it is time to conclude. We have almost taken 1 hour more, and then still I think the discussion was so important, and then several dimensions of basically Mumbai, Miti, and mangroves, with reference to Mumbai Action Climate Plan have been explored. I hope those who are watching this particular panel discussion, they must have benefited immensely with the kind of expertise all our panel members they have. It is time to conclude, and then I think the takeaway would be that let us play our role. Let us try to approach each other. Let us try to not have any kind of a prejudice vis-a-vis each other, and then let us try to come ahead, come forward, and act collectively, because Mumbai already has this collective spirit. It is what it is just a pinch of salt we have to add by providing a kind of a collective platform. And as Nidhi madam said, it is one platform where everyone will merge together, and everyone will have the goal that how my city is going to be climate resilient, and how probably I'm going to make everyone learned and knowledgeable about the consequences, and then how we can probably work together and try to become climate resilient, and how Mumbai can set this example of it to other cities and to other, you can say, urban spaces that are growing in the world. And probably this is what we shall take ahead. So I assure all of you that University of Mumbai will always be there as a partner in all kind of efforts that any organization, non-governmental, governmental organization taking up. So on behalf of this conveners, on behalf of this entire team of this international conference on sustainability, I would give you a promise that University of Mumbai will stand in all the efforts with you very strongly. Uh, I take this opportunity to extend my warm, you can say, gratitude towards all the panelists who have given wonderful presentation. Firstly, Miss Nidhi Chaudhary, and she was very busy, and we were continuously talking like on WhatsApp, and she said that if at all it is possible, I will join, and I'm very happy that she could join this and she could actually talk about various dimensions that government is taking, the actions, and then various kinds of, you can say, plans government is making. Dr. Sangeeta, I have seen you, I've read many things about you in the newspaper when I was searching for your biodata. And then, I could see that she is one man army probably, and she's leading the team extremely well. And so when we have such government, people in very powerful positions, I think the action and implementation is going to be quite smoother. Professor Aldo, I'm really thankful to you for coming and presenting your viewpoints and giving various kinds of, you can say, adding various kinds of dimensions to what we have been discussing. And Mr. Tangsare, again, a great thanks, because I have been a great follower of this system thinking since you have taken a workshop in our Department of Geography some few months back. And I was very impressed with the kind of a thinking it is, that all systems are embedded and they're interconnected. I think all of you have given a integrated view that how we are going to have a future ahead for our city of Mumbai. Everyone love, whoever comes to Mumbai, they love Mumbai, and there is always a comparison how Mumbai is great and compared to Pune, Nagpur. Pula Deshpande has always emerged with that kind of a comparison. But I feel very proud, and I feel very proud Mumbaikar, where the first kind of a climate action plan has been, introduced in my city. And I think that is where we have started. And I know that we are going to conclude with a very positive note. I again, extend my warm, you can say, gratitude. And I would like to thank all of you for being here and spending almost 3 hours with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think, we should conclude here, and I request, all of you, and definitely we will be in touch, and I will definitely contact Dr. Sangeeta. We have many plans vis-a-vis this, and of course, everyone. Thank you so much. So I request all of you to, yeah, and of course,